Tuesday, you know what that means. Time for 5, 10, and a quarter here on TCH Live. I'm Aaron McAvoy. Going to be joining me here in just a moment is Eric up in Dallas. We've got a big rainstorm down here. Managed to get here just in the nick of time, but looking forward to hanging out with you guys here for the next 4 hours as the first 7 players here on the table are going to get things started with a PLO flip, and we'll find out who's going to stack up right off the bat. But buy-ins, of course, as per the usual, max 5K to start and match the stack after that. And I imagine that we've got all the seats accounted for here. Let's take a look here. We got Wolfgang, Carlos, Harvey, JD, Poker in seat 8, perhaps a new player to me. Slick Rick, of course, coming back in the 9 seat. Let's take a look here in the chat. We got Frank joining us. Mallory, what's up, Mal? Doug as well. Welcome to the stream, guys. So it looks like Wolfgang going to go ahead and take down the first one here. We've also got Brass Monkey there in the 1 seat. Raina and Albert joining us as well. Hello, welcome. Looking forward to hanging out with you guys for the next couple of hours here.
Oh, fancy. After this semester. Oh, fancy. Maybe in a minute.
RS, what's going on? Welcome.
Is that what these presents are for? Oh, okay.
All right. Here we go. First hand of No Limit.
So
Texas
put them
Hold'em.
here at the start of the hand.
Coming at you as Wolfgang here trying to get his microphone sorted out. And it looks like a chocolate milk ready to smash.
Yeah, overall D1, yeah. What are you playing?
Eric, hey, what's going on, my friend? How
What's going on, man? You know how it is with Texas drivers if there's a little bit of drop of rain out there. So hauled bananas at about 5 miles an hour to get here, but I'm here.
All right. I know exactly your pain because I got stuck in the same version of Texas traffic just down here in Austin a moment ago. It does seem like as soon as more than a few drops are coming out of the sky, people are like, you know, it's Armageddon.
Full-on panic on I-35,
right? All right, Carlos here going to go ahead and take down the first one with the ace high.
I mean, I could,
shows it for good measure.
I could certainly try and get a contract somewhere.
And we'll come back to this a couple times here throughout the evening, but do want to give everybody a shout out here for the 250K even bigger one kicking off tomorrow up in Dallas at Texas Card House Dallas. This is going to be 8 starting flights over the next few days, culminating in day 2 on Sunday the 29th. $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack with 20-minute levels on day 1. Again, 250K guaranteed prize pool. So if you're in or around the Dallas area, you want to come on down, hang out with us, take a shot in that tournament. It's going to be fire.
I'm working this weekend, but I think I'm going to have to fire just in case, get somebody to cover my shift because those tournaments are good, and the top prize will be nice on a $300 buy-in. So.
Heck yeah, well, good luck. Hopefully you can get somebody to cover a shift and go ahead and just bag it up on one, you know, why not?
Amen.
I didn't know much about him. All I knew is he played soccer. That's like all I knew.
All right, looks like we got a battle of the blinds here. Slick Rick flopping best with the middle pair. Carlos has bottom pair and a backdoor.
They're so stress-free, I think.
And it's so unbelievable. Like, if it was a movie, I'm like, I don't
Slick Rick here, he doesn't have a lot to go with, but I do think that middle pair battle of the blinds is good enough to stick around. But he thinks otherwise and just lets it go now. You're not playing a kicker for the remainder of the hand unless you somehow find a 2-pair. But yeah, middle pair not blocking any of the straight draws. Usually I'm going to peel one off there at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of tournaments, one of the guys sitting at our table, Slick Rick, bagged first place in a tournament last week. I can't remember which one it was. It was one of our nightlies, but congrats to him. He's doing well in the tournament streets and the cash streets, so good for him.
Yeah, he's got to pay for the marketing fee. He's paying like $1,000.
If I can put my face right there, then yeah, I'm in.
How much would you pay to put your face there, Brian?
$300. I'll buy the new felt.
1,000. How about 1,000? Start 1,000. See what they say.
Actually, there's a guy in Fort Worth that does tables.
Kind of got a youth movement going, it looks like, tonight on the table, Aaron.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a younger crowd here. Brass Monkey going to do his best to show these kids how it's done.
Amen.
Before the flip,
He is going to 3-bet the ace-queen suited and take it down right then and there.
I was trying to troll us.
I didn't hear you say that.
I said before the flip or after the flip money? To get their stack correct, though.
I was in 5Q before the flip.
Okay.
There's more tournaments coming at you guys as well here in
You may want to check.
just about a week and a half here. I guess it's just a week. We've got the Turkey Shootout, Texas Card House in Houston. 3 straight weeks with a bunch of different flights, bonus prizes, all kinds of different things going on here, different tournaments, different buy-in points, and different guarantees. So take a look there at the website, texascardhouse.com, for more information. We'll go ahead and pop these up again throughout the remainder of the night.
Yeah, just throw it out the window,
Looks
stick
like
it beside
that
the
was a
car.
quick
That way
hand
they can read it when they're in
already
the
done.
car, getting the jaws of life out. Carlos.
I've seen seat 8 before. I don't recognize the name there. I don't know if he changed it to Porker. But
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to put a face with the name because it did seem like a new name to me, but
Hey, give me his number.
you think you may have seen him
Yeah.
on the stream before?
yeah, his name I think normally is Franco.
I'll get it to you after.
Okay.
That's what Cooper was just telling me. So decided to change it up a little bit. He's now going by Porker. So got to be a story behind that. But
And he's also sporting the 3 coins gear as well.
I had on the 3-coin hat.
So a little cult following here.
sounds like it.
Randy's the man. No way. And I was like, what? I was like, how do you know Randy?
Shout out to Randy.
He knows about 3-coin though. He saw my hat. He said, that's a cool hat. Randy's the man. And I was like, oh my god, Randy's got some. Randy probably has 0 followers. If Randy had
Porker opening the cutoff, gets 3-bet on the button.
my girlfriend, she's like,
King Queen does come along for the ride and flops top pair here.
I'm telling you,
Slick Rick in a little bit of no man's land here with only backdoor straight opportunities to undercard, so he is going to check this back.
I want to know. I want to know.
It's definitely a board where you could continue small and just sort of YOLO it on any turn card that isn't one like a 5 of clubs. But he disagrees, checks it back, and is going to go for a delayed C-bet here for an overbet sizing as well.
Don't tell me. I want to believe it's something.
So if you can check flop,
Sanitation, no big deal.
have it checked back, and then still check the turn, you probably don't have anything, and I can get ace high to fold, which is sort of the goal here with the queen high. Porker, of course, is not going to be folding, even for the overbet size.
Sons of Anarchy.
8 of diamonds changes nothing here on the end. Porker, a natural check in flow once again.
What's that show where they bought the rental units?
Yeah.
As he has other ideas.
Yeah, he does.
I do know. I'm trying to needle. Yeah, I can tell you how it ended too.
No, it looks like he's already checked, and not Porker all in, but Slick Rick all in here.
Big bet.
This line is pretty weird because Porker blocks top set, and it's really only like ace king here. Again, this is the king of diamonds on the flop as well, not the king of clubs. So this is not a flush draw on that has come in on the turn. So this is a full rainbow board.
Yeah, aces and ace king has got to be really all he's
Carlos, it's from France.
thinking about here.
Yeah, but aces doesn't make a lot of sense to check back because you unblock all of the kings, so you'd like to start building a pot right away. Ace king certainly could make some sense from time to time, or pocket kings, but he blocks both of those. Literally, Porker here is pretty much at the top of his range, unless he's going to let it go though nonetheless, and Slick Rick showing us how it's done. Strong play there from Slick Rick, and very fortunate that Porker lets that hand go.
Ace is full or better, and you get to draw.
Oh yeah.
Ace is full or better?
Yeah.
I know he's had a pretty Slick Rick has had a pretty, you know, kind of not tight image, but just an image as a really solid player at our tables, and maybe, you know, he was able to get that through. But that's ballsy to say the least. Got it through though. Big bet there to start our night off.
Presents that
So
your grandparents are giving.
welcome everybody in. The chips are going to be put in. It looks like tonight, Aaron.
Absolutely right. But I mean, let's think back at it without the knowledge of what the cards are, right? This is check, check, flop. Obviously, the out of position player in the 3-bet pot is going to mostly check, like all the time. And then when he doesn't probe the turn, and by probe I mean the player out of position, sort of being offered the betting lead by the in position better checking back on the flop. When he doesn't take that opportunity to probe bet, it generally caps his range. So the king-queen in Slick Rick's mind really shouldn't be in there. So he's attacking all of the like pocket 9s, pocket 7s. Obviously by the river, pocket 8s would have been a full house, so I'm not going to put those in there. But you know, these sort of middling pairs that are just hoping to get to showdown, or even some like ace highs that are just not going away on the turn for some reason. And, you know, maybe something like ace 4, ace 3 suited that has a wheel draw. Not too sure about those. But in any case, it's a pretty weak range from Slick Rick's perspective. So going for the overbet turn and then jamming river, he's going to get that through a lot. Just the fact that his opponent was able to lay down pretty much exactly top of range there with the king-queen is very, very fortunate for him.
Absolutely. He's definitely not putting him on any sort of king there, but good hand nonetheless. Good start to the night for Slick Rick.
Girlfriend's an ex-husband who like they travel all over the whole world. So
JTN 1968, what's going on, Joel? Says, who's that in the booth with AA Ron?
Yep.
That is my buddy Eric up there in Dallas.
Okay.
Just have her tell
Sir.
you the best places are and just go there. You know, like that.
Welcome to the chat, Hammer.
I didn't do any of it. I was like, okay, we're gonna stay here. We're gonna eat here. All we did was great.
Look forward to a good night tonight. I walked by the stage as I was coming in, and as the table's getting filled, it looks like quite a few guys that we're used to watching on here.
Absolutely.
I loved it.
Wolfgang here going to open the button and no takers in the blind, so he'll just ship the, whatever it is, 35.
Opens the button, but has yet to open this chocolate milk. I just noticed that. I heard you say it earlier, but I'm just noticing it's sitting there on the rail.
He's letting it warm up appropriately before he slams it in one go.
I was always curious why you're not on there.
You slam a cold chocolate milk and you get brain freeze, you know?
Yeah,
So
I got banned, and some guy can get it back, but it'll cost $3 grand, and I don't really feel like paying $3 grand.
all right, I guess we'll find out if the 7 deuce game is on, and it doesn't look like it.
Like online poker and stuff, like too many times.
Yeah.
The Pocket Kings game is on, though, and Wolfgang is going to play it, so we'll raise to 75 here from the cutoff.
Having the guys tell me everything about everything.
Yeah, it's so cool.
It's interesting.
It's almost like being married.
Except they know what they're talking about.
JD makes the call. Porker here makes the call with the sailboats as well. And here we go to a 10-high flop with a 4 bottom set for Porker. This is a relatively draw-heavy board given it's a single-raise pot, so Wolfgang very likely going to be happy to put a lot of chips in here, even if he gets check-raised by Porker.
Perfect.
And indeed, there it is, 375 from Porker. Wolfgang just going to make the call, decides not to go for a 3-bet on the flop. With as many draws and things that there are out there, you can play it as a 3-bet, but oftentimes you will see people just sort of play it like this, give their opponent maximum opportunity to bluff, and if they are behind, then sort of keep the pot as small as possible. 3 of diamonds, not the best card in the world, although Porker would have to have 5-7 suited to have just made the straight here. 1,000 here, pretty much exactly pot size wager. And if Wolfgang calls, stack to pot ratio will be well under 1, somewhere around 75% thereabouts. And Wolfgang lays down the kings here. And that's a pretty incredible fold. I mean, especially given the fact that the texture has really only changed for exactly 5-7. And, I mean, yeah, there's plenty of flopped bottom set, flopped middle set, and some 5-7s in there in that range. But that is a pretty tight fold, and Wolfgang does dodge any further damage.
I like him. 20-2 game in the ninth.
Yeah, very impressive there. I know he got hell for folding those kings a few weeks back, you know, in the wrong situation, but he was able to maybe sniff that out early on in the stream here and get away from, you know, doubling up Poker there.
Actually, you know what? This one didn't. Yeah, I think we need to.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean that's a pretty strong dynamic there too, having folded kings in a big spot a couple of weeks ago, maybe around a month ago now.
Did you try to do it?
That was, you know, sort of a big blunder, and pretty quickly just lets it go this time around too. Doesn't really hem and haw for too long. I mean, that was a good maybe 10-15 seconds in the tank, and then he just lets it go. But there may also be a little bit of a dynamic there between Poker and some of the other players here, right? We saw Slick Rick just go for this massive line against him sort of very early in the stream, not waiting to feel anything out or anything, and so perhaps there's a sense that Poker is a little bit more snug, and if that's the case, then letting that go does make a little bit more sense. Alvin teaches poker in the chat. What's going on, my friend?
30 for a month.
Welcome to the chat. Camera?
Go to the race game. I'm trying to get tickets for Saturday from Carlos.
Yeah, it is the 3rd anniversary here at TCH Dallas. They've got champagne and cake and a bunch of prizes going on out there. So if you're in the area and want to come join us, there's some giveaways going on as well. I already saw one of my co-workers got a big 55-inch TV that he won today. So
wow,
a lot of cool stuff being given away at TCH Dallas.
Fantastic.
Austin's on what, year 5 down there, or?
Oh, longer than that. I remember
so?
At their current location, which hopefully will not be long for the world, as the newest location in the TCH family will be opening before you know it down here. They were open when I first moved to Austin over 6 years ago. So this location has been kicking for quite some time.
Jay.
Michael Irvin.
And they didn't say who
All right, Slick Rick raising pre-flop from the big blind. But Brass Monkey here going to go ahead and take this one down with a bet on the turn. Alvin here in the chat says that Wolfgang was responding to a very specific tell from Poker. Well, all right. Alvin will hold on to that one. He seems to have picked up a tell. It's always an interesting thing if you are able to pick up a tell on one of your opponents, right? It's like sometimes you pick something up and you're not exactly sure if you've got it right or not, and you kind of need, you know, multiple data points to really nail one down. But man, oh man, I'll tell you, if you do manage to get one that is reliable on an opponent that you play with regularly, man, that is like a cheat code.
Yeah, and on a board, like you said, that, you know, the 7-5 really is all that, you know, makes it a big hand right there, other than all the sets. So it's definitely a read. He didn't want to go broke on just one pair there. Sniff something out, and good for Wolfgang. You know, that's a dynamic he probably is seen from that player. So curious to see how that goes as the night goes on between those two.
2023 great.
Poker here facing an aggressive line from Slick Rick once again.
Advocate of like letting other people
This
do
time
their
he'll
jobs.
have the advantage of playing in position as he
Sometimes
does
I like
make
yell
the
at
call.
people
And
to, like, do their job
a
and
little
they
over
don't like that.
$800 in
I
the
think
middle,
they
and he
know
flopped bottom set again.
Hello pocket fours.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Twice for Poker, flopping the bottom set. Slick Rick here with a strong range advantage, but no immediate improvement to his hand.
I see how he plays poker.
Go ahead and see bet small. You see this a lot of the time.
I've been to a soccer game, so.
Somehow you fit right.
And I'm going as Messi. I told you about this, right? For Halloween.
Oh yeah.
I'm going.
Neither
High
player
board.
holds a
Messi
spade
20 years
here,
from
Aaron.
now.
That comes
Sorry,
into
say that
play.
again.
Said neither player's holding a spade here. Curious to see if that comes into play at all.
I think my chances of getting later.
Poker here going to go for the immediate raise, and you don't see this very often.
Have you ever noticed I sit there?
King high board like this, Slick Rick going to have all of the ace kings, and Poker really shouldn't have too many of them, especially button versus small blind. You'd expect ace king to 4-bet at almost 100%. So he's sort of just repping set of fours, set of nines, maybe some king nine suited as his value, and then maybe some combo draw sort of stuff for his bluffs. I mean, you certainly do want to have some raises
You're not going though? You having to cancel?
if you're ever going to bluff your flush draws and sort of gut shots, but I don't know, it seems like a pretty good spot to just call in position and let your opponent barrel on the turn. But he's going to take that one down and wins a sizable pot nonetheless.
Everybody was nice, to be honest with you. I feel bad Mario was on a bad
Jace
run.
Bell in the chat says hi. How you doing there, Jace?
If you're gonna start it, I might as well.
I hate seeing anybody lose a whole bunch.
Yeah, so again, if you hear cheering and commotion going on in the background, that's the celebration for TCH Dallas' 3-year anniversary. I know I actually just heard that they gave away a autographed Michael Irvin football, so there's probably some sports memorabilia and some other stuff. So coming out and join us if you're in the area.
Wow, very cool, man.
Don't win.
All right, another small pocket pair here for Poker.
Just like, please, God. Somebody give me that update where he's like sad. Like, that's all I want to see.
Gonna try to flop bottom set once again, as we've got AJ here taking his spot in the 3 seat, and looking at a raise to 150 on his quarter line. He's going to go ahead and complete here with the king 4.
I kind of didn't mean to, but we're checking out, and he lost like 300,000 that night. And
But cash game, I'm like, if I'm there, I want to win. If I'm not there, I want everybody to still lose. Yeah.
yeah,
Like, I'm thinking, I don't know why. I'm thinking, I want everybody to still lose.
oh my
Gary
God.
flopping for everybody there.
Oh, Carlos was in this as well. I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah.
It was a wrong question to ask. Yeah, he was not happy that I was a dick.
Alvin here dropping some knowledge on us, as 4-4 is majority raise on an ace or king high.
You weren't the only one. A bunch of people.
So you can also raise your 4x, since you're not going to have a lot of straight draws or whatever to bluff with, I presume. Going to need to take some of those bottom pairs. Says 8xx, 4-4 is a much better flat to defend your call. Okay, well, there you have it.
Spanish is fluent.
Pair of 9s for Carlos. Going to be best. I'll get to turn it over.
Y'all suck.
Easy peasy.
Wow. Carlos was the big ones.
I love the small needles we hear. You know, these players play each other all the time, both on stream and off. And JD throws a little needle there saying, Carlos wins the big ones.
It's so gross. Like, if I have action, I'm like, pull from the second I don't have action, I'm like, now I want to lose every turn. To prove it was a good idea not to have action. But, you know.
Oh, she never gave you yours back?
I think she made him.
JT and
Yeah,
Sanda
two clipboards.
hold off on the big pots until he gets back from letting his dog go to the
In the
bathroom.
summer,
But
he like put a package together.
no guarantees there. A lot of chips on the table, so we can't guarantee that.
I tried to get him to come down, and he wouldn't. He's like, no, super confident. She's like, whatever.
That is correct, Jace. This is Texas Card House Dallas.
Scoops everything. He lost 30 tournaments straight, something like this. I think he didn't cash any. I think he played 28 or 29 bullets to cash the euro.
Thank you.
And I was just,
Which I get that. Totally.
and on the side, I'm just like, man, I feel a little bad, but like, get fucked.
So
I told you it was too much.
why not pay it?
JD with a playable hand, gonna open the ace-8 suited and Porker 3 bets
That's the part of
next
it. I
to
told him it was
half.
too much, and then he was like, no, I'm pretty confident. I don't even know if it's enough.
I don't know, he's got a really good point.
Oh my
Everyone
God.
else out of the way, including Carlos on the King Queen O.
In places that, I try not to make it awkward in places that are like that. So like at the lodge, I always just pay.
Like for the package.
Because
That's easier.
I feel like it's just more awkward than.
JD here just gonna get out of the way
Yeah, when you go play for an American, you know, like
before
if you're
seeing a
European,
flop and perhaps getting himself in a cooler type situation. Ace-high board's always nasty when you have a middling kicker.
I don't do anything at TCH. So I'll
Yeah.
always be strict to them because I have this
hard out.
Hard
out.
Yeah, if this isn't a new room I'm going to, I'll always pay those. Like,
Once again, quick reminder that we've got the 250K even bigger one with starting flights kicking off tomorrow, culminating in day 2 this Sunday, October 29th. $300 buy-in, 250K guaranteed in the prize pool. Come on down to TCH Dallas and get in the mix starting tomorrow.
We went down to play with
That's pretty
tell me
sweet.
down there.
That's pretty.
Yeah, they come to my room, they come all my time, they bought me dinner, all of it.
that's a good room.
So that's is on me.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know how
Like,
good that is.
no, he doesn't even like.
That's something I like to pick up on quite a bit at the table. If somebody says, is it on me?
I don't know.
And then they immediately reach for chips, you know, and raise. I tend to catch him with a big hand there. Brass monkey waking up with jacks and says the famous, "It's me."
Yeah, today I'm here, then tomorrow.
I don't know if that's
Yeah.
something anybody else notices, but
No, that one's pretty reliable. It's pretty rare that someone just has like King 4 suited or something there, I would definitely say. I mean, how strong their hand is always up for a little bit of debate when they say that, but I tend to agree with you that I have seen, especially from, I'm not trying to throw shade at Brass Monkey here, but from like an older gentleman in a poker tournament, is it on me? And then they, you know, put in the raise. That one very heavily tilted towards aces, kings, and queens.
yeah, the strength of their hand kind of gets them into deep thought for a minute, and then they lose track of, you know, the action at the table, and then oh yeah, it's on me. Let me hammer this pot real quick.
I don't think it's a good team.
All right, button open here from AJ. Going to get pounced on by Harvey in the big blind.
Could you break this for me? Yes, sir. Thank you. That's fine.
AJ will make the call. Heads up to a flop we go. Harvey with the betting lead out of position.
The Champions one just came about because, you know Eddie from Poker House? He used to run the Poker House. Yeah. He runs their stream now. So he messaged me because Mariano's coming into town in November for like a 100-200 game. He's like, you want to, or a 50, 100, 200, or something like that. He's like, you want to see this? And I'm like, let me get back to you on that. It's still a little bit big for me right now.
Solid flop here for Harvey. Top pair, second kicker, and with 1280 in the middle, he's going to down bet to 275.
Yeah, he did, but I don't want to pull my phone out right here.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I might. What's the day is it? I might.
Yeah.
Board pairing 7 here on the turn.
I'm fine doing like 25-50 and 50-100. If it's 100, if the 200 is a confirmed blind, that means a 400. Yeah, that just starts to
See if
get
Harvey slows it down with a check here. Tries for a bet check bet line. Does look like that's the case.
I wonder who else is in the game. Right. Mariano's action, so usually when he's in the game goes crazy.
Yeah.
Which is fun.
AJ here given the opportunity to take over the betting lead and perhaps get his opponent to fold some high card equity. I bet 900 for half pot.
I got Helmet for about a $30,000 pot.
Yeah.
Down there. I got the rant.
I can't
I got a full rant.
Oh, that's what you hope for, though.
Oh, I did. I was so happy. He's going off on me.
Were you calling in a situation where it wasn't so good, but you hope that if you hit, you get a rent too? Like that's like the extra bonus.
No,
Harvey
well,
is going to make the call. The
I
5 of spades here
was
on
under
the
the gun
end
with
changes
small
nothing.
I
AJ does have
raised,
some
but we were
strong
playing
blockers to the nut straight.
400, and so I raised to 12. Comes around to him, he re-raises me to like 3,200. I had.
So you already know he has a premium.
Yeah, he's got. I mean, he hadn't played shit besides premium. I had pocket sevens, and I put him on ace king, probably the worst hand he's raising with and out of position. I called. But we both had 20,000 ish. He had a little more, and the flop was king 10-7.
AJ checks it back,
Oh yeah.
and
So you tried that. Okay.
it's shown a pair of kings.
I was very happy about it, and obviously.
Nice pot there for Harvey.
He bets like.
Got Anthony Allegra in the chat with a shout out to Slick
Turn
Rick.
was a queen. The flush came in ish, and they gave him or king queen or I put him on ace king. I was hoping he had a king queen. And he checks. I jammed for the rest of my stack, which is only like half pot, and. He gave me the rant before he folded. He shows his ace king. He's doing that. If I had a club, if I like the convenience here. It's like the right amount of. I was just giggling. I was laughing so hard that he stopped the rant because I was enjoying it.
You're in a select.
Unlike in New York, I like that.
People
If I need to take an emergency shit, I can just stop at like Bed Bath and Beyond.
Yeah, and then when he finishes, he goes, "So what do you have?" I said, "Pocket sevens. I'll never fold." And he's like, "Yeah, I didn't think you had that."
I did find New York,
Yeah,
like,
okay.
you know, sometimes you're trying to find like a
It was fun though. I
place to
enjoyed
like
it.
pee. It also happens to be like a place
Brazil
for
dog was
homeless
there.
people.
Like we've got some misreads going around here. JD
No
is gonna
misread
raise it up.
here.
Crazy. And,
No misread here, Aaron.
Yeah, certainly looks like this one
Yeah, Justin
has made it through
Young, the guy
correctly.
plays all the high stakes stuff on Poker Go. Justin,
Did he have a colored hair?
he's got a beard, white hair, older guy.
Yeah, Justin Young. Justin
Yeah.
Young.
JD has got something enough to continue along here. Does make the
Two to my
call,
left. Every
play
time
out
I
of
raised,
position.
he re-raised every time. Didn't matter what I had. And then Sean Deeb would re-raise him, and Sean Deeb got him for like 70,000 while we were sitting there. Where at? And Champions. I ended up breaking dead even in that group. I was very happy.
Yeah, you get all the experience and no loss, no gain. You know? Got a free room.
8 hours.
Small bet here from
Yep.
Porker, and that's going to be enough to take it down.
They've got a great food selection on there.
They had the steak I had was fantastic.
Always the scary ace on a
Did
flop there when you got pocket kings, but
I'd like to take a walk after.
His
What
brother
did you do in New
was
York?
put some money in and took it down.
Yeah, it's definitely something that seems to happen a lot. It does happen a lot, and
He did it in person.
you kind of just have to accept the fact that you're going to see aces a fair bit of the time with with kings and queens, and that your hand is still very likely good, but you just have to navigate the hand differently than you would if you still have an overpair to the board, right? And we all sort of understand that intuitively when we have pocket tens or pocket jacks, and one overcard comes off. You know, we just immediately play the hand differently versus, you know, like a 9-high board or something. But it seems like there's something about having pocket kings and having that one overcard come off that, you know, just kind of scrambles some people's brains. And they either just like completely give up and expect their opponent to have an ace every time, and they just fold their hand face up, sort of disgusted. Or, you know, sometimes people go the other way and just play the kings really, really hard when they're either not going to get a worse hand to call, or their opponent is literally just calling down with an ace and they're loading a pot for no reason. So, looks like AJ here is going to go for the cold 4-bet. Sorry, not cold 4-bet. This is raised from the hijack. For some reason, I thought he was in the blind. But he is going to get this through nonetheless. King high, nice play there from AJ.
Thank you. Adding 2K on. JD's got 2K. Thank you. User.
Maybe I should have flagged.
Instant regret.
Got our first add-on. Looks like JD's going to add another 2K to his stack.
Play were both the main event. And that was 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. Good fold? Main.
He's talking to himself.
Good raise.
No more. I think I've played the main twice, maybe 3 times. Oh no. 2 what? It's exciting, but like the main event is exciting. But like
It starts tomorrow.
it's just
What's that?
next
No,
weekend.
it's gonna be on in a minute. Yeah.
I don't like tournaments anymore.
I'm hoping.
When I was younger, I
only
played
doing the big ones.
some, but like it's been years.
It happens to work out that I can.
I don't want to. I don't want to hardly nuts with 7-8 and crushing me on the
JD
slot.
there echoing a sentiment of many
Get ready.
cash game
I'm afraid
players.
to bank a big tournament. Unless it's like
They
massive,
just
I'll
don't
take
like
it, but if it's
tournaments.
like
They just seem
100K, I
to
feel
drag
like I'll
on
just
forever,
think I'll play
and
better than I actually am, and it's fun.
especially a big tournament like the main event where it goes over multiple days and even weeks. I mean, it's the idea of not being able to or cash out or walk away from the table or whatever whenever you want to is just kind of excruciating to some players.
Tournament guy.
Sounds personal, bro.
There's a very specific guy I know, and if you'll hear this, you know, but he's a good guy. We like him.
You do anything fun lately, Carlos?
Yeah. I had a 3.5 hour. I met Clooney.
George?
Over.
Did you get injured?
No. His wife's an attorney.
Oh, that's fine.
So I
yeah.
went up to New York, had 3 hours, had a 30-minute just me and him and my law partner. I did it for her because she's a big Clooney fan. But had dinner with him for 3 hours. And
Wolfgang here with a whole lot of not much. Just going to go ahead and ditch it immediately, and JD will take it down.
I just know people who know people.
James in the chat says, so much luck needed in tournaments. That's definitely true. I would say that nobody ever won a poker tournament and didn't have a little bit of run good on
You were on
their
the
side.
spot. The way he said it, you were just like.
Passed away a few years ago.
Oh, did you really?
If you told me George, I'd be like, German George?
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in playing some more tournaments as the year goes on and probably into next year. But
And he was right.
just always makes you wonder how many times in a tournament you have to get it in bad, because you're never going to run pure, for 3 days straight. So you're going to have to get your chips in at some point, behind, and hopefully with a lot of outs.
He's dead too, right?
Yeah, there's definitely quite a bit of luck in there, and like you said, a lot of players just don't like the fact that you can't just get up at any time and cash out, and you double up. You don't just get to walk away and cash out. You have to grind and grind and grind. So it's not for the faint of heart, that's for sure.
Very rewarding and exciting if you make a deep run, that is for sure.
God, it is. Yeah, it really is.
And that's one thing that I'll always sort of makes me smile, is when one of those cash players that sort of grumbles about tournaments and I'm never going to do that, or they're boring or whatever. Then they go and they have their first deep run or even win a tournament. They are hooked, man. That guy is going to play every tournament he can after that.
Check.
Ship it.
No, thank you.
Brass Monkey gets to show down the sixes here at the end, wins with effective fourth pair. Sorry, fifth pair. Yeah, one gentleman here in Austin. Shout out to Kevin. He won a tournament, a local tournament, for about 13K, and for a long time had been kind of a, he wasn't like necessarily snooty about it or anything, but it was just like, I've never really played tournaments, and it doesn't really seem like my jam. And I was like, well, you're missing out, and he kind of shrugged it off and didn't really ever seem to be that interested. But yeah, apparently he's been playing a little bit more tournaments here as of late and just got his first big victory. So shout out to Kevin.
How's George looking person?
He is. Here's the deal.
Slick Rick with the big slick here.
I've been in a room with some
on the button.
Neat people. He is the neatest guy I've ever met in my life.
Neatest?
He is smart, articulate. He knows everything. It's for real with him. There's no game. It's not surface. Oh, I got you, right?
When I heard I was thinking more like OCD.
Wolfgang making a dangerous call here with the ace tray. Oh. Gonna invite Carlos along as well with the 10-6, and it's middle pair for Carlos. Got him in the lead. Slick Rick 2 overs and a gut shot to Broadway, though. Does not pull the trigger on this flop against 2 opponents. Checks it back. Carlos turning 2 pair. He's going to go ahead and put a small wager out there and see if he can get called.
Yeah, small enough for Slick Rick to come along with a gutty here.
Hit it.
Wow.
And bink.
Clean living here for Slick Rick as he does make Broadway, and the stone cold nuts here on the end. Small bet from Carlos makes a lot of sense. That is a texture changing card, and if he's going to get paid, it's got to be by a hand that is 1 pair and not too concerned about this river. So I like the small sizing. He is not going to be comfortable when he sees this raise from Slick Rick.
2,000.
Big chunky size here.
JDLS Duke 1-2, Melinda Holden.
Not a JD. There he is. JD short for something?
Yeah.
What?
Joe.
What's the D?
Joe Daddy.
I don't know if you heard that. We'll talk about that comment after the hand. Good fold there. Very good fold there for Carlos.
Yeah, Slick Rick, I mean, I get the idea. He unblocks all of the pairs, so
It's very funny people
very likely
have a good sense of humor.
that Carlos can have a 2-pair combo that's going to be, you know, Queen 10, Queen Jack, Jack 10, something like that, that is going to be
On stream, probably only like
sort of
4 or
hard
5.
pressed to fold. But yeah,
Yeah,
pricing the
JD stands for.
10-6 out of the pot a little bit with that overbet.
Joe Daddy.
Joe Mama.
Said Joe is a long pause.
Yeah, it was Joe, and you like pause, and they went, Joe, what? Joe what?
I've been watching JD play cards on the stream here for going on 3 years now, and I never knew that JD stood for Joe Daddy, but that's what he's telling the table right now, that the J was Joe, and he said, well, what's the D stand for? He said Daddy.
As soon as I asked the question.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice, JD. Back to that tournament comment we were making there. Mo the Cat brought up something about Jamie Gold running pure, and I do remember watching that. And that's probably not the norm, but he did run about as pure as you could possibly run in the biggest tournament of them all.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a different time as well. I think it's important to remember the quality of players that he was able to bully, right? And you can see that with the run that Kui Wen had, and even Moneymaker, right? A lot of the chips and the pots that they won, they were just straight up bullying people.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that they didn't run super pure in the all-in hands either. Like, that definitely happened. And there were some super savage runouts for all of those players in terms of keeping them alive. But back then, it was just like pure aggression would make it so far for you. Like, and those guys just had it, right? Just unbridled aggression. They would just run you over if you didn't stand up to them.
When are y'all getting married? June 24th. Oh wow.
Oh, you picked today. Okay.
These days, of course, you try to push everybody around, and you know, half the field by the time you get into the money is GTOs, solver studiers and stuff, and they're gonna look you up, and you're gonna dust the chips off pretty quick unless you indeed run super pure from sort of wire to wire.
Absolutely.
I did this week.
Is honeymoon in Vegas? That was
I wish you would have. I wish you would have.
First week
About
of
maybe a
July.
little bit. Usually
Maybe
it's the first
checking,
of
but-
July.
Yeah, July 4th.
the honeymoon of convenience.
I should have checked. That was my bad.
Not for your first marriage.
No, we're not going to Vegas.
5 scared me.
Go straight from the honeymoon to Vegas, obviously.
Yeah. They're getting married in Vegas.
I said they go honeymoon in Vegas, and then just like, you can send her to the spot.
Have you played them in before?
I tried to get him in.
Wolfgang folding ace jack on the button here.
We would have won it, yeah. For sure.
Rick's opening the hijack. A little bit confused about that one. Another ace jack.
Another
goes
ace
into the
jack, yeah. Might be one of our little glitches we have every now and then with the card readers, but
Killing it. It's a good number.
it was weird seeing one ace jack go, but seeing two of them, a little strange there. But
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. I mean, usually those misreads pop up when one of the cards doesn't really show up on the screen in the graphics, but yeah.
Would have been fun.
In any case, we've got top pair king kicker here for AJ, and yeah, checking flop, checking turn. Yeah, maybe some of this doesn't really make a lot of sense, but we'll go ahead and run with it as it is. JD gonna go ahead and put a bet out there, 400.
It's usually like when you stake and you also offer.
Slick Rick makes the call. And back over to AJ here. He does have the king 10. He's been playing it a little bit tricky.
Do whatever you want to do.
Figure it out.
Wolfgang, I was watching.
Indeed, he's going to come in for the check raise.
What was the last stream? The peak stream?
Oh yeah, you gonna throw out that one big hand?
With Elijah?
Yeah.
No, it was just funny because last time the three of us played together, you were like giving him a hard time about recording after you beat him in a big pot. And then he
still a good chunk of equity here for Slick Rick with the
you call, and I just immediately
single pair and a flush draw.
He's on a stream. I'm not gonna film him. Like,
no, of course.
What kind of rule is that? He's like, yeah, please don't put my face in it. I'm like, no, I'm putting your face in. I tagged him in with the short came out today from that, and it's gonna go super viral. That's just such a good hand. And I tagged him.
Because he has some juice and eight tilted.
Yeah.
Big pot.
Yeah.
That was great.
Because he bluffed in his spot that like no one would ever bluff. No. And all the comments are like, you don't understand the 7-deuce game because they're all like high school
Slick
kids.
Rick makes the call.
They're like, why would you go on this? Why would you call
Rick's the river.
7-deuce?
So do you go on after the turn?
It was a 4-bet pot 3. I had aces, he had 7-deuce. The flop, I bet he calls. It was like all like low-ish cards, I think. The turn comes a jack. I check, he checks. The river, I overbet 3K into like 2,500, and he ships it for 50, not much more, $2,200 more over my thing. And I have aces. And it's a spot though that like no one's bluffing.
Check,
so I'm
check.
like, okay, let me just think about it for a second. And then I call, and he's like, you're good. And I'm like, what?
That's a good feeling.
He's like, how come you didn't fold?
That's a Venom move right there.
He's like, you're giving me 6 to
You're a king 10 offsuit, turn, you shove it taco, and he has like the...
Then 15 minutes later, they have the stream on in the room, so I walk out there and everyone's watching the hand, they're like, why did you shove? I bet 3K into 2, and then he shoves for like 5.
Yeah. It's just, dude, here's the thing. Say you bet 1,500 trying to get value, and then he shoves. You're kind of, you may fold that one. Yeah. But you overbet. So makes more sense.
Oh, we got you.
The thing is, it works if I have like 4 or 5. Not
he has a 2K. So I'm gonna skip you one.
Waiting on stream?
So you're still on.
You'll have to ask him yourself, James.
Yeah, he may watch the stream, James, and check out the comments, so maybe he'll see that. You'll have to ask him yourself. Not sure the hand he's talking about. Or maybe it's one of his vlog hands. I know he started out mentioning it was an aces versus 7-deuce hand, but not familiar with how that played out.
Pretty stuck in that game.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, our final player here taking their seat in the 4 seat. We'll have full table action here for the next hand.
Were you watching that stream live, or did you just rewatch it?
No, I just
Howdy, Jedi.
I saw that was crazy.
If anybody's interested in playing on the TCH live stream down in Austin, go ahead and click the link that Streamlabs just posted there in the chat. You should also be able to find the sign-up link for Dallas and probably even Houston in there as well. But if you're particularly interested in playing on this show or any other TCH Live Dallas stream, go ahead and reach out directly to Mallory. Phone number, email, and QR code on the screen right there. She'll help get you in the lineup for a future date.
Not fun.
If I played with him for like 2 hours, I would snap play.
Denver J,
Yeah,
1, 2,
It was good that I didn't know.
Yeah.
Like if I knew how
Venom
to
here going to play his
like
first
3-4
hand
suited and 3-5
as a
suited.
3-bet,
Yeah.
10-8 of diamonds, getting after it
Yeah,
immediately.
Liquor Store Danny did this to like some pro.
A dominated position against AJ, who will make the call. Go heads up
Well, he didn't know.
to
He
flop.
didn't know anything about standing. It was probably like ace king.
It's another reason to change the spell.
Even though you're sounds like top, I mean, it'd be a reasonable call.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's just, this is the shove-in position by Danny.
Quite the flop it is here. Up and down, straight draw, backdoor flush draw for Venom. Middle pair, backdoor, straight flush opportunities for
Everybody's gonna
AJ.
hear Franco's hot takes.
No, I'm trying to
They're gonna clip it.
today,
They're gonna
so
clip
I'm
it.
quiet.
You already talked about shitting in the street, I think.
I mean, that's not controversial, bro. You can act better than that, but you're not.
I don't think your mic's like gonna pick up that well anyway.
Denver
I did on
1, 2,
purpose.
calling the holder.
Oh, so they're gonna come fix it for you. They're like, oh yeah,
Check call 2 1/4 for AJ.
content and clicks.
I have a mouth that would not survive in prison for probably over.
Ace peels off. Pretty good card here for Venom to continue betting, and he does.
The main event, the day one.
Takes it down.
What day of the week is it?
Yeah, it definitely was. Didn't get any additional equity with his actual holding, but it was definitely better for his range there. And welcome to the table, Mr. Benham.
And then day 2, Sunday, day 3, Monday.
Very well played hand.
Is that, but then they also have an $1,100 one, right? Is that before that?
So you were good for work?
Venom's a really fun guy to play with at the table. He's always got a smile on his face and very humble guy, but somebody that's been playing quite a bit, and I've personally seen his game improve a ton as he's playing these bigger stakes now. So good to see him back on our stream here.
You don't have any away game that weekend, Harvey?
He's the one that usually sports the 3-coin hat, right?
Luckily not.
He is. He looks like he just woke up tonight, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
So if you lose one of them, then you would.
But he's here, he made it, and he's here to gamble. So
Get the team together and be like,
yeah, he
money on the
sits
line.
a lot of times over in
Tournament
that
I
9
won
seat.
last
But
year, I will not be able to play if we lose.
We'll see bet and take it here for AJ. And number 26 in the books as we reach just about the 7 o'clock hour, 1 hour into the program. And another reminder that down in Houston, in just about a week, we've got the kickoff of the Turkey Shootout. 300K in guarantees across a variety of tournaments, $200, $300, and $300 buy-ins. Go ahead and check it out, texascardhouse.com/Houston for more information.
yeah, pretty cool. Looks like 25K guaranteed for first on 2 of those, and the other one's a mystery bounty tournament. So little different setups to them all, but pretty small buy-ins with a high payout there. Guaranteed 25K at least for 2 of them in a mystery bounty, which is always fun.
Rangers like 6 years ago.
I fell asleep by then, I think.
4 or 5 years. And he just quit last year.
Can't believe we're already getting to that turkey time here, Aaron.
Remote type job.
Yeah, man, this year has flown by. It is definitely
Stuff, but he was just never home. And like
pumpkin spice season, and we'll soon be Christmas jingles on the radio and all that. So
with the Rangers at all. He's like the only way I have a regret.
I didn't peg you for a pumpkin spice guy.
Right now he's freaking.
I am not personally a pumpkin spice guy, but I have definitely seen it advertised in just about every place I walk into.
The girlfriend described it like an ex.
Here's a fun flop.
You want them to do well. So just not too well right after you break.
Yeah, it's like a girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you don't want your girlfriend to go out with George Clooney right after you break up. And he's kind of like, okay, I get it.
But then when you go on dates, you'd be like, the girl I just broke up with, she's pulling George Clooney.
It's kind of game I got.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Jason Momoa? Yeah. That's my.
You should find out why. You should find out what's going on here.
Yeah, this is the way I roll.
Yeah. So he's not having the best time right now.
The better would be I just broke up with, I don't know, Jessica Alba. Yeah, I broke up with her.
It's like the Pete Davidson effect. Now,
Yeah.
now
Not every hot girl wants to date.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's also hilarious, probably. So.
Decent price here for Slick Rick, but he's out of position, and if he does improve with a 9, it's going to be hard to get paid. Ace could slow down his action as well, and can't be sure if a king or a queen is actually good, so tough to play his hand here if he does decide to continue.
There's a meme out there that says if Pete Davidson can date Kim Kardashian, you can get into law school.
That's pretty good.
I mean, I'll expect. Maybe she's just hitting the factory recently. Yeah. She's like tired of dating these like athletes that they get married and divorce. So she's like, I'm gonna date this scrawny white dude.
And wisely does decide to let it go. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of players just kind of get married to their nut draws there,
right,
and feel compelled to continue because it's like, oh, this is a pretty reasonable price. Like, yeah, it's not spot on, but if I hit, you know, what are my implied odds and whatever. And that's kind of the factor there that you need to keep in mind, that your implied odds are actually pretty bad if you do improve. Like, your opponent is either checking back a lot of the time if you check, and if you just suddenly lead out when the texture changes that dramatically, they might just get away from whatever they're holding. So kind of a lose-lose.
I was curious to see how that hand would have played out had Venom checked that flop, because JD would have ended up with a ace high flush draw there on the turn, but definitely changed the dynamic there. But looks like we got something else brewing here, Aaron.
But what was weird is I asked him how he knew Randy, and he gave me a
number 1 for
very
Venom always feels good.
It
Gets called in 2 spots.
It's like, yeah, you know, just from like around, you know, Randy's a guy.
That is a good flop for aces.
Does he know Randy? I'm like, I have no idea.
Yeah. Proves from the jacks to the ones. Back-to-back hands.
It's very vague. It's kind of sus.
Maybe you found Randy's dealer.
Maybe.
How do you know Randy? Oh yeah, I don't know. We did some business for a couple years.
I don't want to say too much. I don't want to get canceled.
Check calls the flop with his 2 red 5s, and now tickles the pot for 200
Start with that. Is that your first question?
on this 8 of diamonds turn. A little bit curious. Venom quickly puts in the raise.
See what he's.
And AJ goes nowhere. All the draws brick out.
You go anywhere in Fort Worth and tell them you know Brian. They're gonna be like,
you know one out there?
Fort Worth's my spot.
Yeah.
He's a Fort Worth famous, buddy. Fort Worth famous.
What's that really good steakhouse?
Venom goes for thick value here.
There's a line.
Nearly full pot.
Del Frisco's used to be good. It's terrible. I like Capital. I love B&B.
I went there once. It's great.
The sides. I think most people can make a great steak, like especially around here. But the side, they have a corn souffle. Oh my god, it's so good. It's like it's got jalapenos in it with like the strips. It's just fantastic. My mouth's watering thinking about it. So
AJ here is a non-believer.
You've been to Italy?
Make the call and get
They went to
shown
Florence and like, oh, no more steaks, blah blah blah.
I'm out of here.
Yeah. And I'm like, 17. Yeah, well, they're known for this real thick steak, and I'm like,
nice juicy pot there, over 5K for Venom. He's going to chip up to 8,000 in the stack, and that'll be the new high water mark for the table.
Heading on 1K.
And that's what we charge a lot for. Is when we get the
not
beef.
Seinfeld. That's what Seinfeld.
Yeah. And I'm like 5 minutes away from where they kill the cow.
It's
So
like you can't have a hat every fucking time.
I want to order the pasta. Thank you.
I fluffed the set last time.
I'm surprised there's no video.
That's kind of funny. It goes back to what Flo Hold'em's saying in the chat, that Venom has such a great image. It always seems like a bluff, but sometimes he has it. And back-to-back hands, he's had it. And he gets looked up there by AJ with just a pair of 5s. It's paid off.
I think we had pizza twice in 10 days.
25 we go.
It's kind of weird.
Honestly, when I studied abroad for a year, I had better pizza in like Germany.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't have the largest sample size, but I had better pizza in Germany than Italy. The pasta though in Italy was
Very first time I met
so
Seinfeld was the first time ever playing here in 2-5. I should have known how he was going to be based on just like the one hand.
Pizza, pocket. And it's a recipe from they had for like 300 years. Since how they used to like on the dogs, it's like a calzone, but it's fried and the crust is a little different. And it had like cottage cheese and sausage in it. A mouthful of it. It was.
One of us
I kept trying to find the place. We went, hey, we need to go back to this place.
Everybody whiffing this flop and turn.
Basically, we both have like middle door, back door, flush draw, back door, straight draw. We get
Go to the river, see if anybody connects.
turn, he turns it straight. I have 2 pairs now. I call River like puts the
King high is good. Benham running good. He's going to put out a little bit of better here.
It's him with the Masters. I'm like, I'm actually going to the Masters this year. I'm like, I'm going to find this.
And take it down with King high.
Yeah,
3 hands in a row for Mr. Benham.
No, I don't edit show.
Not a bad percentage there, Aaron. He's played 5 hands and he's 3 for 5.
Yeah, feels pretty good.
And I thought he was pretty solid.
Hot start, never hurt anybody.
Flo Hold'em saying that Benham 4-bet bluffed him 3 times last night with the angry emoji. Well, that can't feel too good, but I'm sure you'll have plenty of opportunities to get back at him.
And they make these like amazing sandwiches.
Yeah.
With like fresh mozzarella, and they slice it, and they stick it on, they smash it together.
Yeah, sometimes it goes that way where someone's got your number, and oftentimes it is just sort of a product of the cards, but sometimes they just kind of pick on you and keep getting it through. That is a feeling that I know.
He's playing for the body. He just shows up with King 3 off.
A couple of dusty hands going up against each other here.
Mexicans are one. Mexican at time I could eat almost everything.
Like, we get sick of some like Austrian Daniel was so nutted. He had ace king off on ace high.
I like Thai, but I couldn't eat it.
But not every takes so long.
But what could you eat every?
I mean,
I could have a cheeseburger.
he's just feeling it. And number 4 in a row.
I could go to this place called
To be fair, like
And he is suddenly up 4.3K in just a matter of minutes, so that'll show you how this game can be played here, guys and gals.
It's got the same 4 ingredients, some protein, some flour tortilla of some sort.
I got to get these guys out there to stop talking about food, Aaron, because they're just really making me hungry here in the booth.
I can eat fajitas,
every other
Yeah, I've been trying not to think too much about it. I'm sure in another hour or 2, my stomach will start grumbling as well. But
I would do it.
Yeah, they've moved from pizza or steak, big steak in Fort Worth, to pizza and pasta in Italy, and now they're talking about Thai food. So I'm like, they're triggering all those, different flavors in my brain here. Not doing me too hot.
But that's not an ethnicity. It's sort of a no, but not really.
No.
Harvey here makes the call. And
I think like that's
both
though.
players
Like,
breaking this one.
I could eat if I had to. Like I could make this one work for like a month.
Harvey here. I go ahead and take the opportunity given to him to bet and take this one away, and that's exactly how it will go.
All right, you're gonna get my. I'm gonna have to win 1 pot for me sometime tonight. Thank you. Trying to help your college fund, your marriage fund out here.
You're the newlywed.
Marriage fund is enter the Showdown.
How many guests are you gonna have? How many guests are you gonna have at your wedding?
We're gonna have like 100.
Now sounds like Harvey's going to be a married man soon.
Yeah, we don't get
Table's talking about good for him.
If y'all give me enough money tonight, y'all will.
Book it.
Have you done the count to figure out how much per guest you're spending, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Harvey's telling the guys if they give him enough money, they'll be invited to the wedding.
Exactly. Let me hear plus one.
Nice.
Harvey won't know I'm showing up.
Who's that?
Don't worry about it.
Does the father or the bride still pay for weddings? Is that still a thing?
He's helping that. 450?
450.
He's okay, bro.
Overall, no.
My son got
Gonna
married
keep at the
6 weeks
sixes
ago.
here.
He's helping a lot, though. He's been doing
Not surprised at all. Not surprised at all.
Thing for you to say
On the stream, yeah, on the other thing.
I didn't have to do all of it.
Huh?
I didn't have to do all of it.
And he'll just
Still
take
nice
it down.
And I'll be honest, they did a great job of managing the funds. I was very surprised. The wedding was great.
Your son was married?
Mine. My oldest got married. He's 27, yeah.
Sweet. Here?
Houston.
Must have when you were like 11.
Yeah, I was maybe 8.
8?
I mean, it was 30, yeah, 8. I was 8, yeah.
Getting out there.
You know, I was a man at 8. So.
Yeah.
I've been telling Harvey
Pulling
to
the
get into
ladies.
prenup, but he doesn't want to get into that.
Plan for success and disaster.
Congratulations to our winner, Richard Springer, Brian. We're out of time.
Normally when you get advice from people at the poker table, I feel like you kind of just let it go over your head, but I'm not saying I agree or disagree with what they're saying, but this is a special table. I feel like
Well, Carlos is a lawyer.
Carlos is a lawyer. He's
Get him open for a raise. JD waking up with the ones, and he's going to rebet here, and Carlos is going to come along.
If your lawyer and your mentor are telling you,
you're going to get one eventually.
What you
yeah,
expect?
no, it's a.
Not saying divorce is incredible. Like, you think you would have an edge in divorce?
I know. I heard.
A little gutty here for Carlos. Spade in sight, but no heart for JD
I know a
either.
lady who started an engineering firm and made $1 bazillion, and she's the reverse on the
Yeah,
previous
small
two.
size here from
What do I do
JD.
with this? But
Can get called by worse, but definitely a challenging board to both get value from and not get yourself in a sticky situation on later streets, as many cards can change this texture a lot. Carlos makes the call, checks again.
Yeah, check's dark. I wonder what that signals to JD here.
makes no sense.
You didn't do anything with it. Now getting half of what
Yeah, it's always a little curious, but I like his decision to continue here for half pot.
Hundreds of that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. So, girlfriend, we're older. She's first thing we start getting serious. She goes, "Yeah, I want a prenup." First thing she says, "You're like you're yeah." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, this is going the right direction."
But then you play hard to get. You kind of like, I don't know, like I'm gonna think about it. And then you're like, sure, I'll make you happy.
Mind if I want her credit report real quick?
Carlos reaching for chips here. Almost looks like he's
What's up?
lining up a check raise.
I don't even really know what that means.
Pull her credit, like see what her credit score is.
Oh, I mean, we're both 21, so I don't know.
First marriage, I was 19 and had no idea that I inherited like $25,000 in debt, which at the time was staggering.
Yeah, at the time.
What? I owe how much on credit cards?
That's like a house.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
She got pregnant, and the next thing, back then you get married, so
yeah,
that's how that happens. That's how I
no,
get a
how
kid
did you
married.
how'd you get the debt?
Yeah, she had credit cards.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Like 5 credit cards
No,
with
yeah,
$5 grand on
she
each
has
credit
no,
card.
She has no debt. Yeah, I do know that.
I thought I knew it too.
JD makes the call, 1,000 more.
Go to what's the website?
He's trying to get married. I feel like
Pretty brickish river here. Jack of clubs doesn't interact with this board at all.
No, she doesn't have debt.
Carlos gonna rip it all in though, 2.1K quickly across the line, and JD is like, what is going on here? But he can't fold aces.
He's not folding aces.
Gonna take this one down. I like the heart there from Carlos, but yeah, just a little bit too suspicious for JD to go folding a hand as strong as
Could have really
aces.
tanked for 20 seconds.
He's right.
Yeah, a lot of hands he can probably get to fold there. That's just not one of them. And good thing about cash games, though, and unlike tournaments, you can buy right back in.
That'd be a good stat to track. Just like the correct history and like the time it takes for you.
I mean, beefcake compared to most of us.
In tough spots, I guess.
They already checked it. You know what they said?
How long did that one run?
12 years.
Think long, think wrong.
Think long, think wrong.
Well, I did not have to try it, and that only cost me $3 million. So, yeah, that was fun.
I taught Martin a new saying last night. I told him, he said something about playing tight. I was like, yeah, Martin, I looked at him.
her and her boyfriend
Play
off.
tight, you play all night. And he just fucking lost his shirt laughing. He goes, that's fucking hilarious. That's awesome. And then somebody's like, oh, it's a comment. I was like, Steven started telling like, oh, it's a comment. I was like, see, it's not fucking comment. I came up with that, Martin. I just came up with that right now off the top of my head.
That's hilarious.
He never heard it before somehow.
I mean, even if you haven't heard from it, it's like, is it really that hilarious?
He just hit him right.
I just saw ace-5 suited go in the muck.
I was like, I don't know if it rhymes in Slovak.
But,
He goes, no, it doesn't.
7 years.
I've been ace-5 off spreads. But in any case, we are going to go what looks like 4 ways to a flop.
Multiple times. So.
Just 3.
Super weird.
Bottom pair for Carlos
I have a very nice
is the
fiancé.
quote-unquote best hand. Venom here with up and down straight draw back to a flush draw. Has the majority of the equity.
But yeah, got all that already hashed out.
All 3 players will see a turn.
Yes. And this one's super hard.
And what a turn it is for the 6-5 of spades.
Yeah, what a turn. Wow.
Better off than mine. What's his name? No, we got one day.
Interested to see how he plays this.
No, what's your fiance?
Oh, I think he said his name. Yeah.
It is.
Oh. Yeah, Lauren. See, at least mine's not Corey.
Oh, shit.
He was better compare notes.
Harvey can handle it. Look how cute he is. I want to see a picture of this Corey chick.
You can see a picture of it.
Text it to me. That way I'll have it.
AJ here reluctantly folds, but it's good that he did because he was drawing dead. Venom will drag another pot. The man is running hot.
Yeah, sure. Benham was just hoping, he had some sort of a single pair holding or a draw that he could get, him to call one more street. But unfortunately, he had all of it. Nothing AJ could do there, but lay it down.
Do you sleep with it too?
It's mainly for sleep training.
What did it say for you today? You, it gives you like a readiness score?
Yeah.
You ready to go today?
53 strips.
Yeah?
Yeah, I feel good.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man.
We feel
He
bad
is
when
ready.
you feel good.
Usually you play worse though when you feel
It's like the opposite, huh?
Every time
Bobby Filet in the chat says LFG.
I'm hoping I'm looking at it.
Who you rooting for there, Bobby?
You're not folding, let's be honest.
Yeah, you're really right. I'm going to play for a good flop. Let's see what happens.
Pray for the best, hope for the worst.
But the ace, king, queen out there.
Ace
Queen.
Ace, king, queen, okay.
You see the king queen one?
I think it's more.
What do you think turn frequency and sizing should be if I want to go like one sizing strategy?
Venom here still with the best of it on ace king, checks it back. No change here on the
I feel
turn.
like I was going to, dude. But it's like, I hate when I call and say 7, but I can't even call it when I say what was SPR like?
Yeah, Venom will put a little bet out there, see if he can get called by a naked ace, perhaps, such as Wolfgang has.
How old are you?
Well, what do you think check?
But that is not the case.
31.
Okay.
Killing it.
Now the table's taking a little notice here.
I have literally
Venom's good run early.
I would like to have deuces on that.
That's perfect straddle range.
That was my straw range, but it was not what I
Y'all are actually premature. You can go to 50 if you
No,
want.
I don't think it works. It's like, I guess you handle it better when you get used to it.
You got me fun. You know I'm calling here.
Just sometimes I'll play like, I could probably
was
play like
folding
1-2
it
at like the random game, and I'll start getting the same like nervousness. Just feel
I
like
did
I
have a
play
hand.
like getting.
This is Texas Card House in Dallas, Bobby.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good.
I had the worst.
Like I'll run it 3 times.
I saw your video on YouTube that I was into the 90s game.
Like 25.
Yeah. And somebody had commented that
$50 straddle on here, AJ, first
I
time.
would take an equity.
I actually was gonna comment and
You were with a hand you were bluffing with the best hand, right?
Yeah.
I was trying to get one through on you, and I'm like, this should work. You just fucking go for it. I'm like, fuck me. Like, let me bluff one time.
I'm gonna get this back.
You had the ace of hearts or something.
Yeah,
It makes sense.
it made sense, yeah.
I'm just like, just call and then I can bluff river and you fold or something.
Raise it up 225. I know you just want to win. It doesn't matter.
You don't want to step 2 lines.
Nice hand here.
It's getting the hand too.
You have any family on here?
See if we can't get a good action flop and not a 3-3-4.
Stain on this.
Three of the best in the first.
That's not the best.
Okay. Okay.
270.
Where'd you go to high school? I live next to JJ Pierce. And every time I drive by, it's like, that's where Jessica Simpson went.
That's where I used to practice.
Nobody gonna peel with the overcards,
Is that where you practice?
and Brass Monkey will take that one.
Yeah.
I think it's on me.
It's on you. Okay.
That feels so
Thank you.
hard. There was
It's nice having him there.
him and I played for like the same club, so.
Also, my last video
Still
from
want to take the
TCH.
four.
Yeah, and that was the one where, remember we had the straight up on the board? You like overbet the turn like 1200, and then the river gave you a straight. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, I got lucky at that.
That was
Oh, you did?
Played against the
This is stupid. Play overbets on a 4-9.
I know what you said? Yeah. I was saying stuff like I got so unlucky because I was going to win that little streak came out. I was texting his residency program. He was like older than me, but.
Brass Monkey not interested in set mining there with his threes.
I had king, queen, and he had like 12.
AJ's going to make the call here with a 10-7.
Is it weird when you're
It was like queen, jack, 10.
playing against somebody as a kid because you like develop this like rivalry? You're like,
So I came to straight and not straight.
but then you like, get to like different levels and you're like now things on your team and stuff.
C-bet and probably take it down here.
Cool. Like, you know,
Yeah,
go
and
through
the
that
river
phase
went
of
both
like,
the straight, and I just had to chop it. We chopped it. That's fun.
$3 chips for our birthday if you guys can get any.
$3 share.
cool.
Right?
Yeah, right. For the low price of
I feel like they don't cost $3
right here.
I know.
Look, counterfeit as fuck.
Yeah. Do you guys want any? You want one?
Sure.
Okay.
How much does it
Well,
cost?
it's gonna come this way because I don't know if I can do it.
How much does it cost?
$3.
No truck, no market?
So essentially everyone that they sell, they make $3 because it's like a collectible. Yeah, nobody's gonna. Right?
Oh, that's smart.
Anybody else want
That's
one?
really smart.
Yeah.
I like
I'll
that.
get you one
All right,
too.
celebrate our thing, but I'm
Give me one.
Well, card protectors, I guess it is.
Yeah, they're giving away a 3-year anniversary,
I really was, and I got
I guess $3 chips is what it's a chip that says 3 on it for the 3-year anniversary here for TCH Dallas.
Oh, nice. Okay.
But she's so sweet, it's hard not to.
It's like they don't play.
Try to catch
I
it
just
out
want to
later.
play him.
Just be like, yeah, give me a rack of them. And then like, they're like, well, those have no catch values.
It's like, you can tip with them and that's it.
Yeah, I want to bet these both get it back after the card.
These certainly are a play at 1-2. Yeah.
6-5 here picks up a pair on the turn. Is now the best hand.
How would they put a
Brass
$3
Monkey.
chip in circulation? They're like, for real.
Yeah, that's true.
They pay in the ass for the cashier.
Randy's game is a $10 chip.
Appreciate
Yeah, pretty sure those little commemorative tokens don't have any monetary value there.
Does anybody know what who's
They're not
favored in the World
not
Series?
starting out with a $3 chip for sure.
I'm sure somebody's already done that.
favored.
Got to start a 3-6 limit game
Right.
to make them popular.
It would be very difficult for the cage cashiers there to have to deal with those additional chips. Yeah, it's just a commemorative coin for the 3-year anniversary.
You got that? No. I wasn't. I just got excited about this.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm gonna save that.
Thank you very much.
Well, let me get the handout.
Just made $1.
Thank you.
She gave our tips to the Wolfgang.
That's how we do it. I just made $1. Just made $1.
Looks like all the other chips count.
It's just really special to me, so I don't want anything to happen.
Only one.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
Well, correction. Those chips have monetary value. $3.
Alrighty.
Everybody, yeah, add 3 to
Not sure how many are going to be in circulation, but they do have value.
Okay. I guess, yeah, I mean, if they show up, then, you know, cashiers will know what they look like
Is
and
there game 7 tonight or?
proceed accordingly, but presume most people
Are you
are
the
just
Razorback
going
fans here right
to
now?
hold on to those as souvenirs.
Diamondback? Yeah,
Wait,
that's
so I
all
was
right.
gonna
Sorry.
Arkansas?
Arkansas.
It'll make it kind of tough to use one as a card protector too, because if you have it on the table and you get stacked, that one's going to count. So if you wanted to keep it, you'll have to pony up another $3 out of your
I always want to
wallet.
say Razorbacks, and then I see their like logo, like the A, and I'm like, oh, the dime, and I feel like it reminds me.
Maybe that's why you think it, because A is kind of like Arkansas.
Maybe.
It's your brain.
Maybe. But yeah, to remember the name, I have to think of the logo first.
They Game 7? Yankees went to Game 7 each because it was epic on both ends.
You see, I think.
Or reach your shadow if you want.
What's his name?
Stand your ground,
Garcia
young man.
needs one more
You have a family to think about now.
postseason RBIs.
That guy's unbelievable.
I love it when you're booing your guy solid and
224 of you guys joining us tonight so far on the stream. We're on hand number 40.
Actually, we didn't have then.
I think they said like in 5 bats he had 12 RBIs.
So far, Aaron, we have not had a 7-deuce game going or a nit button game.
Yeah, that is a little bit unusual for this stream, but seemingly the player is not needing any additional action drivers.
Next thing I know, he's going off for 50.
High-level competitors.
Yeah, don't believe
it's not the same thing as that's still like me.
Yeah.
Venom makes it
They're good.
275 to go. Porker
Either the source picture or the printing.
is going to make the call. He'll get to play this one in position.
Looks sharp.
It'll pair
I think it's just the black
for
and white
Venom.
image. Down here, there's a little bleeding.
All things considered, not the worst flop in the world. A lot of sort of connected Broadway sorts of holdings in Porker's range. Of course, there are going to be some of these middling pairs as well. And those are going nowhere.
We paid for yours. You're like, you know.
Porker will just play it as a call in position here with the overpair and banks a set on the turn.
He's not going to need it.
See?
Venom slows down.
Yeah.
Took me a second, Brian.
Fortunate for him there.
Yeah, one of those situations where when his opponent sort of sticks around showing interest in the pot, it's unlikely that they are just sitting on some naked high card equity. And even if they are, he'd rather not sort of build a pot out of position. Just give him a free card and sort of take it from there. But Porker bets 900. Gets very nearly full pot, and Venom wastes no time in making the call.
Yeah, you can get the outfield for.
So full house here on the river. Porker.
And the cheapest I could find was about 900.
Pot ratio 1.3.
Most expensive is like 6,000.
I think I'm gonna wait to text my friend.
Top pose.
Just give him a few days and then be like, okay.
No, you got to be one first. That's why I'm asking Carlos now. Before he gives it up.
My next door neighbor has season tickets.
There we go. The 4 of us are in. Love it.
That's when you find out how good of a neighbor they are.
Did
they take the resale value or did they give it to a...
All right, we got runners on. We want Arizona over there.
Yeah, we do.
Full pot 3K here from Porker, and it looks like Venom snap called.
He did indeed snap call. Wow.
Giving Porker credit for a big bluff there, some sort of missed straight or flush.
Flush draw maybe. Wow, just a snap. Big hand there for Porker.
Oh, just
Yeah, just like that. Porker now the biggest stack at the table, over 11,000 in front of that man.
It is a virtue. Poker.
Yeah, I know sometimes you start running good real early and you get a little confident.
Got your aces.
He went with his gut there, but unfortunately for him, he was, behind the whole way and paid it off. JD's got the 50 on.
I can't see that top of the first.
Yeah, top one.
Right on.
They thought they should bring their reliever in.
See the cards. My favorite was the game I went to for the Rangers. That our starting pitcher lasted 10 pitches.
You got to mash him in there, though.
That's pretty much what happened to the Astros, right?
Yeah. I got home right at about 7:15, and I was like, "Holy shit, it's 3-0. What happened? The picture's gone." I had to rewind.
Did you figure out what happened? They crossed home plate 3 times, right?
Hit it.
Yeah. They didn't just give
Carlos
us
in
the run.
position
They just
here with
didn't
king
start
queen
with a
suited.
3-0.
He'll flop
We're gonna let
top
y'all
pair and a
start
gut
3-0.
shot. Venom here.
That's when you
Okay.
know you suck.
You should make some content where you like one of those guys who's, like,
Challenging
tries to
spot
break
to
into
operate
the
from.
World
He
Series.
is just going to
Like
check and
yeah.
instantly give it
I
up.
snuck into some pretty high-profile events before.
Oh, see?
I've kind of given it up recently.
Now's the time. It's right here.
He's not a guy, bad idea there. Because it's
Put
right
it on
here.
your
It's
TikTok.
very, it's
All right,
very
Venom,
doable.
give me some action.
It's a lot easier than you think.
I don't know if you make it into that one.
The World Series?
Yeah.
I should try.
You should try. It'd be
I
cool.
bet
I'd
you
love to see that video. It'd be really funny.
The thing is, I have to put a GoPro on because there's no way I'm just gonna like film it while I'm also doing sketchy stuff.
No, you gotta, and you gotta.
I have a GoPro. I just have to get like a mount.
He's gonna get in the stadium 3 days early. Should be camped out in the bathroom.
You know
just
the
like-
new way to do it? A lot of kids are doing is putting on a construction vest and a ladder.
Yeah.
They just walk right in.
I figured that's what you would do.
There's no way that's working.
It's working.
No, I mean like.
Yeah, Philippe, Wolfgang's played a couple hands.
What you need to do is get
Had a
you,
really
like, one of those
solid laydown
whatever
earlier
deals
with
the
pocket
higher
kings,
scale.
and he was able to get away from with his opponent having a set.
And I did it with.
Just been a little bit card dead.
I just walked right through the gate on my phone, pretending to talk to somebody. And the lady was like, hey, hey. And I just kept
These
walking.
guys are playing 6 hours though, so I'm sure we will see many hands that Wolfgang will be in
Buy a ticket
before the night's
and then,
over.
show up with a vest and then the ladder and stuff.
Absolutely.
And, like, sneak in.
So
you know?
far, we've seen a lot of these sort of middling to low
For
boards.
the content. Yeah. I don't care if you actually do the thing. So like,
Poker here taking the lead
Cutting
with
me into the
the
content
bottom
part, I'm in.
pair, and that's bottom trips here by the river.
Cut me in. Give a little piece of that video. I'm in. He's like, here's your $14.
Hits 100, gets snapped off by Benham once again, and Porker
I'll try it, JD. I'm gonna text my
wins
friend
round
first and see
2.
if we can get some free tickets, and if we can.
I mean, there's like a bunch of games, right? So like, you could like,
Yeah,
you
you get
can
more
get tickets
shots
to a
on
game,
it.
but then you can still try. Like, I mean,
Yeah, but if you get caught, you probably get banned for.
Oh, I doubt it.
No?
I just tell you get out. Then I gotta like take your ID and do all that.
okay, well, see if you, yeah.
Just let me borrow your ID.
Wait till a big group is checking in. Like one guy has all the tickets, and then just walk in with a big group.
There's so many angles. You can pretend to be media. Just make a fake Photoshop media
There you
pass
go.
and have like a cam. You can do a lot of stuff.
Slick Rick's got the 50 on, so they've got a double straddle going.
Coachella a few years in a row.
See, he has that. He's got the. I knew he'd be the guy.
Yeah.
I knew.
I tried to sneak into the Super Bowl when it was in LA. And I got through 2 checkpoints, but they had like 3 or 4, and they got me.
Yeah, that's what.
So I have to do 100 now?
It would be, yeah, it would be
Pretty hard.
Yeah, definitely.
What did
And then I
they?
just went and played poker at Hollywood Park Casino.
What did they say to you?
It was like an actual scanning area. So like the first 2 ones, I used a screenshot of a QR code, and if they didn't actually scan it, they just wanted to see tickets. And I kind of just did that, and they never like moved it around to see if it was a legit ticket. The second one, it was more of like just a regular checkpoint. The third one, they were scanning, and the guy like zoomed in on mine, and he realized it wasn't an actual.
Did you get in trouble at all?
No, they're just like, you have to leave. I'm like, okay.
Did you hear that Zach Bryan concert in A&M? I think it was this last weekend. They planned on 10,000 people and they sold tickets to
The
40,000.
Porker here has folded. It's back to Carlos on the button,
Videos of people walking on the highway to get
Yeah, it was 3.5 hours to get through the line to get to
who
and then people
is
didn't have
also
enough water.
not in the hand. I don't know exactly
People were
what's
passing
going on there.
out.
There,
People
Slick
were
Rick
having
actually has a hand in the graphics now. It's like, he's not on the bottom. What's going on? Okay. So Slick Rick here putting in the 4-bet.
All right, then close to the way her game, we have immediate
described 1994 Woodstock.
Yeah.
The easiest way to do something that's like still on the fence of is it right, is it wrong, is you buy the cheapest ticket in the stadium, and then it won't work for a playoff game where they're all sold out, but like any other Rangers game, you buy the
JD
cheapest,
rips it
and
for
then when you're in the
10K.
stadium, you go into Ticketmaster and see
Yeah,
the
he
levels
covers
of
Slick
the
Rick
bidding,
by
and
a
you
large
go to the
margin.
nicest one, and then you just
I
sit
think
there
Slick
going
Rick
still-
here does have more than 2.2K behind, but JD with the pair is like, yeah, so we're just going to go with this one, and if we flip, we flip. If you're ahead, so be it.
Because they go down as the game goes on.
Yeah.
Automatically, they have some kind of algorithm and drop the price.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a little over 3, maybe 3.5K there.
Oh, hey, I added 1,000 earlier. I forgot to mention.
Oh,
It was a while back.
Yeah, I mean, once the 11 goes in, though, he sets himself up for a spot where he kind of actually has a decent price to just put all the money in. Because JD is going to have pocket jacks, maybe 10s. I mean, hell, we're seeing it here, 9s and 8s are even making it in there. So ace queen performing reasonably well against those hands. Of course, he's going to be dominated by ace king, aces, kings, queens, but there it looks like he's cutting those down to stacks of 20. So he's got, yeah, a little over 3,000 here. Call it 32, 3,300. If he calls that off, pot will go up to maybe nearly 9,000. So a little over 3 to win, maybe a little under 9 or right around 9.
We get to see the cards. You know, if he could see JD had 8s, you know, the money probably would already be in there.
I think how we were sitting here in Westline.
Discipline lay down there, though.
Just went up and got it left, huh?
Yeah, and JD will be very happy with that result, of course. I mean, even if you know your opponent is unpaired, you'd love to just chip that pot free.
Yeah, I think it was a playoff game. It was against
Very big win for JD there. Nicely played.
And I got on that ball. Yeah.
This is our first look at the V-Pips tonight.
We should go to the game when they play the Blackhawks, because I want to see Connor Bedard.
Well, and there's certain seats that I like better than other ones now, because if you sit next to, like,
Wolfgang and Harvey there, kind of at the bottom end of the V-Pip. They've been chatting quite a bit, so
You see their missing teeth.
I think we saw both of them fold an ace-jack earlier. I think they were just mid-conversation and just kind of got rid of it, but I'm sure we'll see them get engaged here in some hands.
Raise 150.
It's hard to see the chips sometimes. Yeah. Like I'm like looking, and I see the black, and I'm like, oh, is that double shot?
The black chips are
The green are really bad to me.
Yeah.
I saw the black chip, I was like, oh, is it a double shot? And then I realized they did. So there it is.
Head up action. Well, that's what I was saying. Tyler said next week they'll probably
favorite sport to watch.
Okay.
75. By next week.
In person, college football. In person is definitely college football.
Decent flop here for AJ on the ace queen. He's unpaired, but has the best of it. Club draw comes in for Carlos on the turn.
Watching like NFL football with your fantasy like thing pulled open, that's really fun. But that's a whole like vibe.
AJ's still betting here. 75.
Way too much time on it, and then that's not good. So I'm trying not to do it.
And I play soccer, but I don't really enjoy watching.
Carlos not going anywhere.
Profile game, like something really.
So you wouldn't go watch Harvey?
Wow, easy peasy. Runner clubs. Here's for Carlos. AJ has the ace of clubs as well. It's a pretty important card for him. When he gets called across 2 streets, he's going to have to put his opponent on some sort of small to middling pair a lot of the time. Of course, he could just be up against the king and be toast, but he could apply a lot of pressure to one of those small middling pairs. But instead, he's just going to sort of check and hope that Carlos was on, you know, maybe just a slightly worse ace or something, but a bet of 1,000 full pot.
Oh yeah, that is really
I would like to see that in person.
Olympic swimming.
My girl used to swim like very competitively, so.
And AJ will lay it down.
I can take her.
Still a nice little pot there for Carlos.
Hey, did you go back? Carlos, did you go back and look at that hand yet?
Free agent asked who the dealer is. That is Danny. Danny's one of our good dealers here at TCH Dallas. Plays quite a bit in the room as well, both here and in Las Colinas at TCH Social.
Or whatever, yeah, 50 is 50.
I think it's the first time I've seen Danny dealing on stream, but you can find him in the room quite a bit.
Frank rolling a 1. Sorry, buddy. It's always a tough spot.
Maple Leaf turns down Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
Austin
So
Matthews.
something every night this week, Saturday, and I want to go to the Ranger game so bad.
Is Saturday a home one or no?
Friday and Saturday.
JD taking it up to a 450 here on the button, and Benham going to come along with the 9-5 suited.
What game would that be?
First and second.
And that is a pair of fives.
Saturday second.
Best hand for Benham right now, but JD with the nut flush draw.
So it goes 2,
2
3, 2?
overcards.
2, 3, 2.
Is it like that? Or is it not 1-on-1?
They don't change it for the
2, 3, 2. That's cool to have home field advantage.
Wow, 2 pair now
That
for
don't matter,
Benham.
'cause they're gonna, you know, take care of it.
Gonna need a club and a club only for JD to improve.
When you're in their parts.
Yeah, when you're at
there. Okay, got it. So
Unless they've changed that. They were talking about changing that rule, but I'm not sure if they did.
Some of those spots where ace high could be good some of the time as well, so it's a little bit weird as to whether or not you want to bluff with this hand across multiple streets, or just take some showdown value and a free river card for the check back.
But rooting for the Cubs.
Thing is, if you bet and you get raised, it's kind of a nightmare. You don't really know how to proceed. If you ever have to fold away this equity, it's pretty gross. The bet size of 800 here.
Yeah, but I don't like to see offense. And typically your pitcher's just not hitting anything.
Yeah. Unless you have, like, who's been good recently?
There's a few pitchers in life that have been...
Benham is going to ship it. This is sort of the worst case scenario for JD. I think the price he's getting is going to be just a little bit too bad. Even if his ace is live as a pair out, he's drawing pretty thin and getting roughly 2 to 1.
How much are the big chips?
So, yeah, I need something like 33% equity, and I think even if he gives himself the ace outs, not going to be the right price.
32.
Yeah, JD was taking some inventory on Benham's stack there before he let out for that bet, but now he's in that uncomfortable spot of actually having to call the jam.
JD will lay it down.
Get that bluff there.
I'll fold it.
Good one. 10 was a good card.
Mo the Cat here says Slick Rick's 3-bet on the smaller size, indicating that it's not a big pair. I wouldn't read into that too much. Small 3-bets when I don't remember the hand exactly if he was in position or out of position, but oftentimes, you know, what looked to you like a smaller 3-bet there instead of your usual 3x or whatever is perfectly fine in position because, you know, your 3-betting range is so much stronger than your opponent's opening range, particularly in late position, that, you know, you don't really care if they come along because you're going to be in position. They're going to have a wide range, so you can give them a good price. I definitely wouldn't say that that's a slam dunk tell. With some players, it may be. I've certainly been up against some players where, you know, they have very elastic bet sizes where if they get aces or something, they 5x open, whereas if they have, you know, 7-8 suited, they'll open to 2.5x or something. So you can pick up on that between some people, but I would be hard-pressed to say that there was something on that hand. Anyways, back to this one as we've got a raise to 400 from JD. Brass Monkey calling in between, and now Harvey contemplating his actions with the ace-king.
And we know he's coming in for a raise. Let's see how big he decides to go with here.
No, 14.25. 14.25.
Similar sizing to the hand we were just, discussing.
Alright, you play the 3 on the 1 2 or some 1 2 list pass and call. Once again, you got 1 2 list up and call.
Yeah, not quite 4x here against 2 opponents. Definitely laying a pretty good price is Harvey. And that does get JD to make the call. Brass Monkey here was actually getting a really fantastic price, but would have been out of position with a hand that he's just never really going to know whether it's good or not unless he flops a set. So understandable action there, perhaps just letting the 9s go, not committing another 1,000 from his 4,400. But yeah, JD here is going to be in position. Harvey with just 2 overs, backdoor clubs, backdoor Broadway.
$750. $750.
$150 is the bet. If JD were to call, Harvey would have a pot-sized bet remaining. JD makes the call. Harmless 4 of diamonds on the turn. Are we going to take another peek here? Has not accumulated any additional equity. This is just a YOLO spot or a check and give it up. Little does he know that he is way, way, way ahead. Harvey gonna fumble his chips a little bit here as he assembles what looks to be a non-all-in size. Yeah, he's gonna go small here, 1,300 only. And regardless of how strong or weak or whatever that might have looked on the outside, ace 10 of hearts is just snap muck.
Yeah, JD would have had to have some sort of a soul read there to rip it over the top, but good hand for Harvey.
Tail quiet, Harvey. What are you doing to everybody?
Carlos, you got a hand if you want to. I haven't played many hands. Might give him one.
Heads up?
Yeah.
This is, yeah, heads up Texas style, or Texas heads up, like we like to call it. Six ways to a flop of ace, ace, 9, and nobody particularly liking that flop. I agree, Doug. Doug says we need a cooler to get the game out of the muck. We've had some good chunky pots so far. You know, with Benham calling off with his small pair there earlier against Porker's full house. But yeah, we could could definitely use a little excitement here. Just sometimes the cards dictate the action, but we definitely have some action players on this table. I know Aaron will attest to seeing these guys not be scared to put chips into play. So.
Must be a really good hand.
I'm sure they know. 125 today.
Doug cheering for a cooler. Well, we haven't seen anything too crazy. I mean, we've had a couple of big pots involving Venom. He was on that heater early on, and things cooled off for him a little bit. He's in a little bit of a nasty spot here as well.
Play a couple hours, back's all. Yeah.
Going to be a queen on the end, so aces and fives with a queen kicker for both players. Venom here going to get bailed out.
Oh, okay.
Jace, I don't have the ability to click up the VPIPs or any of the other stats myself, but those will scroll along the bottom throughout the show, so just keep your eyes open and those will pop up again. Poker up 6.3, Harvey up 4.4. A couple other players up around 1,000 or a little under, and everyone else stuck a fair bit. Carlos rounding things out down nearly a buy-in.
Service, yeah. 125, but I'll try keeping an eye on it.
Poker here, single raised pot, gonna just take it down.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see if I can't catch. His name is Franco, they said, and see if I can't find out why the name changed to Porker. It's kind of a hard one to say sometimes, but
It'll be really funny.
without feeling bad about it, right? You know, like, you don't want to call the wrong person Porker, you know.
Next thing you know, he's making millions of dollars on it.
I don't know. I mean, I guess the implication is that it's a comment about their weight, but I think
it clearly has nothing to do with that, right?
No, I don't think so.
We have a player that goes by the Fat Man, and his name gets announced in the room.
Yeah.
You know, like the Fat Man, your seat is ready.
Nice. That's just embracing the persona right there, you know.
Yeah, we definitely. I'm sure the Austin room is similar, you know, with people able to choose their names. We've had some funny ones. I know Chocolate Thunder and some others in the room. So.
That last time you're not that old, JD. I'm out of it today.
I got some talk here in the chat about VPIPs and such. I mean,
we're close to
you know, to each their own. I think, you know, above all else, it's good to recognize that we're only on handling the 51. And across a pretty small sample size, you're going to get dealt a lot of stuff like 8-5 off and not pocket aces. So I'm going to do a lot of folding. And some players a little bit more willing to splash around with suited two-gappers and all sorts of different things, but you know, I think we've seen plenty of play from most of these players here this evening, and only a couple of spots where I raise my eyebrows a little bit about the folds, but this is a case where Venom is stepping in it. A cutoff versus button dynamic. AJ here just going to call the 3-bet, wants to leave all of his opponents sort of middling to dusty hands in, and this is a fantastic spot for him.
Yeah, love it. Love that play.
Venom quickly continues for 350. And
at the other?
while this board is a little bit connected, he has the ace of diamonds, and there'll be a ton of draws, ton of just sort of random nonsense in there as well. So we'd normally like to see AJ just check and call, but he goes for the check raise, hoping that Venom actually has a piece of this, and that is not the case.
Not the case at all, unfortunately for him. But yeah, I like the play. Don't think you see that enough, you know, with those types of hands. Try to let your opponent try to catch up and potentially hang themselves there. But I've been on the bad end of it where they do catch up, but you know that is poker. It happens. But trying to get max value out of a hand that big, heads up.
I'm more efficient than your average person. Like, imagine what you could do in a day. I do in like 3 hours probably. I used to have this joke I told in college. We'd have like projects, and I would ask people, I'd be like, hey, how long did that like lab take you? And they'd tell me like,
Suited connector here for Carlos. He'll open the button.
Okay, so it'll take me like 4. And they would like look at me.
Slightly larger connector of the same suit for JD.
Getting very mad at that joke.
Mr. Joe Daddy.
Yeah, they've got a straight flush together, the two of them, but JD's going to let that one go.
A little bit surprised by that.
Carlos, but I was like, the 5th time in a row,
JD just opting not to play out of position.
The other times I had good hands too, this one had a bad hand. It was a bad time for you to. I knew it wasn't going to work out. I could just know it wasn't going to work out. So.
Well, as long as we still have the out of 10 between us, where I win 9 out of 10 times, I'm fine.
Carlo, the chat pro, says, "What up, Dallas?"
Except that one time you always win big.
I gotta get that one. That one time's
Welcome
gonna
to
be
the
real
chat.
big. That
There.
one's gotta be real big then, Carlos. We're getting 9 out of 10. I gotta make that 10. I gotta make that one count.
Until that queen is
I mean, even if you have a queen there, it's not
Chocolate Thunder was Daryl Dawkins' NBA's name. That's a good call there, Mo the Cat. Not a lot of people under the age of 30 know who Chocolate Thunder is.
The 7 Goose game is not on.
Not sure who in the chat would know Daryl Dawkins, but yeah, that was an excellent
Actually, I don't. I hate that game.
big NBA player.
Heads up flop here between AJ and Carlos.
Unbelievable.
Anyway,
Both players break, but AJ with a betting lead takes it down. Another reminder as we get this next hand out that we've got the 250K guaranteed even bigger one coming up here at TCH Dallas. Starting day 1 flights kicking off tomorrow. $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack at 20-minute levels on day 1. All feeding into Sunday, October 29th for day 2 with 30-minute levels. 12% of the prize pool is going to be reserved for players that are in the money. 8% of day 1 flight players will advance to day 2. For more information, check out TexasCardHouse.com/Dallas and come on down, get in the mix.
I'm undefeated at that game so far.
500 person, let's try.
Yeah, a couple flights a day in that tournament. A lot of people that are willing to fire multiple bullets at it, so it should well exceed that 250K guarantee.
I know it was the straddle. It was a restraddle. Yeah, it's just the straddle kind of thing. 675.
Brian, do you like the nickname or are you not really?
Either way.
Either way.
Depends on how much it is, because it only affects action if it's enough.
Got some knit game discussion going on.
It can be just kind of annoying.
Might see the knit buttons come out here shortly.
Sometimes you gotta start it not enough to like climb it, you know?
Yeah, you can start it at like 50 and then 55, but then
50's not enough.
Yeah, you get to 400 and people are being stupid.
Well, that's a lot. That's gonna you can't be stupid at that.
I know with that VPIP discussion, Aaron, there's been some streams in the past where the players have kind of all said that you had to keep your VPIP above a certain number just to be invited back or to continue to play in there. I'm not sure these guys have that, but I'm sure those numbers will go a little bit higher as the stream goes on. But, I have seen some streams where they kind of make an agreement that you have to have a VPIP above, say at 30% or so.
Yeah, I mean, I think by and large, the expectation is that you don't just come in and knit it up and play aces, kings, queens, and ace king.
Right.
And that, as long as you are participating in the game to the level at which, people want to watch. I mean, this is entertainment after all, in addition to these players, of course, coming here trying to win some money from each other. But certainly, as far as I know, there is no VPIP limitation or something threshold, but it just really comes down to if this is something that you want to do like repeatedly, you want to come and play on the live stream, like the expectation of course is that you bring your A game and that you play as many hands as is reasonable. But I mean, yeah, of course, if you go out there and you find some other game where people are coming in and just blasting off stacks left and right and have, half the table at 60% VPIP, like, that's not happening here. As we've got the VPIPs on the screen, so let's take a look. We got Wolfgang and Harvey down 15, 13%, which is definitely a little bit below your norm. Benham and AJ Carlos all making up for it, up over 30%. Benham even playing over half of the hands he's seen.
Which I'm kind of shocked considering Asia. Usually on the up and up.
But a lot of times it's just card distribution, right? Like I can remember a stream when JD had a VPIP under 20%, and that was very unusual for him. But I mean, he was literally just getting Jack 3 off and 10-5 off like all night. So what are you gonna do? Just
he
start splashing around just to try to make people happy? No, you're not gonna play those hands.
I probably remember the specific one you're talking about. He wasn't his normal Seti Maggette self, where he's just smashing boards and creating action. It happens.
All right, both players gonna flop middle pair and a straight draw. Benham check calls 100. Ace of clubs.
Action killer kind of.
Killer card, yeah. Chop it up.
Yeah, no, perfect poker is pretty boring to watch.
Yeah, we played it perfect.
Good job.
Gotta spice it up a little bit,
I mean, it could have gone spicy.
If you guys had both hit the straight.
No, if someone had bet, like if someone bets big or something.
You both hit the straight, like, oh shit!
Thank you.
They both got the 4-liner.
Could have seen like a 7 bet on the river.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Or 6 of hearts on the tear.
50 restraddles on.
Action definitely being driven by Benham here.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We are at the 2-hour mark here. You're getting a dealer change and a PLO flip momentarily.
Oh, hey, I'm right here. Oh,
You're scanned in. I got you, buddy.
love you. Not really, but kind of.
It's okay. I don't mind saying I love you back to another man. Alright, I was going to give you this one. It's a love
I thought you were letting me
150
in the pit of hell. I can't even act like I'm going to bluff with that. Head up.
We've got 229, almost 230 watching right now. If you guys can kind of hear some of the commotion in the background, I mentioned it earlier, but We have the 3-year anniversary going on for TCH Dallas. That's where we're streaming live from tonight. If you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, it's 8 p.m. on a Tuesday night. I know a lot of people have work responsibilities and kid responsibilities, but if you're in the area and want to come help us celebrate 3 years of poker here in Dallas, come on out to TCH. They've got champagne, cake, and some prizes that they're giving away tonight. From what I can tell outside of my door here in the booth, it sounds like it's a fun night so far, so come on out.
And don't forget some commemorative and also full cash value $3 poker chips.
$3 bills, right?
Yeah, buddy. All right, Wolfgang working on getting his VPIP up a little bit. He's going to open the button with Jack 9-0. AJ will make the call from the small blind, and Harvey here getting a decent price to close the action from the $50 straddle. Maybe contemplating other ideas, however. And indeed, with that dead money in there from AJ calling out of the small blind, he's going to squeeze it up to 750. And he'll take it down. Andrew Holton says 7% VPIP is disgusting. Well, nobody at this table has 7% VPIP. It is pretty low, and I would tend to agree that if after 100 hands you had 7% VPIP, that would be quite low.
And I imagine at some point, 4 hours in, 3 hours in, the players might have something to say to that player. When it gets that low, everybody at the table starts to notice. But
that is definitely true.
Yeah, we're 2 hours into a 6-hour stream, so we'll see if action gets juiced up a little bit. With a guy like JD, blind raising.
Yeah, he wanted to straddle, but like he was about to look at his cards, and it was just weird. So he's like, blind raise. Let's see that.
Right.
That's an interesting.
Then I don't really have an option. Like a little more.
JD here actually has a hand, so gets 3-bet by Harvey and peels it off. Wow. Nut spade draw here for JD. Harvey with 2 overs, gut shot to Broadway, and a backdoor spade flush draw of his own. Checky on the flop. Harvey picks up top pair, top kicker now on the turn.
Showing JD to have just 6 outs here. Not sure if that's 100% accurate, but
well, it seems that a lot of the spades have been folded. Of course, this goes back to our discussion last week or the week before, where we have the advantage of knowing which cards have been folded, but of course the players themselves going to expect there to be a lot more equity in general.
And Harvey's just going to smash trip queens on the river and crush those hope for JD.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense for JD to have something like 10x here, as it went check, check, flop. Potentially some sort of 5x type holding, but Harvey going to make it 400 into 565 and see if one of those hands will call. JD, of course, just on ace high here. And yeah, he kind of just talks himself into it, like, I blind raised and then you 3-bet, and I don't know what you have. You could have anything, so just flicks in the call one is wrong.
Yep, weird spot there. JD's normally not someone that's just going to throw away $400, but just wanted to see it, put in the call. This side of the table over here, where seats 7, 8, and 9 have been pretty consistently been putting on the double straddle to $50. So they're doing their part to juice this game up a little bit.
$150. Hit it.
Another one of these rag flops. Carlos is going to release the best hand.
Always are.
Benham will get that one through. 4 players in the green, 5 players in the red.
It's a really good day for them.
Carlos down about a buy-in. Poker and Harvey both up a little over a buy-in.
Feels so great.
It feels so great. It feels like somebody rings the door. What is that? Well, yeah, where you going?
The problem with, I assume you live in a house, right?
Yes.
The problem with me is I live on like the 7th floor.
You haven't had an opportunity yet to strike the like button with the force of 1,000 ostriches. We certainly would appreciate that. And that would help us get this this fine program out to even more people on the internet. So please do consider hitting the like button. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Become a part of the TCH Live family and team. We bring you this fine free poker content
issue in San Francisco. There's
all throughout the week.
Who's like a nudist who lives in a building like
It looks like we currently have 53 likes, one of those being mine, and I'm sure Aaron's. So again, help us out. We're looking to get to 150 likes tonight.
It's going to be really entertaining for like a month.
All the neighbors are very upset. They're like trying to like sue him and all kinds of stuff. The buildings are trying to kick him out and stuff. And
his money spends the same.
there's like decency laws, right? But then like it's like, well, you're in your apartment just like standing at the window. It's like,
Flush draw for Slick Rick.
Benham
here betting 2 1/4 with his pocket 5.
My room was straight across the net. Like I couldn't keep my blinds open because there was a naked guy there. That would be annoying. I have to admit.
Slick Rick here trying to figure out if he is going to check raise this board enough to go for it here with the 4 deuce. Instead, he's just going to peel one off and gets there immediately with the butt
I
flush.
guess yeast infections or whatever.
Got him. He probably got
Check, check, and another heart, but it's a 5.
Out of nowhere.
Slick Rick not only goes from feeling really good about his flush to now he loses to any heart other than a 3.
her name's actually
Benham
Corey,
is like, oh yes, baby.
I didn't know if you knew that.
Full house. Please have the king of hearts.
You should have been bluffing. Should have told him. Yeah. You said Lauren.
Told him too much.
I thought you said Corey because Corey can like be a name either
1/3
way.
pot here from Slick Rick.
I thought maybe he thought it was like a guy's name.
With a blockish bet, hoping to get called by ace-x, maybe even a good queen. But he's going to get raised to
Yeah, I thought he was being funny.
16. No, no,
That's
22.
what's correcting you. I was like,
That's a great line. I mean, that's actually really funny. Way to go. Yeah, there you go, Harvey.
I thought he's funny too. Just leaning into it.
And then I figured out it was real.
Yeah. Or else the yeast infection joke.
Yeah. That's good.
That's when you're like, oh shit, okay, my bad.
Slick Rick pretty uncomfortable. He's got 2 hearts. There's 4 hearts on board, so unlikely that Benham actually has a heart. And doesn't want to get shown or whatever, just see ace-x that just sort of punked him off of his baby flush. So he makes the call.
Absolutely.
Yeah, spot where Rick is going to wish he could get that one back, but it's a nice chunky $5,600 pot here for Benham.
Brass Monkey saying that was the card to get him paid. The 5 of clubs would have really got him paid there on the river, but I think it was just the table image that Benham has, and we mentioned that earlier. Player in the chat even mentioned that's just kind of the image that he has. That a lot of times you just don't believe him, and that was one where Slick Rick chose to pay him off there.
Whoever wins this is going to be me because I'm going to do that. Guaranteed win.
How's it going?
If it's all green, if it's all green, that means I'll be the only one. Well, unless it was all red.
Sounds logical.
See? Whoever wins it gets all green. That's a terrible thing.
We're on a dealer change here, so we're going to do a PLO flip. Get this next couple hours kicked off.
Stack of green. There you go.
And I'll just take this in a minute. I'm good.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's like I'm telling you, if you put all the green on, it's kind of like calling with a bunch of red chips. You're gonna win.
Ace queen, trip queen.
Lucky river.
Can we change the please at the podium?
I just hope you love sometimes, Harvey. When you do, I'm gonna be there.
Ladies, when you're at a
It feels so good. I pulled a 50 for that.
Have you ever seen how excited they get?
Okay.
Well, next time there's like they start fighting. Watch the ladies and how excited.
All right, here we go to get started with our PLO flip.
It's very interesting.
This is Mr. JJ
Yeah, it's a great question. What is that?
in the box here dealing.
I could have had a better hand, I guess, but probably should have.
Candle burning at both ends tattoo. AJ's one of our coolest, most eclectic guys in the room. One of my favorites for sure.
Even 9-8, 9-8, 9-8.
How about ace jack?
How about some
Ace
threes?
jack on the flop.
How about some threes?
I do bluffs.
Oh, there's a 5. How's that
Oh, I have
possible?
it straight already. You don't just.
I see a set of 3s so far.
Oh, okay.
That's over.
6.
It's
No,
way
change it up. Change it up. 7.
Pair the blue.
Okay, you got it.
4-6.
4-6. Be the straight there if somebody's got it.
I had 2 4s. Wait, 7? I had 2 aces.
It looks like Wolfgang got the 4-6.
No, 6 no.
He's going to take down this PLO flip for $900. Maybe that'll help get his night on the right track so he can start firing and playing some more pots.
There you go.
Only if it's really bad. I mean, last time I put in this, I had like a 37, I think.
Really? Tonight's gonna be bad.
I know it's surprising for us, but
I usually have a high beat, but mine's gonna be terrible. I've got an 8.
All right, so back to the 2 card here.
times.
We've got
Hate that hand.
like no 50 on for this hand.
straddle.
Sure.
Oh, little inspiration from the table is all it needed for Brass Monkey to put the 50
That
on.
was a stream where I had aces and you just flopped the nut flush. Remember that one? Mm-hmm. That was fun.
Bro, with ace deuce or something, yeah.
Ace deuce.
Yeah.
I didn't make it up
remember
pre-flop.
that.
I let him in there. These flops of stones.
The raggiest of
There's
holdings
also the one where I got you to fold ace
going
king.
around here as Slick Rick going to wake up with
With Harvey.
suited
I got you both to fold a
ace
king.
king.
And Jack's king.
He makes the call only, trapping. And Brass Monkey checks it down, or checks it to a turn, a flop. Jeez, words are hard.
It was Harvey.
With 10 deuce.
It went just a little too small. Yeah, it did.
Board only gets worse for ace king high, but Brass Monkey is not stabbing at this. This is definitely a spot where 10 high is rarely going to win at Showdown, but Slick Rick checking would give you an opportunity to take the pot away. But Brass Monkey just going to shut it down the whole way down.
Can you imagine you call and whoever you call, you win like so much money. All the money. I would cry.
Hey, so what'd you bluff JD with when you raised to 1400?
Sounds like I might have just had the best hand. I thought I was bluffing though.
Ace king? Yeah.
Sick bluff.
I had pocket 9. Sounds
Sick
like
bluff, bro. Oh shit. I
bluffed
pulled a
one
king
person.
seed. I pulled a king seed. Holy shit. What a sick bluff. Got you in the 4-bet pot has ace king. This kid. I'm never bluff catching you ever
I
again.
put him on like
Holy
5-6 suited, just
Who? No.
go crazy.
Go crazy. That was like top second pair open-ended.
Single raise there from JD. That's all it takes.
What do you think I folded? Queen? Tens? Not folding tens. Not folding tens or jacks there. I'm not.
Relatively quiet night here from pretty much everybody except for Benham. Benham here really getting after it. And we'll take a view of the room there real quick. We can see the place, Texas Card House Dallas, very much bustling.
Tournament kids always get ace king off.
For the third anniversary extravaganza. Folds to Poker on the button. 10-9-0. He'll open it up. And
I'm interested in
Brass Monkey, who
no. That's what I'm saying.
kind of stuck in neutral here for a while. He's going to make a call with the 6-4 suited. Wolfgang's in there with the deuces. And AJ getting a good price with his dusty Jack 8. But he's going to opt for a squeeze instead, but relatively modest size here. Only makes it 4 1/4 to go. This is almost a little pot builder more than anything. Gets through Poker and Brass Monkey though, and it's back to Wolfgang. All that dead money in there, he's getting a really good price. Plus, deuces are going to be ahead a fair bit of the time. But he's out of there, and wow, AJ gets that through for only 425. I'm going to take that as a compliment from Freckle Peckle. I usually get a couple of other sound-alikes, but, you know, I haven't gotten the Dr. Drew before. I like it.
Not folding ace wheel too. Not folding. Trying to bluff him off like a chop. Or like Jack's tens on the river.
A table full of wrapped gifts there. Looks like some of the gifts for the giveaway. Sounds like somebody came away with a 55-inch TV earlier in the night. Gotta be some other good stuff in the mix if that's the quality of goods that are being given away for this celebration. Brass Monkey here gonna take down a small pot with pocket queens.
Hey, I'm going all in.
Just coming back in from a quick break. What did I miss here, Aaron? Somebody's asking if we got Dr. Drew, the commentator. This is not the love line, is it?
No, it is not. Although that would be a fun little side gig for sure.
Yeah, hell yeah.
No, just a couple of small pots, nothing too crazy.
Do we?
Yeah, AJ made a really small squeeze after Poker opened the button and a couple of the blinds called. Somehow got it through as everybody folded away and took it down with Jack 8 high. But here we are in a fresh hand in a fresh spot, and Benham has a straight draw.
Oh my God, that's all kinds of shit. I'm not saying it doesn't. I just like last week.
Carlos floats the 4-deuce-0 on this board and actually improves to the best hand, picking up a pair of 4s on the turn. Another bet and a call, and it's Brick City here for the 10-8.
No, it's real long. It's like a fraction an hour.
Carlos shows him the 4-deuce. There's a winner.
There you go.
Super clean, no cuss words. And he was hilarious. I mean,
Jordan Mason says this card distribution is whack. I definitely tend to agree. I think that by and large, most of the folds I've seen pre-flop have been just very standard. We've got a lot of the dusty part of the hand chart getting passed around here
Biggie's
tonight.
Arena is awesome. Like I saw Dave Chappelle there a couple months ago. I like comedians, so I see a lot of them. I saw Pearl Jam there.
Yeah, I heard somebody mention that perfect poker is not much fun to watch. You know, the guys have just been making some pretty obvious folds when they need to. Playing good, solid poker. Sometimes that's not the most entertaining, but anybody that's paid attention to these TCH streams over the last few years knows how quickly that can change. I know that's why I tuned in and got interested in joining this with you, Aaron, just because we get some pretty wild streams.
Definitely true, and this is an interesting hand right here. Porker not at the table. He had 2 red aces.
He had the 2 red aces?
Yeah, and because he's not at the
gross.
table, that hand is folded, and instead we've got a battle between King 10 and Queen 10.
And we get
it's
this flop, yeah.
I mean, we have seen this repeatedly tonight. Just 6 high flops, 7 high flops. I mean, just some really non-interacting flops for these usual sort of big card holdings. Jack Baker asking if he just folded aces. He wasn't at the table, so.
He wasn't at the table, Jack. We don't have that big of a nit at the table.
Hey, it looks like we've got 3 players in here. Nobody taking a stab at this yet. I definitely would have thought that by the turn, one of these queen high holdings would have bet to try to take this pot down, but checks to Wolfgang. Now he's got a chance to go for something. That'll get the job done.
There's a lot of really good places to eat. A ton of little live music band places. They do tons of fun.
Yeah, absolutely right, Jordan. Those were the GOAT streams.
Go to the Rangers game or the Cowboys game or the Mets. Yeah, it's easy. Movies, you got to get here and go to dinner before like a game. That way you beat the traffic lights.
That's
Or
a
you
good
go
idea.
late.
I'm going to the football game this Sunday. But it's early game, so.
Which game is it?
LA.
Yeah, you got
It's
a
gonna
12
be
puck
a
game.
pretty tough game.
Yeah, the positions
Yeah,
are
you gotta
open.
get there.
Jordan or anyone else that wants to play on the stream and
Way better.
live up to that hype, we would love to have you.
Out of all the games I hate,
Yeah, I mean, if you just want to come on the stream and
just
rip it in for 40K with ace deuce suited, come on in.
Chop that from the course.
Absolutely. Another single raise gonna take it down, and
30 years, different house.
yeah, it's just the way this night is going as we are 2.5 hours into the stream. Hand number 70 coming at you guys.
Yeah.
Hopefully, despite the relative distribution, relatively dusty distribution of cards here, that you guys are still enjoying yourselves and look forward to a correction towards the mean, which should be a little bit more excitement, a few more big hands crashing into each other and such.
You get a very nice. If you stay in 2
Yeah,
years, you don't
TCH
pay
Social
taxes.
over in Las Colinas has had some really big games going lately, and some of the aforementioned players have been playing over there.
You don't pay tax on that.
Aaron, I've heard of some 160K pots in the last 2 days. Just gross. In a 50-100 game, I think is what they're playing over there.
We just finished this
Wow.
house. It was about a $5 million house.
We were all talking about, it's $100 big blinds. 10 big blinds is $1,000. That's just, it's not chump change.
Way smarter than I am. He has his in like.
That's pretty juicy right there.
Yeah.
It just rolled over.
Jordan says if y'all run a 2-5, I'd love to come play. Well, we run 2-5 down in Austin on Mondays, so if you want to drive down and enjoy some of the local cuisine and some of the local amenities and hop in on a Monday night stream, we'd of course love to have you. Sign up link also there in the chat, just up about maybe 7, 8 posts above yours. Click the link, fill out the form, and let us know. We'd be happy to get you in the lineup.
Yeah, they've had the link for the TCH Houston live stream as well. And I think, Aaron, we still have Wednesdays. They're kind of free right now that we're not doing a live stream, but there's always a potential for that to do another night during the week if we get enough players. So Jordan, feel free to ask all your 2-5 buddies to come together. We might have another day or another spot where we could get that done for you.
It's a good life, though. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we've had some 1-3 running on Wednesdays on occasion. Also had a 1-2-5 PLO last Thursday. So yeah, pretty eclectic mix of games available across various stakes.
How's your life going? Would anybody marry him? Look at him. I mean, you know what? Not married. Never came close. Look how happy he is. He's not married.
They're picking on Benham right now. They're saying, look how happy he looks. He can't be married.
But they don't have a kid yet.
Brass Monkey's definitely got some good advice for the table. I mean, he's been giving marriage advice since we started this stream to some of the young bucks.
I'm gonna bluff.
Harvey folding the king-queen off, not electing to 3-bet that, and AJ will just take it down. I mean, we definitely have seen a couple of those sorts of spots where it's been a relatively early position open, and some hands that you might expect to get after it with a 3-bet have just gone into the fold pile. And
that he knows about.
And that's understandable against certain opponents, right? It's like, all right, this guy is relatively tight and opening from early position. Like, I'm just not going to 3-bet him with king queen off.
Right.
So,
I was just gonna say.
Yeah,
it definitely doesn't make it as entertaining, that's for sure. But
yeah, AJ doesn't fit that bill, so I was surprised to not see somebody at least want to tangle with him there. But he's got another possible opportunity here to open up with a suited ace. Elects to call.
She's 30. Are they all married or no? No, she's single. And the other one's 11.
I know. 11.
17.
Carlos wakes up with a real hand, ace-king suited, and JD is going to 3-bet. 450 to go.
Oh, wow. This is what we're talking about here, Aaron.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, but hand number 73, we've got fire. Slick Rick with the pocket queens in the big blind. He's already seen a limp, a small raise, and a 3-bet in front. He's sitting on 4.4K, so he needs to pick a price that, if called, is going to give him an opportunity to get all the chips in, probably by the turn.
Carlos here with that. You know, similar stacks here.
Carlos not going to re-raise. Would have been an all-in commitment. So he is inviting JD into the pot by making this call. But JD's like, okay, you guys have the real hands. I am out of here. And with about 3,400 in the middle, it's heads up between ace, king, and queens. Safe flop here for Slick Rick.
Just a single diamond. No additional outs for Carlos.
Stack to pot ratio already under 1, so one of those spots where you go like pretty small and then rip it for 2/3 pot on the turn is one way to play it. Another is to just blast it now before any sort of big card comes. Hope that Carlos has pocket jacks, pocket tens, something of that nature.
And he might do that here, maybe make it look like some sort of a bluff or draw, but
There's one right by my apartment. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Yeah, let's see what I've probably
He's watching the stream. Step back.
I'm not gonna say anything about it.
I need you to stand up. I don't want to stand up in there and block the TV.
Here.
Unless it's my
I just want to see
favorite.
the RBS.
Then I
I'll
will
go with
say
shoulder.
It does
All
elect
in
on
and
the
out.
all-in size.
You'll be happy with the
Open system.
2K in profit there with pocket queens. Nice hand there.
It's 11 eggs, yeah. But it's pretty close to Persian food. But
Do you have any good recommendations?
I was thinking that was a Colorado hat he's wearing, Slick Rick there, but I think I heard last week that it's Columbia University.
Wait, am I small or big?
Mm-hmm.
He's small here.
So he must be a good poker player and a pretty smart guy to be able to have gone to Columbia.
if I'm not wrong. In Frisco? I think they're
Where are you getting?
far from you. I don't know where you
Let me guess, Thai food?
No. I just like to get food wrecks. He has a good food wreck.
Oh, yeah.
But it's mine. It's a secret.
No, you can have that. I'm not going to Plano, dude. Secret for you.
You guys want to get kava? Kava?
I would smack a cover.
I'll pass on kava. Thank
You don't like kava?
I'm not a kava fan.
What's wrong with what's wrong with kava?
It's
I'm sorry. You want to
With a straight face.
Chipotle's better
It's just
than
terrible.
kava. I went to Cava's like, would you like hummus in your burrito? I'm like, no. Who wants a hummus? Whatever it is, the bowl. Hummus with beans and
lentils and arugula.
That's amazing. He's like,
I'm not
hell
familiar
no,
with
that doesn't
Cava.
taste like barbecue.
I have the palate of a
Yeah, what is Cava, Aaron? I'm not familiar with it.
It's kind of a healthier place. You get a variety of different kind of beds of greens and cauliflower rice, that kind of stuff. But some really good proteins as well, different kinds of chicken, meatballs. It's kind of like a Mediterranean place, except a little bit lighter on the carbs.
Gotcha.
Not as much rice or anything like that, more greens.
Not that you were trying, but that didn't exactly turn me on there. So I may be with Mr. Brian over there.
Yeah, exactly. How many miles do you think you run a day?
At 18
A lot, right?
You train like 4 to 5 days a week, right?
6 days.
Yeah, I think it's really good. I mean,
Yeah, me too.
there's a bunch of different sauces and stuff that they put on there, plus the way that they grill up the chicken and the lamb and everything is really quite good. But yeah, you kind of need to be in the mood for a healthier kind of an option, right, as opposed to something that's much more flavor forward. And in that respect, I can understand the distaste.
That's what I put you on.
If I can find a location, I may have to give it a try. The healthier side is definitely something I'm trying to get better at. But
Everybody, everybody.
Yeah, well, give it a try. You may like it.
Have you played in it?
Yes.
Yeah, he was there.
That's funny.
Is it good? Yeah. The video looks great.
Thanks. I tried to. The intro was just fire.
Wolfgang makes the call. AJ here with strong holding.
The camouflage race.
That's the second time I've done it tonight.
It's very easy.
It's your fault.
I know.
You can't see it.
I was loud enough.
That's why I want the new colored table.
Yeah.
Like the
They said they might change it by next week, actually.
Really?
Yeah, that's what they told us.
Squeeze from AJ, 5 1/4.
For us next week.
We should set up a soccer.
It's Halloween.
Now that all the Euros are here,
Porker makes the call. He'll get to play this one in position.
Too big. When you carry 8 pounds like that, it's very hard in your hand. Wear the wrist out over time.
I don't really like.
I'm sure the doctor's like, we don't see this one.
You
don't see this all the time.
No, he blows the ACL.
No, yeah.
Good luck with that.
No, I'm not looking forward to that one.
Yeah.
Porker flops best with second pair
Just be there.
to overs backdoor opportunities for AJ.
The bad thing is they told me maybe never play tennis
I've
again.
done surgeries on both my ACL.
Like 80%. 20%.
Yeah, I was playing like every day.
Good news is if you play it, then you all have like a lifetime excuse, you know?
I'd rather just I blew my ACL playing hockey.
Maybe it'll be like that one movie where like they go into surgery, but then all of a sudden you get this like
Beautiful
magic
name.
swing.
I'm like serving at 150.
Yeah, it's like this little catch.
Like I have this huge topspin now, and everybody's like, wow, what happened?
Be like, oh, search a mistake.
Additional equity here for AJ on the
I
turn.
hope that, I hope that happens. Yeah, I hope that happens.
I hope it happens.
Yeah.
I don't know
We're
about
betting half pot on the flop.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So what should we?
See how he
He doesn't have any
navigates
delivery apps,
this.
so I can order a supper for him.
He's
too
right
if we
about
need to. He doesn't know how to get food here, so we gotta feed him.
Yeah, I can get it delivered to my house, but not here.
You like call somebody? You gotta call
Uber
assistant.
Eats, I got that.
Oh, okay. So you can get it delivered anywhere then. What do you mean? You just change the address.
I don't know anywhere to eat around here, but
I know, but you change the address and it gives you a huge list of everything that'll deliver.
Check on the turn, and it's an
barely
ace
got it going to my house.
for AJ.
What time is it? If it's getting close to 10.
It's 8:25.
Real close.
I'm sorry. I'm just imagining changing the address here, and he sends like the next 10 meals here. You never know such a bad.
Yeah, that's exactly what would happen. I'd be like,
the next 10 meals.
where are you?
He's called support, like yelling at him, like, no.
It says you're in Dallas, dumbass.
Wouldn't it filter his results though by the location? So maybe it would.
So maybe that's how you might be able to tell.
Yeah.
It should pop up at the top.
I have my
Like a
favorites,
bet
I
around
just
half
put my
pot
favorites,
on the
then
end.
my
Poker
favorites sit
quickly
out.
folds.
No, you'd be very disappointing because you go to do your favorites and there'd be no favorites, and you'd be like, what the heck?
Yeah, but why is this happening to me?
It does tell you. I've
And then
done
it'd be
it.
up there, Brian.
Brian, so what do you like? You get the palate. You want like Mexican food? Sure. You want like fajitas or something? Like, you're not excited?
Anything.
I gotta.
There's cane.
Anything but cane, sure.
They went from talking about kava and pitas and healthy to Cane's chicken.
Chicken Express, I'm in. Chick-fil-A, sure. Burgers.
Sounds right.
Kawa doesn't have chicken. They don't have like a kids menu for you. You get some chicken nuggets or something.
Most of their food doesn't can't pronounce it. I mean, it's just weird.
Quinoa.
I remember an old commercial with somebody that couldn't pronounce that. You know, it was like quinoa. No, quinoa.
Yeah, I can put hot sauce and some pork in the
Oh,
key
that's amazing.
Kava has spicy chicken.
with curry.
Yeah, that's how I pronounced it when I was 7. You know,
Right?
I was like, what is
I
that?
don't remember it being a food back then. You know,
You don't have to get spicy chicken.
That's
They
the
have
way
Brussels
I order
sprouts. I don't remember eating Brussels sprouts when I was a kid, but man,
I might get blown
it's
up.
on
I might not.
almost every restaurant menu now. You know, and I applaud it. They're excellent. They're cooked right.
That's a different game. I got an
Absolutely.
hour drive home. That's a long hour.
Jack Baker asking in the chat, how do I get points? Well, you chat as you're doing, and another good way to keep up on it is to do exclamation point points, all one word there, lowercase on points, and that'll let you know how many you have accumulated. From there, you just continue chatting, continue participating, and you'll slowly accumulate them. Once you get up to 10, you can start gambling.
Let's go.
Okay. What about Mediterranean? You want you just in the Mediterranean?
I'm down.
I'm in.
I'm down.
But Kava's like.
Kava's just dog food.
Not for you.
Hey, I think we can get all these young guys to eat this cardboard stuff we're gonna make out of lentils and arugula. Tell them it's healthy.
I like it so much I bought their stock.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Please tell me you put like your whole nest egg in it.
No, I put a lot.
The first time they pulled a Chipotle and killed 15 people.
In Tacoma? Yeah. Cool. That's a good amount. I figured I'd go there enough. It supports itself.
Buy companies you use, you know?
I love it. Solid investment advice. Just wherever you eat a lot, just buy the stock of that.
Buy the stock.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like you get a return on your investment.
Let's do it. Little kebabs, Luna Grill? All right, let's do it.
Can we gamble for the bill though?
Yeah, we can.
Can we well, how many people?
That saves me from eating the whole bill.
Yeah, I was gonna throw you some cash.
Yeah, sure you guys
Never
were. Sure you were. You guys always stiff me. Brian, there's this place you would love actually. It's called Flower Child.
I have eaten a flower child. It's fantastic.
Really? Okay.
Poker deciding to fold a pair of threes there,
I kind of
early
thought you would be like,
position.
no, hell no, I'm not going to eat some place called Flower Child.
I will try almost
I wouldn't be
anything.
sarcastic. I was surprised.
I went to Cava. I got to the line and tried to eat that and just threw it away. Yeah, okay.
I know.
I'm like, I don't like that. Don't like that. Don't like that. Don't. I'm like, okay, give me the three.
You like rice? You can just put rice.
Ooh, Venom here with King. Try to get some of his money back as he is sort of fallen from grace a little bit. However, nobody has anything to go with except for JD.
No cucumber, no tomato.
I was just thinking what a good decision to fold those pocket threes, but now we got some real action about to happen.
Yeah, this is cooler waiting to happen. Venom or JD. Right now, JD on the good side of things. He is going to put in the cold 4-bet.
At least I have a reason.
1,400. And Venom, of course, has the image of that guy who has been sort of blasting away, VPIP way above everyone else's.
Barbecue sauce, love barbecue.
And
has a lot of mustard in it. Or eating,
this
actually.
is sort of the spot where you would traditionally think about trying to get the maximum value. Rips it all in. JD makes the call. And
oh, that face, yeah.
Wow.
Benham's voice went up a couple of octaves. He said, aces? Yes. Unfortunately, my friend, JD has the ones. Like they're going to go twice.
Diamonds.
yeah, running it twice here. Ace in the window. 2 diamonds.
Diamond action. Let's get a little sweat, can we, JJ? Put a diamond out there if you would. Oh, hell. How about a full house for JD?
No king.
And now king. Now you want the king out.
Oh, no. He catches one of his second board outs. Unfortunate for him.
That is
real
nasty.
That's the worst.
Still the king of hearts left out there somewhere, perhaps.
King.
Not on this board.
And not a single diamond. No, the board, it says a board, but on the actual board you can see there's no diamond. There we go.
That's fucking dirty.
JD fading 1 out, the king of hearts. 1 out, 1 time.
Now JD's going to get buyer dinner for free.
What a nice guy.
King.
No, we established that time.
That is not to be, and the cooler of all coolers is going to send Venom down to the felt.
Looks like JD can afford to buy a dinner for everybody now after that 7.8K profit he just won there.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair thing to do for the table. Of course, there's no expectation that you do it, but when you win a 15K pot and everybody's talking about putting in an order for like $110 or something, like I'm snap buying that one.
I'm snap buying that one too.
You want to buy some of that before he...
Yes.
You know, I feel like we get the classic kings versus aces, you know, once a night when we do these 6-hour streams with these guys. It may not happen every week, but it seems like it does quite often on here. I used to think that was just a hand that happened in the online poker world, and that it was rigged, but unfortunately it is a real thing that happens to us all if you play enough hands.
Yeah, I mean, statistically speaking, it is a very, very rare occurrence. So, you know, you really aren't going to see it that often in comparison to all of the other hands that you'll see, but it's so memorable that it rises to the top. Like, it sticks out in our minds, and so every time we see it, we're like, damn, I feel like I just saw that like the other day. But you don't remember the Jack 7 versus the Queen 9, because, I mean, like, nobody remembers that crap. It's not important. Plus, of course, one of the few ways for people to get, you know, whatever it was, $7,500, $7,800 into the middle pre-flop is aces versus kings. So tough spot there for Benham. Lovely little gift from the poker gods there for JD.
Right.
So like surface cuts and
We've got a 18K stack now, and potential for a 20K plus or even 30K pot is now there. So this game could start getting pretty nasty.
Yeah, let me put mine in. We'll pass it around here. Pita.
Another
Here's our
peek
new
at the
V-pip.
V-pips
Yeah.
here. Yeah, Harvey's still hanging out down there, 12%.
Your nose pierced?
Here, just put it on your
Wolfgang and Brass Monkey also still below 20%.
Yeah. Are you kidding?
It's
usually more appealing.
Man, what a nasty spot, too, for Benham. Like, he's been driving the action, playing more hands than anyone else. He's gotten caught bluffing a couple of times. This was, like, his moment to sort of reap the rewards for having that image and building it up over the course of the night. And, of course, throughout all of the time that these players have played with him in the past. And just cannot cash that one in.
You have from the grill?
I just look hungry all the
It's just
time.
the epitome of the swings of poker, right? He wins like 4 out of his first 6 hands. He's up 5K. And then next thing you know, it's just, you know, nosedive. But fortunately for him, there's a few hours left and plenty of hands to be played.
Poker here with the squeeze from the blind, and he takes that one down.
How could you have the Kings, Harvey?
It closes in 5 minutes. You gotta get this in.
What?
It says closes soon at 8:40.
What?
Closes soon in 4 minutes.
Really? Oh shit.
You're not gonna want that.
I'm gonna add another.
That is the tricky thing about ordering late night. That
What? Get 2 of what you're getting.
Yeah, you really run out of healthy options after 9
I mean, I
p.m.
want for Brian too, but we'll get it. I'll get it.
Do you like gyro and chicken? Let's add.
Yeah, add one of those for Brian too.
Yeah.
Get him extra hummus.
Hummus, tzatziki, pita.
some
sounds
quinoa,
With a side of
double
Yeah.
quinoa.
good. Okay. 3 minutes.
Quinoa and some extra hummus just to needle him while he's gone.
Yeah.
Just to watch him bite into it.
I think I did. I don't know how to check the thing.
All right,
I
Benham
did the
here.
order
He's
or
back
the
on the
first one?
kings,
I added 2 more. Let's see.
and he's
1,
got
2,
one
3,
caller,
4.
AJ here with the
1,
ace
2,
queen.
3,
Let's
4,
see if
5.
Benham
One more.
can
You
make
get
something
chicken kebab
happen
plate?
here.
You
Ooh,
got that.
See it
One
already.
of these.
Oh, he wanted one.
he's
Yeah.
on the clock.
Brian, we're ordering for you. Childish, you're gonna get this.
Benham does have the king of
He's
hearts
going
here
Brian.
for some backdoor
Bob the
opportunities.
builder. You should be Brian the builder.
My middle name is Bob.
Oh really?
AJ is gonna min click him,
Oh, they're winning now 3-2.
and yeah, feels like
Arkansas Razorbacks.
the bucket is out and you're getting milked. But what do? Fold? No.
Definitely was probably looking for at least a heart or something to give him some more outs here. Probably knows where he stands now.
And you shoot sorry. So if the Stars are playing Sunday, they have Ranger game Saturday night.
Yeah, it's pretty weird for AJ to be doing this with just a flush draw or
If they're playing, I don't know if they're playing.
a gut shot to Broadway or something like that. But Benham is not a believer on the turn, sticks around, perhaps even just hoping that a heart would peel off and he could turn his hand into a bluff. But with stack to pot ratio a little bit
Don't you work in like technical Amazon stuff?
on,
It's not on my side. Then.
it's over 1, I guess.
Try it.
No, yeah, under 1, choose.
Yeah.
Anyways, betting, but sorry, check on the end. But that's the end of it. Got lost in my
That's what they say.
my head there for a second.
I'm adding 3,000.
You got this, Benham.
Scorpio in the chat saying Kings have been getting destroyed tonight, and they certainly have.
So that's something to be happy about.
Yeah.
Really?
Did it work?
No.
Oh no, call him.
Oh, when it's that close, it usually I feel like doesn't.
Benham pulls out another 3K to keep himself healthy and able to chip up if he can get a good spot. But we're back to super dust.
It is a party.
Go heads up to a flop. Brass Monkey and Wolfgang.
125.25. Next time.
Terrible. That flop.
Wolfgang wins a hand there. Maybe help out that V-pip a little bit.
He actually didn't do anything V-pippy because he was in the
right?
blind and check.
Yeah. Damn it. So he's just going to get crushed in the chat.
And then poof.
I mean, Harvey's still lower than he is. So.
Right. Closer to that 7% that was mentioned there in the chat.
All right, back to the drawing board, boys. We're drawing down. Let me see what other...
Looks like they didn't get the order in time.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, Brian doesn't want a... Oh, my God, that sounds terrible. This guy needs something that has calories in it. Kava's not going to be it.
Texas Roadhouse.
Ooh, Texas Roadhouse. That sounds good right now.
With the honey, like a barbecue place that comes with a potato and just crap piled out of it. That's what you need.
Yeah, Nick and Sam's of it?
Oh, yeah.
There's some good barbecue in Fort Worth, right?
Oh, my God. So the best barbecue I've probably ever had is in a trailer house in the Goldies. Oh my God,
GG, letting this one go. Wasn't a dominated position and out of position, so it does make some sense, but definitely not a man who likes to fold.
That, I won't ever go away the line again, but I've had it until now all those kind of pails. I mean, everything was good. The sides were good.
Well, what happened with them is they got on some magazine or some
Texas
YouTube.
Monthly, they're top 10 in the country or in the state.
That's what happened with them.
Also barbecue.
And before that, it was like, it's 5 like college buddies that just started, and like one of them was like a restaurant guy. Anyway, it's fantastic.
Everything or particular?
Everything. They do burnt bacon, the burnt ends, you know, they hand them out in line, and by the time you get to the front, you're just starving for barbecue. And they, like, the line's so long, they give you beer in line. But that place is really, really good.
A couple of those places in the state of Texas. Pecan Lodge up in Dallas-Fort Worth area, definitely a good one. Franklin's down here.
Definitely love that one. Yeah, Franklin's is great.
Goldies. Time is good. Another friendly reminder for our guests. If you get to pick up a
Okay, you're gonna increase the V-pip a little bit, makes it 750 to go.
It has about a 2-hour wait on it too now, though, so. I'm not doing that.
Oh, Carlos folds the ace-queen there.
I like Terry Black's. That usually has a long
Yeah, that's pretty tight.
Pretty quickly.
But
It was a squeeze sizing from the blind, so you know was going to have to make a sizable call, and would have been inviting Slick Rick to come along on the button had he done so. So maybe a little one of those 4-better fold kind of situations, and settled on the fold.
Eric hasn't gained weight yet. Yeah. It's coming. Do you run still? No. You never run. You work out? You just work out? I'll do like I think I'm gonna have to. I like running.
Venom here, just going to call with the King Jack suited. Brings Carlos along for the ride. 3 players to a flop, 10 high rainbow. Checks through, another 10 on the turn, and Venom try to get ace high to fold. But Brass Monkey is going nowhere.
All the Mediterranean places I like are closed. There's one, but
Is that what Kava was?
there's
Tougher card to bluff on here, but
Chipotle's open.
he's going big.
Huh? Chipotle?
$4,000
Trying to do Chipotle? Keep it
into a
simple.
pot of 1,200.
Yeah, I'm down for Chipotle. You always skip when you
He
do it.
tells him good fold and
remotely, but-
shows him the king high.
I thought I was going to be chopping and you got down the river.
When you're running bad and having the night like Benham's had, that probably feels good to get something like that through and show it and try to build that confidence back up.
But like 35, basically.
Like I said, he's always got a smile on his face. He's having fun. The way the game should be played.
There's actually no phones at the table. You need to step away.
If you're an influencer, it's fine. You're fine.
Top pair and the best of it here for Harvey. Checks it over to Wolfgang though on the button. He will. Got a C bet here.
What the fuck? Hey, tight fold.
Hold on. Yes.
Quick call from AJ. Harvey will come along as well.
Troublesome card here.
Yeah, I'll just.
Picking up a strong top pair holding, but a weak kicker here for Wolfgang on the turn. Wouldn't be surprised to see him just check this back and play the river in position. We are waiting for the action to get caught up here. Okay, Harvey checks it over. Wolfgang here, not going to give the 5-6 suited and such of the world, the Queen X of the world, a free river card. So he bets, and it looks like we've got, no, sorry, I guess we did check through on the turn, and then the bet was on the river. Something, I'm a little bit lost.
That got sped up real quick there. AJ does win with what we thought was the winning hand all along, so ace jack for AJ.
Look at the 25.
These are really champagne. So much champagne that's not champagne. It's just spelled
We're
like
so
sparkling
bougie up
wine.
here. We're so bougie.
Shut up, dude.
No, Carlos did the same thing before you even got here. I was like, oh, champagne. He's like, I don't know about that. Even Carlos was like,
Yes. You scan yours cards and
Thank you. See that? I like scanning them and go,
Just have to make sure there's none of those invisible bets over there.
150.
Wolfgang gonna raise up another hand here with the ace-10. AJ on the button. Looks like he's gonna re-raise him with pocket nines.
Damn, you can't do double beans.
yeah, you can do it at the bottom.
Double beans?
Oh, double beans. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you can't do black and pinto.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know.
You can do that in person.
450.
Just gonna let the ace-10 go there. AJ with back-to-back wins there.
You can do in person, you know.
Yeah.
In person.
I've actually never ordered Chipotle down in Napa before.
Really?
It's my first time now. I get like salad dressing and then I get side tortillas. Let's see if I can figure that out here.
This Chipotle order, that's a...
Yeah. It's the best. You make your own tacos with the salad dressing as a dressing. It's so good.
I believe. I started ordering on the app because like
how do I do double corn? Is that like a thing or?
I don't think that's a thing. I don't think that's a thing either. Are you vegetarian?
No.
No, okay.
I just like corn.
Double corn, you eat once and then you wait 3 hours. And then it becomes double corn.
Carlos is always ready to go.
I never heard somebody get double corn. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense, but
Wolfgang, very peculiar and specific dietary requirements.
Do you skip the rice?
No.
No?
I do single rice, double beans, double chicken, double corn. The white, what's it called? Sour cream, cheese, lettuce.
What's sour cream?
The white stuff.
And then I get three small tortillas and then a side of salad dressing. That's my order.
It's funny how we
Special instructions.
sort of get locked into our little habits and like, gotta have it just our way. And it's like, if I can't get it that way, like, why would I eat?
Absolutely.
That's a Chipotle order. All right. I got some more content out. So first content is go to the game. Second content is go to Chipotle and make ridiculous orders.
God. I want quadruple corn.
Just like in one of your vlogs, just like be like, all right, here's my Chipotle order. Be like, boom, boom. It's like go through the line while ordering it.
That's what got the Brad guy famous. Is he's funny. So
Super rags all the way down. So like Rick actually had some of the raggiest cards, but
break into places.
Can't be.
he'll get gifted pot.
I don't think Brad's that funny, but he has a cat, so like that
helps.
Yeah, he puts the cat on there a bunch. Stars are winning. That's good.
Yep. I kind of got a good seat. I can watch both games at once.
I like how you can see the TVs but not the board, you know?
Distance is great. Short distance is great. Your first.
It's definitely that good time of year in sports, especially my Texas Rangers making it to the World Series. We now have the Mavericks up here, Cowboys playing, Rangers playing, and the Dallas Stars playing. And usually we don't have all four playing at the same time, but we're fortunate this year to have that. These guys are sounds like they're tuning in to what's going on the TVs out there. I think the Stars and Mavericks are playing tonight, maybe.
Yeah, pretty interesting dynamic between Houston and the Rangers getting into the pennant race there. Everybody in Texas has somebody to root for.
Yeah.
And sometimes people vehemently opposed to the other team, you know, no sort of home team support there.
Yeah, it was kind of strange. I think my Facebook feed was filled with, in the not nice way, screw Dallas, you know, all week long, and you know, I just kept my mouth shut and kind of get to celebrate now and quiet, but beating Houston was just part of it, right? You don't want to beat your in-state rival just to lose the World Series, so we still got 4 more wins to go.
We're all having champagne with dinner.
My wife came in a white dress. That doesn't mean shit.
I'm okay right now, but your champagne glass looks very nice.
Turn pair of 9s here, the best hand for Brass Monkey. Harvey bet flop and is now betting turn.
You got the kids to think of. So you got those kids to think of.
Brass Monkey going nowhere with the 2 pair. Not loving that card.
Yeah, sort of everything that beats Jack 9 just came in. Harvey here betting bottom pair across multiple streets, though. Definitely not doing so with the intention of showing down his hand.
Put that tricky. That is checking.
As the king of diamonds blocks some things, unblocks some other things, and He is going to shut it down, though. Gives it up.
Exactly like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what he could represent still there. I mean, an overpair, kings, aces, but
Everything got there too.
Yeah, well, a queen could definitely continue to bet there. Like, yeah,
Sure.
it's a little bit sketchy, but, you know, you're not going to go full pot or something, right? Half pot. Something
yeah.
in that neighborhood can very much look like a
I had to add a tortilla, but I know it's not going to be the small one. It's going to be a gigantic one, so I have to rip it. It's going to tilt me.
having the king of diamonds there. I'm very surprised that he gives that one up, but perhaps just giving Brass Monkey credit for a stronger holding and figured that he was just sort of bluffing into the semi-nuts. And
Exactly. And he may have to go with the 4K river, you know, like Benham did, bet 4K on the river with nothing to get Brass Monkey to fold there. But
Not the one up cube.
I think it would have taken quite a big bet to get him to fold there, even though I don't think Brass Monkey was thrilled with that river.
I have a custom mama. It's okay. We can just walk things by our house. One was by our house.
It's very cool. Said hello, signed like an autograph for her. Yeah, it's very nice.
Quick comment there from Mallory in the chat about the VPIP conversation, and just let y'all read that for yourselves. So definitely need a little bit of VPIP to keep things interesting. Wolfgang and JD are now tied at 20%.
He was really impressive.
Harvey still holding down the bottom end there at 12%.
I guess.
I'm just glad he's back over 10%. He was down at 9. We didn't want to give any credence to that 7% VPIP from earlier.
Yeah.
That was a really bad fold. That was years ago. Burned in his memory. Never again.
JD waking up with a big hand here, pocket queens in the cutoff. So 3-bet to 450. Brass Monkey, Jack-10 suited, facing this aggression from the blind, didn't want to sort of light his money on fire. He does just get out of the way, but AJ is going to cold call Queen 9 off. That brings Carlos along, and JD will get 2 customers.
12. Take it.
Nice flop here for Carlos. Top pair jack kicker.
That is right, Spite below. We do love our Mallory. Thank you for chiming in from New Hampshire. Good hand going here.
Small bet here from JD makes a lot of sense. 1/3 pot.
Just a call.
10. Sorry. Doesn't change anything. It's 10. Thought I had an extra one in there. Did I give that away?
I know you're good for the other 2.
I got some here and there.
DJ, you're taking the 1-2
Not a strong incentive for JD to continue building a pot here on the turn, so he'll check it back. And it runs out 6-6. If Carlos leads now. 300 in the middle. Go for half pot.
AK, 1-2 kilo.
Pocket Queen's a pretty strong hand, all things considered, but not sure if Carlos is, first of all, floating the flop with much that Queens is beating, that then bets the river. Every once in a while, he may just sort of spaz bet 10s or something like that, right? And you'd be pretty sad if you folded, but it feels like that's not going to happen often enough for it to be profitable, maybe. But JD is like, yeah, maybe you could be up to no good, and does make a call with pocket queen.
Yeah, he did pick off, Carlos early in the stream with a big bluff that Carlos had put in for his whole stack, and decided that maybe Carlos might be getting funky again there, but nice hand for Carlos. Yeah, there it is. Jace Mallory's answering you in the stream, or in the comments here on the buy-ins for this stream.
He's in the middle of nowhere, or what?
The map, Google has it right, but Uber has it wrong on our map.
What's your address?
Good try.
I shouldn't joke like that, because what if you slip up in a moment?
I believe all these guys bought in tonight for 5K.
It'd be funny if I give like your address out.
I think that's right. That's what I recall.
5K, 4 or 5K. Yeah, and as Mallory mentioned there in the chat, next week we're going to do something a little different. A lot of these guys have families and are doing the Halloween stuff. Next Tuesday is Halloween. I think we're going to do another employee stream here. I think it's going to be a 1-2-5 game. Maybe a few mystery guests that are going to be on there, but you'll get to see some folks play poker in costume and hopefully not acting right. That's always fun when the employees get together and like to throw around some chips and just have fun. It'll be a fun one for sure. I'm curious to see the costumes that come out.
Another good flop here for Ace-Jack. This time Slick Rick has that one, and he checks back on the button. Trip 10's now on the turn here for Wolfgang.
How's it going? Pretty bad. Oh no, that's fine. You were lucky. No, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
AJ here just had his kicker promoted from a 2 to a king. So when Wolfgang bets 350, he's probably not feeling too bad about things. But wow, he's going to go for the raise. Turns his ace into a bluff.
Carlos drawing pretty thin to a queen or the case jack there.
And yeah, Slick Rick, who was sort of taking a lower variance line, checking back his hand on the flop, he's just going to have to get out of there facing this action, even if his opponents are somehow on pair plus straight draw or flush draw plus straight draw, just some sort of combinations like that. He just
8 more times
can't withstand the pressure. And now Wolfgang in a little bit of a weird spot. His 8 kicker is pretty dusty.
But if he had been bluffing, I'd have fucked them up.
And AJ is doing this into 2 players, right? So
figured you had queens or kings.
Well, into 3 players rather, because Carlos was still in there with the pocket jacks. So this looks really strong from AJ.
It really does.
Wolfgang gonna show the 10.
I was really pulling for him to make that call because there might be a roasting.
AJ gives him a chance to look at a card. If he'd flipped over the deuce of diamonds.
That would have been nasty, right? If he flips over the deuce. Yeah, but like you said, it really put him in a spot there because it looked really, really strong. All the queen jacks are there, ace 10s, king 10s. That have him beat there, but tough to fold trips. Very, very tight laydown there. Let us know what you think in the chat about that laydown.
Yeah, it's an unorthodox raise there for sure from AJ. If you think about sort of a more traditional approach to
Yeah.
playing a balanced range there, you know, you would pick some much worse hands to turn into a bluff, given the dynamics. But AJ taking that ace deuce and turning it into a bluff is, you know, fantastic in terms of the result there. And, you know, it did. It looked super strong. It looked like this has got to be a 10 or better. And, I mean, Wolfgang doesn't perform well against that if he doesn't give his opponent enough bluffs.
It would have definitely been good entertainment for the stream for AJ to say good fold and turn over the deuce, but he chose to let him pick, and Wolfgang will get to see it one way or the other.
Brass Monkey hits the gut shot here on the turn, playing the wheel. AJ just third pair.
Stealing your chips just like that.
Oh, there'll be another one to pick up. I've been working. I'm like a cyclical cycle where I feel like this is 600. 7? Oh, yeah, I feel like a slow schedule slowly rotates around.
A little over half pot is the wager here from Brass Monkey.
Mine too. Mine too.
Who bet flop as well.
Sometimes it shifts back and forth. Sometimes
AJ has the ace of diamonds, so he blocks some of the biggest flush draws, and also does have a blocker should a diamond come in, which he could try to represent that flush. But I think he's going to think better of this and fold, and he does indeed.
Shows the 4. And he shows the 3.
Ace 3's good. Ace 3's solid. What a turn. Lovely. Thanks. What, ace 3 with the ace of diamonds too? Wait, no, I had the ace of diamonds. Let me think. No. I don't know if I had the ace of diamonds. Forgot.
Pocket threes.
Those are solid.
Pocket threes, huh? That's it.
Ace 3. Good call.
You had 2 diamonds too? I don't remember if I had the ace of diamonds or not.
I did not.
I think I did. Give up on it.
All right, limped pot here. 3 players to a flop. Straight draw for Carlos, not much for anyone else.
125. Thank you, sir. His time. Please do.
Carlos will take it down with a single bet.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did find out they've decided not to do the knit button game tonight. If anybody out there was wondering, we did have the crazy 7-deuce game going last week. I know it's just something they, amongst themselves, decide to do or not to do.
Man, that was so much fun. So many 7 deuces came up all in a row there in the middle.
Yeah. So many that we had people in the comments asking if it was rigged, right? You know, like,
yeah.
That was fun. I'm sure we'll get that again, but.
Yeah, those always make for entertaining streams. And the most insane thing about it was that like hardly anybody ever just went like belly up with the 7-deuce. It was like everybody was winning with it, whether they would get the bluff through or they would actually just make the best hand. Like it was incredible.
Smash 2 pair or some sort of straight, yeah. Porker away from the table again. Had pocket nines. He had pocket aces earlier when he stepped away.
Yeah, pretty wild.
And hello, 9. He would have had a set of aces on the river on the last one as well.
Yeah. Carlos still 2 overcards and a gut shot to the queen high straight. So he's going to take a stab at this. Pocket 7s are still hanging around, I believe. Although we're not going to get the rest of these cards scanned in, so we're going to have to just do this one blind until we get to Showdown. Unfortunately, we did have a technical error on this one. So still 3 players here on the river, deuce of diamonds.
If the queen counterfeited me, it is what it is.
Oh, even on the queen.
And we're going to check all the way through. Let's see who's got the winner. The pocket 7's over there for Slick Rick.
I was done. Gotcha. Certain point, you're like, okay, whatever.
Don't tell the kid that. He was probably thinking like, ah, man, I should have bluffed. I would have won that one. And then you tell him like, no, you bluffed. I fucking snap call your ass. You made the right decision.
Yeah.
Don't let him off the hook like that. Tell him like, oh, I would have snapped folded so fast.
I would have been like, oh, we're all getting rid of it.
You're like, oh, this stupid queen. This guy's got aces. I fold. Maybe he's just leveling you, Harvey. He was actually a snap fold, but he just doesn't want you bluffing him, so he's just telling you.
Nice.
Seems like a genuine guy.
Slick Rick with an upgrade from 7s to 8s here. And Mr. Benham kings for the 3rd time.
He's 0 for 2 with them.
Oh, man. I wonder if when he peeks down at 2 kings, is he just like, here we go again?
Definitely when you've taken the damage that he has already tonight with them, you don't look at them the same way, but he is going to take him to the streets nonetheless. Slick Rick will make the call and play this out of position. Does not flop a set. Only 1 overcard to the 8th.
I said I wouldn't mind a 4-7 seat.
And
I might play that right now.
all things considered, a pretty decent spot to continue in a 3-bet pot out of position.
Yeah, I mean, both about the same. Mine's worse, but it's still okay. Neither one of you want to really jump in with.
Really want to know what these other card was. Seeing the aces and pretty twice. You think so? I heard him breathe really heavy.
Wow, Slick Rick's maybe putting him on a ace-king, ace-queen type of holding and going to raise him up here.
A little bit curious, but does indeed raise it up.
Uh-oh, there's him striking.
And makes the call, 2,500.
Oh, second and third.
Plus another 7, so 32.40 in the middle. Stack to pot ratio around 1.5.
Yeah, I would do that.
I'm big on small ball, you know. Get up.
Gotta get the runs in.
Get one run in, yeah.
And leaving them on base is a terrible, terrible way to lose baseball. That's the easiest way to go.
And the weird thing about check raising a hand as middling as pocket 8s is when you get called, you're like,
I will say if it is Arizona, it'd be exciting.
now what do I do? This pot is quite large. I
be
don't want to slow down out of position, but do I really want to bet again? So Rick here is assembling
That's a league
a relatively small wager, but committing a solid portion of his remaining chips, 1.7K.
That's fun. Did you play baseball?
Ooh, Benham folds.
So if you want to, because softball hitting is a little different. Like baseball guys have a minute, takes a minute.
Shows him an 8.
Arc Park, any of the big parks.
Did you
show up at 6? And
I had an
the team was always looking for somebody. Always.
That's
rough.
Aren't signed up on
That was the spot for Benham too, but he's like, bro, I'm getting check raised, and then the 10 comes off. Like, that's not the card I wanted to see. It's not maybe the worst card in the deck, but it's definitely not a good one. And he, yeah, believes that the kings are just setting him up for failure. Lets it go.
Yeah, it's gun shy. Not running good.
It's not very expensive, really.
Got to his head a little bit. It's all right.
I used to make deals. Like after you do it once or twice, you go like, say on Tuesday nights. And then you're stuck with the team, but they'll always can you come back? Can you come back on Monday? Yeah,
You're pretty good then, for them to want to invade you
I
back.
played pro for a little while. But yeah, it's gay. You get $20 a game. After every game you win.
What city?
Fort. And you travel. You don't. There's not enough game there. So it's gay. It's like the score's like 15-4.
Benham right back on the horse though. Suited connector here against Harvey, squeezed from the small blind.
I batted 8. And I still hit.
Like 4.
There was monsters. And
wow.
they never not hit one out. So.
Yeah, straight draw versus flush draw here.
Miss. I played out. So left and center get a ton of balls, and you got to run down. That's the big thing. You got to get the fly balls out. It was fun. So you crush it, man.
Yeah, be attacking off the sea. You're going home. That's insurance.
See, I don't know why this guy's second is on. If you know you're gonna catch it, just tag it out. Anyway, I don't know.
4 1/4 and a call.
You got to throw.
Queen of hearts on the turn.
Maybe he's fast enough where you can score.
Gut shot now for Harvey to go along with his diamond draw.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it is Marte. Marte's their fast guy. I don't think he's worried about scoring.
And also with
but then by that line,
2
just
outs.
go to third.
Good. There's 2 outs. It's really not pop by is not going to do any good. But it's, if you can score a single.
See if he finds the overbet jam here. He does not. He goes for the check.
I love game 7s because they all the everything's
And I'm
out.
quickly betting
Picture
half
pitch
pot.
last night. Put it back out there. I mean, anybody.
Yeah, that is cool.
So fun.
Wait, last year it was Phillies, Houston, right?
Yeah.
Houston won.
They cheated and won. Yeah.
They cheated last year too?
Wasn't last year the cheater? Or was that
No, that was like against the Dodgers and stuff. Yeah.
Every year.
And Harvey just going to go for the check jam.
What did that?
6, 1. And 450. 3,000. Could you?
And I'm just trying to do some pot odds calculations. He's like, shit, man.
Right.
Did I commit myself here?
So I need to. Let's see.
Harvey would not like getting called, but when the cards are flipped over, realizing what good a shape he's in right now.
No.
Ball guy.
Yeah. Benham doesn't give himself the 7 and 8 pairing as outs, right? Like, how would you possibly think that? So he's sort of believing he has far less equity than he has.
And they did let him rabbit hunt. He would have missed a straight, so
Good investment.
Harvey could have won a really big pot with just a king high there.
I keep folding to him. Like, yeah, he said take it.
Wow, what was the river? I didn't see them.
I didn't see it either. I just heard him say, he said I missed my straight.
Oh, okay.
Definitely going to need
Yeah.
it. Ben's just a nice guy.
Absolutely. Is that flash?
I didn't see it.
Even if it flashed, we'd say no.
Let me see if I like it.
Yeah. Was it good?
Here's send it back in.
Wait, what? I'm 50.
You're
Sorry.
50, yes,
I'm good with it.
Those VPIP numbers have gone up a little bit. Harvey in the 14%, Wolfgang up to 20.
Yeah, these work. These things work out.
And, you know, JD, one of our most notorious, you know, guys that likes to get involved in hands, is at 20% himself. So cards kind of dictating the play tonight.
I don't think you have a hand and then end up not.
Because of the lighting?
No, just like in game.
Rarely. Like
Once every 3 months.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, just like check pre-flop and then don't check hand, and then you end up having something slightly different.
Oh, I haven't done that in like a long
See, I learned something very smart. Quesadillas. That way you eat them with your hands.
I just had a different.
The food has arrived, and the players are more interested in getting their snack on than scanning their cards. So.
So we don't know what's being played right now. 10s and 6s on the board.
I check. I played the board. Oh yeah. Sorry, I was gonna bet for sure, and he would have called it.
But it's the same.
It's like King. King Kicker going to take that one down for Benham.
Got to be happy with a $600 pot there. The way his night's been going the last couple hours.
Everything happens for a reason. Okay.
Yeah, things have been rough on Benham, but he's hanging tough.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Another quick reminder as we get the hand dealt out here that if you're in or around the Houston area, got a bunch of nice big tournaments coming at you, 100K guarantees, all of them together. The Turkey Shootout, 300K guarantees in tournaments, Texas Card House in Houston. Those tournaments coming up here at the beginning of November.
Yeah, that looks like a really cool event with the extra bonuses on top of all the guarantees. So you're in Houston and you like tournament poker, I would go to TCH Houston this weekend.
Once you angle it that way. Once you face it that way.
You raise free.
You did.
Okay.
I'm betting into you.
That gets you all the room, yeah.
Stuff like that.
JD's like, so just so we're clear, you're donk betting? Cool.
Yeah, who raised free? Me? That's what I thought.
I actually knew first play, but I didn't.
Picks up some nice equity there.
Yeah, JD picks up the straight draw. He's still just got 9 high though, so he definitely wants to try to win this without getting the showdown.
Right, and his talking looks like it slowed AJ down there.
AJ picks up a gut shot and the flush draw. I'm very surprised that he folded that hand, but yeah, like you say, maybe the table talk getting to him a little bit.
Must have, yeah.
That's definitely not it.
I think a great card for him to continue on there.
Yeah, I mean, being out of position and you've got slim pickings on what's actually going to improve your hand, but I mean, yeah, I think I would think a little bit more about playing that one.
Yeah, if you're going to donk once, I'd continue, you know.
Oh, well, then maybe flush was good. I didn't need a flush. Couldn't need a flush. I've never bet that turn if I knew you were so cool.
Yes, please. I'll play.
My bad.
Yes.
Still messing it up.
Yes.
Man, the number of times that we've seen the entire table folding hands like this until it gets to the blinds is pretty
Because I can throw it
wild.
everywhere.
What happened?
AJ here with a real hand though, not going to raise it up.
Yeah, a little different night tonight than we're used to with some of the same cast of characters here.
AJ takes that down with the ace high. No further action post flop.
I kind of started both at the same time, like professional, or I mean, I only worked in the tech industry for like 3.5 years. It just wasn't like the same after COVID. After they started like having you come back in the office. So. And honestly, I was never like that passionate.
I get 15% somehow. I'm like,
spent way more time on
Ooh, little downgrade for Benham as he's going to wake up with pocket queens when it gets back to him. But for the time being, we've got Carlos opening under the gun with sailboats. Hopefully that downgrade from kings to queens will actually benefit our man Benham, though, as he could use a win with his big pairs. There is the 3-bet. AJ just calling from the $25 straddle.
See that?
I don't travel too much.
500 just a little too much for AJ to come along, and Benham will take it down.
Yeah, the ace-5 suited is one we see 4 and even 5 bet sometimes on these bigger games, but AJ decided to play that one down.
Yeah, it takes a certain kind of
that's the way to play.
I travel a ton.
what's the word? A certain kind of constitution, I suppose, to take those ace-5 suiteds and really get after it. I mean, we've seen sort of general population pick up on the ace-5 suited and play it strongly a little bit more frequently than it has ever been before, but it's still, you know, it still just looks like a kind of pretty, kind of not hand to a lot of folks, and they'd rather just either flat call it or even just fold it, right, than try to bloat a pot or bluff with it.
We don't want to take from the wedding.
You know, it makes a lot of sense too, because it's something that you should be adding in if you are constructing a real like balanced 3, 4, and 5 betting strategy that involves more than just like aces, kings, and ace king, maybe queens. But a lot of players, you know, they aren't doing that. So
yeah,
no
and
need to get crazy.
AJ was definitely out of position there, so he thought about it for a second and decided to let it go. But nice hand brewing here. A couple guys flopping top pair, but AJ getting the best of it here with top 2.
Andrew, the score is 1-2 and 1 holds up. Thank you. Mohammed, we select transfer.
Harvey was the original bettor. Just wondering, what did I run into here?
Will, 1-2 and 1 holds up. David W, transfer. Thank you.
I'm curious there, Aaron, about that check from AJ, who had just re-raised.
Ready, transfer.
Yeah, it's a little bit curious. It gives all of the straight and flush draws a free card. The 6 really shouldn't be connecting with either of his opponents when he does go for the raise on the flop. So, yeah, it's a little bit curious, but
As good as Kava? No.
kind of hoping that someone will we'll put some money in there with a draw or something like that, and maybe he could check raise him again. I'm not exactly sure, but Carlos here is going to bet his jacks up with the 9 on board kicking.
It's not a big enough bet to really scare anybody off there.
No, in fact, Harvey had the king 10 of hearts. He'd obviously much rather have something with the 10 of spades to go for a bluff, but does decide to just get out of the way, and AJ will easily drag that pot.
And exactly what I thought Carlos is asking him. I hit my flush on the river. What are you doing calling there? He's like, it's too small. Too small of a bet. 550 into that pot was just too small to get him off of that hand there.
Yeah. Carlos down a little over a starting stack of 5K. Benham down 8,800. Those two players stuck the most. Harvey and Poker, JD all up over 5K, so they're having a good night.
It's a little later in the evening now, but I'm seeing something on TCH Dallas's Instagram stream for these prizes they've been giving away. They had a high hand that you had to hit to be able to draw for one of these prizes. They've now lowered that qualifier to 8s full or better in Hold'em, quads or better in Omaha to win these prizes. You can draw for the remaining prizes. That's still going on for this 3-year anniversary they're doing. So if you're in Dallas, you're up, you're watching the stream, you got that itch to come play poker, there's some added incentive, champagne, cake, and some prizes being given away tonight. So come and join us at TCH Dallas.
Absolutely, and always remember that complimentary beverages are flowing as well.
That's right.
Light beer for the poker players. Definitely would be in that room after the stream if I was up there in Dallas. A little bit jealous, man. You get to go fire up a 1-2 or 2-5 table, whatever you want, and try to get some of those prizes, or what?
I may have to if it's still going on after the stream is up. Of course, me being a native to the DFW area, I know some of the prizes are Dallas sports related. I know they gave away the Michael Irvin signed football earlier. I know they have a Cowboys helmet they're giving away, and hell, even if you're not a Cowboys fan, those things have monetary value, so why not try to win them?
4-liner to a straight here, Slick Rick with 2 pair. Check, check, flop. AJ bets turn and now slows down. Slick Rick, he might actually be able to go for about a half-pot bet here, targeting something like king, queen, king, jack.
Like at least if you're gonna walk him, like have it be 2 feet outside the zone, not like.
He's gonna go for an overbet even. Oh, before he even gets the chips across the line, it is a fold.
With a 0, you're all right.
That's tough. 1 ounce?
Yeah, that obviously wasn't a bluff, but there's nothing better than when you're trying to pull a bluff and you just touch your chips and your opponent's already folded. You're just like, phew, no sweat.
Yeah, I don't have to sit here for a minute and a half, like pretending like I've got it or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
wondering if my neck vein's about to explode or not.
Yeah, dude.
This is the time I normally get bored to play those hands.
Another time that we fold all the way into the blinds. Carlos with a real hand. He'll make it 150 and ship the pot.
We're trying to make the card distribution not whack, I think was the word used earlier. But sometimes the cards just don't fall how we like them. We're not seeing aces versus kings, or we don't have the 7-deuce game going on tonight, but we've still had some 15K plus pots tonight, and the stacks have gotten bigger. And got a few guys down quite a bit. Might try to play a little aggressive towards the end here to try to get some of their money back. So,
I'm generally like
and Porker just has to be at the table because he's got 9s and aces when he walks away.
No, I don't.
Hopefully, he's playing his 10-9 suited I just saw here, but.
Like raw veggies are like the hardest thing for them to like keep like safe actually.
Good to know.
Playable hands here for sure. JD gets to close the action, and oh, sorry, no, Porker closes the action with the 10-9, and yeah, 5 players to a flop.
Yeah, let's go. JJ going to do his best to give us an action flop here. Couple folks connecting. 3 of them connecting. Carlos putting in a call with his 7s here.
Rather ambitious, but yeah, everybody did flop something. But Venom betting his top pair, which is the best hand after it checks to him on the button.
3 players right?
8 changes nothing. Pretty big brick.
Maybe no brother today?
Champagne for anybody?
Champagne, it's our birthday.
It's their birthday.
He's a social.
Okay, imagine stack somebody with glass champagne in your.
You want me to have champagne?
800 the bet now.
I'm always thinking for the concept.
That's unbelievable.
AJ doesn't have a heart, but yeah, he's out of there. Venom will win a nice little pot there. Chip up a bit.
He's like, I don't need pocket kings. I need just 1 king on the board and 1 in my hand to win tonight.
2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago, he won the most he'd ever won.
You said he won like 2100, like 200 to 21 or something like that?
200 to 2100. Second one, too.
They're watching the Arizona Diamondbacks and Phillies game that's on the wall behind them there. It's like it's in the middle of the 8th. Diamondbacks are up 4-2 over the Phillies right now, and the winner of this game obviously goes to face our Texas Rangers here, which starts, I believe, on Friday.
I didn't play with the 500 card.
Do you have a preference on which team advances?
You know, I want to face the Phillies just because I can't stand the fan base, and they're the best, I think, of the 2 teams, and they have all the big-name players. I know we played them to open the season, and we beat them both times, but that was obviously the very first 2 games of the season, and we're a long way away from that. But I know most of the folks are saying that they would prefer the Diamondbacks just because I think we have a better shot against them.
Okay.
But either way, you know, you're in the World Series. I think it's just put your best foot forward and hope it works out. I know I can't take the heartbreak of another World Series loss. It's been since 2011 since we've been there, so fingers crossed. But yeah, there would be nothing better than to beat Philly.
AJ check calls with pretty weak holding here. Gets rewarded with a pair of 9s on the turn, but he is still well behind Venom with that top pair of kings. Once again, preferring to just have a king in hand and a king on board over the pocket kings, as you said earlier. That seems to be doing better things for him. AJ voluntarily puts another 350 in the middle, and it does not improve on the river. However, another spade does peel off, so back to a flush completing.
I think it's 4-3 somehow going into 8th and still big at that. Down the middle.
AJ checks though, and Venom wastes no time going for value here.
You're the reason that they don't have PLO.
He was on full tape, you know?
At the hideaway, I feel like they still do.
No, they're stealing hideaway. You're still there.
They used to have that?
That's
like.
They're trying to get him to
Oh,
shake.
yeah, that's not a bad pitch. I'll take that one.
Yeah. I think now 1-2 both locations.
See if AJ can find a hero call here, putting Venom on some sort of air ball. bricked straight draw or something.
Yeah, not many bluffs available, really.
Champagne and Chipotle.
Yeah, unless Benham just has, you know, just any two cards that he's just kind of betting
Any ace
flop
high.
and then floating the turn with, just like, nah, dude, I got ace high over here and gonna punk you on the river.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I love.
Yeah, I mean, he 3-bet him pre-flop, so.
To be honest, I really think they should.
And AJ pays it off. Nearly 5K pot there for Benham. His image really paying dividends, and that is going to help a lot getting him moved back up unstuck. I think he's only down a buy-in now.
I think you're right. That's definitely going to give him some confidence going forward. A couple single pair wins there.
That's the right move.
Trying to get him back right.
Yeah, they can't do it earlier in the series because if they need that guy, they can't roll. So now they'll have enough rest.
Yeah.
Do the 100.
Stephen M. was at the 2-5, going to holder.
Yeah, you can tell the game's loosening up a little bit as the night goes on. You know, you had a standard raise with a suited connector and a 3-bet with a just a king 10 off, and it ended up being a really big pot.
Brian gives nothing but good advice.
What I tried. You should listen to it.
If you're gonna try to outplay me.
You got me a little salty about marriage. But other than that, like, solid advice.
Wolfgang gonna raise it up, and AJ just gonna call there with the ace king.
Yeah, we've seen AJ take a couple of these lines where he's got a hand that would typically 3-bet, and he's just called with it. Checky on the flop here. Does make it tough to play against players that do that pretty consistently because they're pretty much never capped. Like, if they're just like flatting you with jacks and ace king and stuff to your opens pre, you can really just not take a lot of hands out of their range. Although when they do 3-bet you, you tend to give them a lot of respect. So makes them a little bit easier to play against in that respect. But AJ certainly can zig and zag, and sometimes he'll raise those hands, sometimes he'll flat them, so you never really know what's going on.
Make it 500.
Same hand.
Yep.
In there for playing the 2-7 game.
Oh, I had 2-7. Yeah.
All right, looking at the earnings again, Harvey here up the most, 6K.
I think I had him like 5 times. I'm either gonna either one of them both by now.
You had it 5 times on it?
Fairly quiet night for him, but doesn't need to play a lot of hands to make the most money.
Yeah, very, very solid. I'm trying to go back and replay some of the hands he's been in to get him up so much. But yeah, good night for Harvey.
Whoa, I saw it. Oh man, my pocket kings are ruined.
It's like a card flipped over.
Kings are definitely no good on the table.
It was a king. It was a king. And we already saw one folded as well, so interesting. Let's see if this is correct, if Brass Monkey truly has the pocket kings here. What
I
a
mean, it
gross
sounded
spot.
like it was him that said my pocket kings are ruined too.
I think so.
That's ridiculous. Venom not going anywhere, and Slick Rick here. He's getting a price, but he is going to be out of position and likely dominated at least. So yeah, he's going to fold and heads up between Venom and
Go back
Brass
to
Monkey.
enjoying his bowl from Chipotle.
And I'm concerned that he doesn't actually have pocket kings because.
So am I. Yeah, I thought I saw King 10 folded.
Yeah, here's a king on the flop. I don't know. It's possible, but maybe we had some sort of card misread. But at the very least, Venom, if he has ace jack, is just working with a gutter ball.
Really? Yeah. I actually randomized that one. Like with the queen of clubs, like I'll call it.
I don't know. Maybe that was the case king that just got folded or mucked face up or whatever. And Brass Monkey actually is somehow flop top set. And sure enough, okay, that is all true.
I hadn't seen it yet. I just said my pocket kings.
He did say it. It must have been a jack that was exposed there, not a king.
No, I think it was the case king.
It was, okay.
And then the king 10 that was said that it was folded must have been the misread because the card had been pitched onto the scanner already.
Yeah. It was the one that was flipped over. Okay. Yeah, good deal.
Well, the king is like, I don't think you'd ever think I had a king.
No, I didn't think he had a king yet. If I hit my ace, I thought that would have been good.
I was actually praying for an ace, of course.
You folded, right?
No, I missed that.
Sanji, would you like 2-5-0? T-Bear for 2-5-0.
What's up, fellas?
RJ
yo,
is in
what's
the
going
house. Going to join us when Aaron taps out here in a second to finish off this last 2 hours of our Tuesday night stream here in Dallas.
No respect. No respect.
How are these guys doing tonight? Are they getting fired up yet?
You know, all of a sudden I up it.
Man, there's a couple of them that started off hot and have kind of cooled off, but there's been some chips flying around here in the last couple hours. Some guys I think are still trying to get unstuck, so.
Yeah, I would say the theme so far has been Venom has been playing a lot of hands, but when he's gotten his best hands, pocket kings in particular, he is 0 for 3 with them. And so that has been an uphill battle for him. And then outside of that, we've honestly seen some relatively tame play for the most part. A couple of players getting hit with the bottom of the deck repeatedly, but yeah, we've had a fair bit of action, and you know, maybe the last 2 hours is exactly what we've all been building up towards.
We can only hope, right? Get it going.
For the food? Nope. Oh. For all the money.
RJ, you've been out there in the TCH Dallas room. How's the room going? It seems pretty noisy and crazy out there.
It is a little crazy. The vibe there is awesome tonight for the 3rd birthday celebration, and chips are flying, and a lot of energy out there tonight. It's a great room to play in tonight for sure.
Still got some giveaways and stuff going on, obviously.
Still got the giveaways going on. Still have a lot of gifts left. So they actually they dropped the qualifications to get some gifts. So it's hopping right now.
Nice. Good to hear.
She had it. Yeah. Yeah, I would have had king 6 off. Then I upgraded 10-6 suit.
Carlos has been one of our more ambitious players tonight. Tried to pull off a big bluff early on. It didn't work out so hot for him, but he's kind of called his way back in.
Turned to flush draw and missed here. So
yeah.
See if he's got anything in him. Big bet.
Yeah, not going to be able to. Not going to be able to call there with error, but
It was like over the head catch, like it's crazy.
still got 187 people chiming in here for the TCH stream in Dallas. Got Aaron McAvoy and RJ and Eric here.
In the alpha, when you're in dead sprint catching that ball, that's the hardest one because you lose it right there at last.
Curious to see where our likes are. We were setting for a goal at 150. Almost 200 of you watching.
This is 125 stuff tonight. What are these GTO people around you teaching you?
We're at 74 likes here, Aaron.
74? All right. I think
you always do that, and then
a few folks that are watching probably haven't had a chance to hit the like button yet. Can help us out and move us on up towards 100. That would be fantastic.
Let him be good at the other stuff. He doesn't need pre-flop
JD here has a glass of champagne in hand and 8-7 suited facing a raise to 450.
Got him a little bubbly.
Yeah, you can have it back for this hand.
Well, is that good for the stomach after you've dominated some Chipotle?
Oh yeah, lovely dessert.
Yeah, it might help the digestion a little. I don't know.
My money to somebody that 3-bets.
Eric?
It's like a Sprite with booze.
Franco? You look like a Franco. Do they play every?
Top set again for the Kings. Middle pair for JD.
No.
He's like, yeah, I guess I'll bet. The nuts.
Probably the two that he got. He seems like a nice guy, but it might as well be.
JD's gonna stick around with a pair. Hard to hit a pair in poker.
Yeah, I think they should stop inviting.
Yeah, these are always the worst situations. When you call with a suited connector, you have big dreams of flopping some sort of straight or flush or combo draw, and instead you get second pair with no diamond.
He's actually pretty fun too.
AJ's just praying that JD hit that card.
He doesn't speak the language. She doesn't.
JD decides not to represent it.
Farsi.
This is a birthday prize. Big prizes. Let's find out what she gets. Come on, let's find out. It's a big one, yeah.
We don't get anything.
Thank you, Dino, in the chat.
I got out.
Nice guy just popped up.
850 is the bet here from AJ as the front door spades complete. JD going to look for some liquid courage, perhaps, but no, he's going to let it go.
1 hour of free time.
Nice little pot there for AJ, though.
I don't know if I duck. In this day and age, I don't know if
They just popped off something. I could hear it in the background there. The whole table turned around.
There are several balloons out there. I'm guessing that's a balloon casualty.
Yeah, this day and age, you hear a pop. You gotta check your surroundings sometimes. Aaron's in the comfort of his home right now, not sweating a pop too much.
Well, I'm in the booth here at TCH Austin.
Yeah.
And it's fairly tame out there tonight, but yeah, some nights we have had some of the back tables filled in, and I've definitely had like a bomb pot or something go crazy, and everyone starts screaming. Not quite a pop going off, but you know,
yeah,
it's a little startling.
Yeah, but what do we play?
Checking your exit strategy.
Right. All right, we've got a dealer change. That means it's time for a PLO flip, and I'm going to leave this in your guys' capable hands and take my leave. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you tonight, Eric, and I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the night. Take care. Good night. I'll see you all next time.
Thanks, Aaron. Take care, buddy.
Good night, Aaron.
See you guys. Peace out.
All right, we have a new dealer in. I believe this is Crimson, who is in the box here. Going to deal out the PLO flip.
It's better than aces. Aces full or better.
Oh, then you got. I just lowered it.
Oh, okay. What is it?
And RJ and I'll wave at you now from TCH Dallas.
What up, TCH Livers? Good to see you guys again.
I think he's at 8 full for here.
Well,
So what if I
We've got these last couple hours, so we're going to be hopefully kicking some butt here, watching some good poker, cracking off jokes,
Indeed.
talk about some sports.
555, how about that?
Looks like we've got the D-backs still over the Phillies right now.
Yeah, they should be going into the 9th inning about right now. I was watching it in the room.
Let's go.
There's quads.
I have one out.
Somebody has quads. You gotta be kidding me.
Quads are good.
I'm trying a new strategy where I turn all the cards.
You made it straight.
Get a promotion out of it.
Get a promotion. They got quads.
Oh yeah, does it count? Does that count? Can I pull?
Floor on 20. Let's see if he can pull for a prize. That is the qualifier
Yeah,
for Omaha.
I'm not sure if long pots will qualify, but it's definitely worth checking.
No, we're not going to get it.
Cool.
Wait, but our other hand? Oh.
There's so lots to give away. Hey, but you had one of his outs. You had the ace
Quad
out.
fours.
If he hits it,
right
that's
off the bat.
bad. You flop
They're
quads,
checking.
the guy hits.
They're checking.
I think I was playing against that guy earlier.
You're going to flip qualified. Let's just keep flipping.
Yeah.
10 cards? Every single time they pull it, let's flip some against quads.
Yeah. There's no gambling on it, but yeah. I flopped it. I mean, that has to count.
Yeah, a little update. 4-2 in the 9th. Arizona leads. A little update on who might the Rangers meet in the World Series. So that's kind of exciting around here.
I'm telling you, exciting times. We normally don't have the 4 major sports going at once. You know, usually the Rangers are done by October.
1, 2, 3, go Cabo.
Yeah.
This week.
Now we'll have basketball, football, baseball, and hockey all going at the same time. I have no clue when the soccer season starts or ends. But
Yeah, they've been playing lately.
What the fuck is that?
Definitely busy times around DFW.
I didn't lose an extra 25.
and maybe bring some fans in, maybe some Arizona or Philly fans.
Oh, sure, man. You know, I've got to play I've got to visit a couple of World Series games in my life, and the energy there and the tourists and the visitors, it's a big deal for those areas very much. So there'll definitely be some people coming in.
Once we find out if it's Arizona folks or Philly folks, we'll have to invite them out to TCH to
Absolutely.
Play some poker while they're here in town rooting on their team.
Harvey has kings. Now, last time I was on here, Harvey kept getting kings.
Harvey is our big winner so far for the night. He's up a good chunk. Here we go.
You gotta help me choose.
We got Harvey there still in the lead. He's up 6.7K for the night. Porker over there in seat 8, up 5.5 almost. JD still up 4K. Normal night for him. Brass Monkey up a bit. AJ up a bit. Slick Rick up a bit. Wolfgang up a bit. We've just got 2 people who are in the red right now, and that's pretty rare for this show. Usually it's
a little more red.
A little more red, yeah. Unfortunately, like we've said every week, not everybody can win in poker. Usually the table's pretty heavy on one side or the other with chips, but it's kind of spread out tonight.
I already get.
You get it. You don't have to.
Oh, I get it. You don't have to pay. All right, give it.
Yep, that's fine. Put it on the scale right now.
Thanks.
I'll give you 5 and we'll split it.
Which one are we picking?
Pretty good flop for Benham here.
How do you pay for time?
You think he liked it?
Plays a little button 3-4 offsuit, flops a wheel.
Doesn't show it.
No.
Acts like he's been there before.
Gets to lead out. Hope there's an ace in the pot. To no avail. We'll go to the next one.
We have not mentioned here at TCH Dallas right now, there is a promo going on. If you come and play from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. TCH Dallas, right now, instead of our normal $13 an hour, it's going to be $10 an hour. So if you have time already on your account, or if you buy, the standard $13 an hour, you will only be charged $10 an hour while you're playing. So the rest of that money will stay onto your account until it goes back up. Right now, that promotion's going on, the Early Bird Rise and Shine Special here at TCH Dallas.
I think I got up before 11 a.m. once this week.
Touche, my friend. Well, there's always games going at TCH Dallas. You can come in, and there'll be games no matter what time you come in. We're open 24/7. So if you're an early riser, want to come get a little action in before you go to work, it'll be $10 an hour instead of the normal 13.
That's nice of them, though.
Here we go. We got a fun little arrangement of hands here. We're going to see a flop for 500 apiece.
Carlos has a bluff in him here on the button. No, he's going to check it.
Poker, the original raiser, with his suited ace deuce. Picking up 2 pair on the turn.
Just going to throw a little 1K chip out there. Take that one down. We kind of laughed earlier about his name, Porker. I still haven't figured out exactly why he's choosing to go by Porker. He was known by Franco before, but, a lot of guys like to change their name, do a little something different, be silly.
Changing up the screen name to have a little fun, and where would you go other than Porker?
Do you have anything besides RJ on yours out there?
Yeah, when they announce my name, it says Dupe Show.
Dupe Show, which is part of your little spiel.
Right, yeah. Had a podcast for that in the past, and had a boss that always called me Dupe Show, and so it's kind of stuck. It's like, that's a fun nickname.
Which is RJ Dupree.
Dupree, yep. The last name's Dupree, so yeah, that's went by Dupe a lot of my life.
I think we're going to have a fun hand here with Brass Monkey with the jiggities, the pocket jacks, the hooks. I did think I saw a king's hand in there somewhere. And Porker waking up with pocket eights, or the snowmen, the J-Los.
Yeah, it looked like the digital graphics slow rolled us up there a little bit on the kings. They have gone away, so.
Carlos is chilling with the ace deuce now, not kings. So
jacks versus eights, it still could be fun.
Porker started the night off hot, RJ, with pocket fours, spiking a set a couple times. Decides to lay those eights down there for a little heftier price.
Yeah, pocket aces. Why do you think I live raised?
Because you don't have it.
Yeah, we've definitely seen the big pairs get passed around tonight. Kings have definitely not done hot tonight. They run into aces once.
Little limp raise there, scared off the eights, it looks like.
Yeah, you did do the 100.
Limp raise, often a pretty strong hand.
I'm going to try what you tried.
See how it works.
Yeah, the Red Reaper says if you need to get in a little poker before work, you might be a degen. If you wake up 2-3 hours early before your normal time and you can't go back to sleep, we're here for you. That's all we're saying. We're here for you. If you want to come try to spin up a couple $100 before you go to work.
Hey, those breakfast eating games aren't bad sometimes.
That's right.
The PLO games this week have been off the chart.
Nice.
And they have been running all night. And sometimes those breakfast special hours have been incredible games as they've pulled an all-nighter. Also could qualify as DGen material, but nonetheless, fantastic games.
And the hand we got going, I like blood, so I'm going to call for a king on the river here. One time.
Some excitement. Or a deuce.
Dadgummit.
Top of the night?
But AJ's still got a full house here. Unfortunately, nothing Carlos is going to be able to battle with unless he wants to put out a bluff here. And he does.
Let's see what he does.
This is what I would have gotten.
Little small feeler bet with his queen high.
It's going to be
Gonna get the bad news though, isn't he?
He will.
I bet it's not. 100 on the side. I give you 5 to 1. I'll give you 500 to 1.
Okay. There's 5.
He's just like, please have a jack. Please have a jack. Raised him up to 1,200. Quick fold.
Quick little 1K disc in there to
right.
raise it up. Just see if there's a jack out there to make some money off of.
My 5 or 10.
Which is a good play. When you're trying to make money, well, you want to take advantage of those other cards. I always love it when the people say, well, I didn't raise because they fold.
Yeah.
That's good, man. You guys should do this all the time. Like, on Christmas, just kind of...
Yeah, it makes it a little more fun. Yeah,
And like it doesn't really cost anything. Do you think they can afford
You can tell yourself that to make you feel better, but it's not a good way to play.
No, it's not. You miss out on value. In case you could have gotten called, you know.
I can guesstimate what this place clears.
We are on hand number 119. 4 hours and 13 minutes into our 6-hour live stream here at ECH Dallas. Thank y'all again for joining us. Another pocket 5 sighting here.
Well, not that you don't make money.
Poker's walked away from the table twice, RJ, with 9s, I believe it was, and aces, and both times would have spiked a set. He's going to play these 5s.
And dink.
And how about
I don't know, JD.
a set of 5s?
All hearts on the board here, but no opponents have any hearts. Nor do any opponents have an ace.
Ace shows the frustration that he flopped, tells everybody that he flopped the set.
They were very small. They were trying to I gave it back. So they started. They're like, all right, we're going to start at 10K.
It's a good day when you can complain about flopping sets and win pots. Now, when you're flopping sets and those do go badly, that's a frustrating day.
Well, I could have called, then I would have won. Well, I guess we should do another one.
Definitely helps out when your sets are going smoothly in the Hold'em game. Sets are something you generally want to rely on to be your money makers.
Right. Poker's having a pretty good night, but I know the feeling. You know, when you're running bad, sometimes it seems like when you got the nuts, nobody calls you.
Sure.
When you think you got the nuts, somebody's got that one better hand than you. That's part
picking
of
up
it.
massive draws on the turn just to whiff.
Part of running good is not just having the cards; it's getting paid off when you hit there.
Yeah, because you want that to build and.
Well, we are in the bottom of the 9th right now. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Diamondbacks looking to take this one from the Phillies in Philly and go to the World Series. We will keep you updated on that if you're not watching. We're kind of just checking our phones in here while we've got a poker game going on. Venom's going to re-raise here with the open-ender.
So at the moment you do.
5-6.
Got AJ to fold the ace-8. You know, didn't have a pair, just had the ace high.
But the good thing is, Venom will call if you went all in.
It doesn't play.
I got like
And the game is over. Your Texas Rangers will be facing the Arizona Diamondbacks in the 2023 World Series. So I know not everybody that's chimed in here or watching the stream is a local DFW person or a DFW sports fan even, but we here in DFW are excited.
10-7-4, 10-4.
Or yeah. I was just gonna say you don't only lose the 10, you also might lose the 4 as well.
We are excited about our Texas Rangers going back to the World Series for the 3rd time and the first time since 2011. And with that,
sorry about that TV that popped up. It wasn't supposed to have any volume there. As we
got a little loud volume there, but with that, we still have 194 people watching. I always like to ask where everybody's watching from, where you're chiming in. I saw New Hampshire earlier. I saw Oklahoma earlier. Let us know where you're watching the stream from. If you're still tuned in.
Especially college soccer.
Always like seeing where people are watching from. We've had people watch from Europe and from New Zealand, South America. Hope y'all are still enjoying it there. Oh, wow. Brass Monkey's gonna. Oh, I thought he hit a straight there. No, no straight.
Well, he picked up the.
No, he did hit a
yeah, he
straight.
picked up the bottom end of it.
Picked up the bottom end of the straight there.
You're the motivation.
I have a straight, Carlos.
Usually when that happens, it's the bottom end.
Hawaii. That's what I like to hear. Daniel coming in from Hawaii, hanging loose. Of course you're calling. There you go. Brass Monkey makes the call. The bottom end of the straight. Shows Carlos the bad news.
Good call. Had the bad end of the straight.
I know. You don't call that.
Picks up a little 3K pot there.
Now, RJ, when this stream first started, Mr. Wolfgang Poker there had the chocolate milk he's now slurping on, chilling on the table, and I think he's just now hitting it. So that chocolate milk has been chilling. He's finally drinking it. Can't remember the last time I went to the poker table with a chocolate milk, but
I don't remember the last time I had a nice warm glass of chocolate milk.
But you know what? It actually sounds delicious.
Hey, if
so.
it makes his stack grow, I may start trying it.
Whatever makes it grow, they say.
I had two pair.
Yeah, he was left. I've been practicing on my soul reads.
Got some tens coming in from the small blind. This lap of the button, there's been some decent hands in the small blind. Now, did Carlos straddle this hand? There we go.
Good hand brewing here. Hopefully we'll get the graphics on screen here. See what this flop is. There we go.
Wedding flowers.
Ace 5-4, 2 spades.
Yeah, we got.
Neither the pocket tens or the kings of Carlos are liking this flop.
Main event, bullet two. Yes.
AJ's going to donk bet into him.
It looks like we had a check call or a check there.
It was, yeah, okay. It was Carlos that bet. There we go. That makes more sense.
I bought some McGill. Nice. I think he's a good player.
Well, there's a win for Kings. One of the maybe second times we've seen Kings actually hold tonight.
I got a piece of three, huh? No. I've never seen his brother up here. I've seen him all the time, so it's a little different.
My brother's here more than me now.
Real?
Yeah.
There we go. Hawaii and the Oklahomies and Las Vegas represented in the chat. Very cool.
Randall goes by Jack, looks like in Las Vegas. Welcome.
Next weekend.
It starts on Thursday.
I have not been out to Vegas in a few years. I need to get back out there.
It's been a hot minute for me as well. There for several years, I was going quite a bit. And then got into the PLO games a lot and was going to Florida more than Vegas, and really haven't been back much since.
Oh, nice. Randall, thanks for letting us know that. You're in Vegas, and he is Crimson, our lovely dealer there's dad. And she's doing a great job and is definitely well-liked here. So good on you, Dad. Thanks for chiming in to watch your daughter. Pretty cool.
The main game is next week, though.
It's going to be in the box for these last 2 hours of the stream.
Yeah, because I'm going to the game, so I can't do the main game. Next Thursday to next Monday. I might do the mini one. It's $1,100.
Oh, really?
And that's next Tuesday to Thursday.
Or stand-up. We're going to do a stand-up.
Do they have like a late night on
Let's do a
Wednesday?
stand-up game.
I just don't play.
She's in the Halloween spirit already. She's got the spider web earrings and you can see the spider necklace. Love it.
Who lost? No, we can play.
We didn't have a nip button. Where's the nip button? I'd rather not play, but I'll play.
And reminder that next week on Tuesday, we'll be doing a little something different on Tuesday. We're going to have a employee stream with some costumes on Halloween. Curious to see who decides to show up and what they're wearing, but that ought to be a fun one.
It will be a fun one. How do we get an invite to that? Splashing around. Have to talk to the powers that be.
Absolutely. Poker takes down a hand there. Said Poker, but it's actually Venom that's dragging the chips there.
As a potential buyer of his action, I find that disrespectful.
Got the $50 straddle on. I mentioned earlier, it's kind of been this side over here of the table that's had the straddle going on the entire night. And man, we asked for this earlier, and we're getting it now. They're going to do the knit game finally.
There we go. Knit game's up.
Yes, Venom, it's on.
Knit game's up, and Brass Monkey leads us off with the Big Slick.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yes, the knit button game is in play on this hand.
No, we already have it, so. 100.
Slick Rick. I saw your TikTok of the
JD side bet, but you can't say it. Who's going to be the knit though for 500?
Who gets to pick first?
All right, interesting flop here for these holdings.
Side bet.
Absolutely.
And it goes check, check, check.
Otherwise, it's just not, you know.
I think you should each do
Nobody catching a pair, but two guys have the open enders.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And Brass Monkey still in the lead with his ace king.
I mean, you're one of them. So,
Not loving that he's getting bet into here.
If the side bet's enough, I'll just.
We'll make a call.
like 50 all in.
No, I'm saying I'll just fold it. I'll just fold it. I'll just lose the game and get inside it.
Is that bottom of the nine?
Double pairing the board. Devastating for two players with an open-ended draw. Always bad news.
It's checked all the way around. Yeah.
If anyone would have bet, they probably take it there.
3.
Ace high scoops it.
Guarantee
Add that one to the TikTok. Have a new compilation.
Nobody go.
Hopefully I don't try.
You turn a 3?
He thinks he had a 3, and that's why he was leading out there into that hand. But
you know you can't.
You don't always have to hit your ace or king.
I don't know what he's
thinking.
Venom could have got rid of his knit disc right there on the turn or the river, maybe.
Yeah, I thought he might.
I thought he might go for it there on the turn for sure.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like when I have started. It's been started. That's why you're that. When that's just like the best thing.
No, I had 10-9.
And I think most of y'all by now are aware of what the knit button game is. If you're not, it's a variety of the stand-up game where everybody would stand up, and the last person to win a hand is the last person standing. They have to pay everybody a penalty. The knit button's the same thing. They just get a button instead of actually having to stand up. So the last person will have to pay, I believe they're going to do $100. So if you're the last person to win a hand and you still have your knit button, you not only lost that last hand, but you're going to have to pay an additional $800 to all the other players, $100 each to the other players. So creates a little bit of action.
You didn't have a queen. Yeah.
Crazy Frenchman in the chat says good luck. Are you watching from France?
And now the premiums are here.
There's another quick win there from Venom, getting rid of his button.
Ace king didn't count for wins.
I don't think we ever played it. It was just like there for
Have you played knit button or stand-up game?
No.
I haven't yet either. Obviously, it's been something that's popped up on these streams.
Yeah, every now and then they'll pop up in the employee games for sure, but I haven't got to play in any of them.
Yeah.
That's what makes it.
It's hard to get an entire table of strangers to agree on it. These guys all know each other. They kind of understand that they're going to play some sort of game. Usually they do the 7 deuce or the nit button game, but yeah, it's hard to get in just a normal card room, you know.
Right.
9 guys and gals at a table to agree to
Yeah, for
to
the
that.
stream, it's definitely easier to get them into some side games.
Yep.
Because mine doesn't know jack crap.
Kings are out again.
How's Corey? Does she know poker?
She's a crusher.
What?
No. But like compared to someone who doesn't know the game, she would crush that game.
Wow. Where did she?
But it's not saying much. Like
Where has she learned how to play?
we played heads up a little bit. Like just for fun.
That's pretty cool.
And she just crushes him.
Venom wants to see a flop with 4 or 5 of clubs.
It's like the trading tournaments. The pro has to bring a recreational. It's like
play every other hand too.
Could see some action.
Could see some action here. Pretty good flop. Carlos does have a club blocker as well with his pocket kings.
Something like that. Yeah.
My wife would kick my ass out of good luck. She's so lucky.
Reaching for the
That is
disc.
real deal. I mean, I should just tell her, hey, go all in on every hand. That would be a fun, like, 4-on.
Wow.
Yeah,
Snap call.
All
All
in with a call.
This is what we've been looking for
No, I
all
don't have
night.
any. No.
So Venom has a straight draw and a flush draw.
They're going to go twice. The nit button game is only going to play for the top board. Carlos is the only one with his. Spikes the straight right off the bat.
Okay, at least I'm not using that.
Wow.
Without using a club.
And now he hits, oh, wow.
Still club outs, no bill for the Kings.
Kings are just not good tonight, and that is a frustrating one for Carlos. They run it twice.
Kings are definitely no good on this type of
He
board.
loses his stack, and the nit button does not go to him, so he's got to hang on to the nit button.
Venom picks up the big draw, goes bink, bink, both boards to wipe out Kings. 13,000 in that pot.
See you, buddy.
Frustrating night for Carlos. That's going to be it for him. One of our regulars here on the stream, class act, nice guy, but you know, sometimes when it's not your night, you know it's not your night. He's going to get up and take the rest of the night off. So thanks again for coming in, Carlos. You're always welcome. We love having you on stream.
I agree. I think it's 100.
Big hand for Benham, though. I mentioned he was one of the bigger losers so far tonight. I don't know if that got him unstuck. I imagine it did.
I mean, it actually creates action.
Yeah, I think his number was slightly below what he should have picked up in that pot, so he might have reached some green numbers.
Whoever comes to the show in the middle.
If they get the
You see
button,
Benham's 42%
hey, it's gonna be
E-pip,
cash,
so
tell me
He's getting after it.
he is not afraid to put money in there, and he's had the hands to do it so far tonight.
I mean, I don't know if it's
Venom, shout out to Venom, by the way. Always good time when he's at your table. Win or lose, he always seems like a good dude, good time.
He is, absolutely. K. Dante in the chat says gross. Yeah, that was absolutely gross. When you
for sure
are in the lead and you run it twice like that, you hope to at least get one.
Because you benefit from
Him hitting that straight there on the turn with no club, I had a bad feeling. And
Right.
First pitch, both boards.
Yeah.
But poker just be like that sometimes.
Naughty, naughty.
The cool kids say.
Another
Another action flop here. JD with the club draw now.
Bottom pair in a club draw.
I don't know if it's a big bet or small bet, or I don't know.
Bottom gut shot versus top pair.
I'm pretty sure, RJ, when you came in last week, hands just started popping off.
Sweet, let's do
So
it.
Let's go. We've got action.
Had an opportunity to speak with JD earlier, and he said, we'll get him warmed up for him. He knew I was coming in here a little later tonight.
Hell yeah.
Sure looks like Arizona right now.
I don't even know who's batting. I've never seen that guy in my life.
Hard just got him out of the dugout. He was in the back. And it's
Wolfgang
over.
not loving that second jack popping up.
So we got a Diamondback.
Yeah, no players will like that.
How about a clubby?
Razorback.
A little clubby on the river. So a penalty here if he doesn't bet. I'd be surprised if anyone were to get Henri after his bet.
Wolfgang's made some really good folds tonight. RJ, early on, he folded kings to a 10 high board. Guy had actually it was seat 8 there. Poker had a set of 4s on him, and he was able to get away. See if he can get away from this one.
Yeah, this spot's always annoying when you have that flop that top pair into multiple players on the turn. I don't know how many players you like to play against when you know that flush draw gets there, but normally when there's a couple players in there, somebody's going to have it.
Yeah, the jack, would help too. Surprising to see it get checked all the way around, but if somebody had the jack. But now that club's hit, I definitely would be in check call mode, but 800 is screaming for a call here. And JD's doing right, trying to get value out of that hand. It was a great flop for JD. Flopped the bottom pair.
Sure.
With the club draw.
Trying to go to Value Town here with the club on the river.
Is he a winger too?
Who hasn't been taken to Value Town?
Indeed.
So do you play in the same? Both go to SMU? Or?
No, he goes to.
Makes another solid fold.
Oh, I see. He's younger.
AJ clearly folding his hand. JD has to show to get rid of his knit button. That is another part of the knit button game. You have to show your hand to get rid of the knit button. We've had some players forget sometimes and have to hang on to it. Ended up costing them in the end, but
yeah, that's another fun part of the game itself. You got to making winners show their hands.
Right. And the players, don't want to tell them if
right.
We've had a couple guys on this stream actually not show their hand and had to hold on to that.
Get stuck with that button.
Yep.
I wasn't talking about your love life.
You guys got a discount.
We are playing 8-handed now, but we will have another player coming in shortly. So that 5 seat will be occupied. We'll be back to a full game.
Smart.
Right.
I'll keep it a surprise at who's coming in, but it's one of my favorites.
Wolfgang with the big 3-bet from the big blind, ace queen off. Couple of suited canooders up front in the action.
Yeah, one of the cool graphics that I like is right next to their name. You see the little man. That's showing that they still have their knit button.
I want to be famous.
Very good.
EDO for 1-0.
We often have women play on the stream. I have not noticed yet if they change it to be gender friendly.
Okay.
We'll have to crack them if they're not.
Sure.
Going to a flop here.
Looks like a little Starbucks bathroom guy, so it's all good.
Right. Sometimes they get the half skirt.
I saw your goal that you posted online.
This is a fun flop.
That was a fun one.
You won the game.
Open-ended for Rick and Wolfgang. It's middle pair on the King, Queen, 7 flop.
It was a big game for us.
I see. So is it like a league or something that you're playing?
It's just like, it's Division I college soccer. I see. Like similar to football or basketball.
Oh yeah, D1.
For people learning the game, you can see those percentages right there in the graphics in the red line. This is a very common percentage that's often talked about in the games that we deal or whatever, where you've landed that big ace versus an open-ended draw. So there you have it. 67-33.
Of course, we know the hand, so we know that the ace of hearts is one of the outs that he does not have. Wolfgang holds that card.
Playing is actually not boring at all. I'm just kidding. Maybe watching it sometimes is boring, to be perfectly honest with you.
Don't believe your wife is a guy named Corey. I'm just playing with you.
I don't watch much soccer. I enjoy watching football and basketball more than soccer, to be honest. Unless it's a really big soccer game.
I think El Clásico is this weekend, right?
Is it?
I think so, yeah. Yeah. It's either this
This will also be fun to watch for people trying to gain information from the stream is how Wolfgang will play this middle pair.
I was on the left in that.
Okay.
So it's always fun when your big ace lands the middle pair, not necessarily the top.
The top pair, yeah. He's sitting there with the second pair on this board.
Still sometimes in valuable position if you can sniff it out right.
Catcher for.
And he's probably putting, Slick Rick on some sort of draw. Most likely the club draw, but
Sport. Who's the best all-round athlete? What sport?
Olympics.
Go basketball, but
Probably football.
have you seen the line? I mean, we're taking all athletes in the
I think
field.
gymnasts.
Which kind?
Like
You gotta do in the bars or?
I don't know. I don't know.
Honestly, like
it might
any
be
of like the
right?
random events if we're talking about male athletes, but especially the
Always fun to hear the different conversations that pop up at the poker table.
for sure.
Yeah, they're
If I had a nickel for every time the best athletes conversation come up, I could probably buy a tank of gas.
Absolutely.
Pure ads. Basketball, they can jump 4.5 feet. They're fast. Hand-eye coordination's great.
I think football players are on average based on things like what they measure in the combine.
I have heard some people say NASCAR, and I'm sorry.
Hey.
I respect it. I know what they go through. I know what their bodies go through.
Yeah.
To be able to pee in those suits, that's pretty impressive.
When we're talking about best athletes, come on.
It's always a good question. No answer.
Yeah.
Interesting card with the backdoor diamonds getting there. Not something that Wolfgang should be very worried about. No other straights or anything got there. Shouldn't be any two-pair combos other than the king-queen with the pre-flop action.
Yeah, the only thing you'd be leery of is if a pair of kings or a pair of queens with that backdoor draw here.
He's going to go to check call mode here.
It does look like he's got the light on.
And Slick Rick has really put out a couple of good bluffs, one early on for his whole stack. See if he goes back to that. Sensing some serious weakness there.
Not gotta be the most athletic.
Not an all-in, but he's betting
25.
Good hand-eye coordination.
more than half of Wolfgang's remaining stack. So he's really putting Wolfgang in the blender here, and you can see the face that Wolfgang's making,
I thought the mannerisms of the hand on the turn were very interesting, very enlightening. And sometimes you can figure out some hands by that. That would have had to have been a pretty strong show
Yeah. I think it's a skill like golf.
for Slick Rick to have had diamonds.
I mean, whether this bluff gets through or not, anytime you can make your opponent make a face like they're smelling something really nasty, I think you've done your job.
Indeed.
You gotta get cash when they come out to our last home game.
Wolfgang is just like, what does he have here?
When is that? It's next Wednesday.
Next
Tuesday.
And this is the fun part of the game for me. It's probably something that you enjoy both as a player and a dealer, but just the chess match, the back and forth, they're really trying to get in each other's heads.
Sure, absolutely.
Big pots. This is a $6,700 pot so far.
These are the great moments of poker, and really beginners think that this moment is so like offsetting or offensive or something, and no, not at all. This is what the game is about.
And if Wolfgang makes this call, he's going to drag a almost 10K pot with one pair and not even top pair.
She's 5'10". Pretty tall game.
And if Slick Rick gets this through, he's going to win a $6,700 pot with Squadoosh.
Squadoosh.
The kid is coming.
Give him a button.
When Wolfgang's thought long tonight, unfortunately for him, he's thought wrong, and he's folded.
They've handed a nip button to the 5 seat. Who might be coming in?
Oh.
I have got it away. Somewhere else. What? Under purpose.
And, so
I'm rooting for him to make this call.
It's about half his stack to make the call, so the bet size here is what really makes it a strong play and what makes it doable.
Tell me when the game's over.
Yeah, all right.
I'll give you 5. I think it's like 10:30.
Balk.
11:30.
In baseball, that is a balk.
There we
Makes
go.
the
There we
call.
go.
Nice call.
Very good call.
I've gotten a chance, and I'm sure you have too, to meet and chat with Wolfgang. Really enjoy talking to him. Humble guy. His life is on display because he's a vlogger. So obviously he gets the brunt end of a lot of people that want to make comments about his play. But
Sure.
he's at that seat. I'm back here watching. I
Yeah,
get
the
to see the
vlogger life's
cars.
definitely interesting, right? I mean, we experience it to some degree just as dealers, right? We'll sit down at a game or walk in a room. I thought my name was seat open for about 6 years.
You only put the winning ends.
And,
but when you get to see somebody play all the time, you're going to get to see them, make a bad play, just like watching an athlete.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that guy, oh, what a terrible pass, what an idiot, But he thought right there and made a great call. And it's good to see people appreciating that too here in the chat. We got Frank and Robert saying not only a good call there on the river, but just a well played hand.
Well played, and I really thought Slick Rick could have pulled that off if his turn mannerisms were just a little bit better, right? It took him a long time. He was really in the tank. And, Jack 10 of diamonds, King 10 of diamonds, something like that. It's probably not going to tank near as much on that turn. So I thought that could have gave away a little bit of information, but still an awesome, awesome hand. Well played by both players.
Absolutely, and I mean, give credit to Slick Rick there. He put him to the test. I mean, he made his opponent almost throw up.
You could have let him show.
Can I have a water?
Yeah, I put the green ones in. They always come back.
Yeah, Crazy A in the chat. This is helping me learn etiquette before going to my local poker room. Sure. We love helping people out in all kinds of ways here on TCH Live. It's a great time to check out the streams, learn a little information about the game and all assets of it. Little suited ace for the button.
Oh my God.
Our 5-seat disappeared. Somebody sat down there a while ago.
I think they're going to wait till the net button game is over to actually join in and play.
Jump in.
I know. Figure so.
Oh, you're good.
I know, I'm brilliant.
I think I might have caught about 1/8 of who it might have been sneaking through there, but
You picked the ace. I did. Show you straight.
You had ace 10, didn't
I'm
you?
pretty sure you know who it is.
No,
Fan favorite.
I had ace 2. I was playing the board with the ace.
Somebody I've gotten to play with for numerous hours.
No, it's actually done.
if it's who I thought it was, I got to play with him for a couple of hours this week.
Because this individual started
in the PLO game this week here at Dallas, and
he started to poke around a little bit in the PLO streets.
Yes, yes.
We'll let you know. We'll let you know shortly when.
Well, yesterday, I don't know what the deal was yesterday.
C5 shows up.
Several studs poking around yesterday in the PLO games here at Dallas yesterday, and it was almost to a point where I was like, "Hey, why y'all messing with my honey hole, huh?
Yeah.
What's going on here?" But it's always fun to play with the good players as well.
That was last.
Randall, who's Crimson's dad here, says, "What is different from this game to my Las Vegas game? What the hell is a nit?"
Well, nits live in Vegas.
Yeah. And other casinos.
Yeah, a nit is a normal poker term for someone that plays pretty tight. That's not very active. Not the most action for the game. Sometimes that is labeled as a nit. So the nit button is to make sure they stay active. Don't settle into that seat too much.
Don't always have to have aces or kings just to play pots,
So in the poker community, the nit is a very popular word.
10:38.
And these players here, obviously they're pretty good, strong players, and don't want to be labeled as a nit, even though they're fantastic players and in it for the long haul and not on stream. Sometimes they might get into some nitty modes once in a while, but definitely fun for the game to keep them active.
You know, these guys are playing for big money. They're on stream, but they're also, on stream for a reason, because it's an entertainment stream for the rest of us to watch. So we definitely want entertaining players to join in on this game, and not be nits and just sit there and wait for the nuts every time. But these guys are playing for big money too. Some of them do it for a living. Not all of them, but few of them do this for a living, so it's understandable sometimes why they're making some really strong folds that you and I both know darn well that 80% of the room is going to make that call.
Sure.
Because they're not paying their rent money with their poker earnings. But,
yeah, and these guys are good enough that they know how to make some earnings from big folds as well.
Absolutely. Poker looks like he's just kind of getting a little cute here with the pocket kings. And it may work out in his favor with Slick Rick deciding with what we call the Choctaw nuts. Raising big here with Jack Dewey. That hand is also called stink bait, or a hook with a duty on the end of it.
I'll be interested to watch your analysis of that. See what you put him on when it's called.
Poker did not have kings, clearly, in that hand.
Maybe it was the other way around. I'm not sure there.
Very interesting.
It's the second time we've
Yeah.
seen kings pop up to trick us.
I saw Poker fold threes earlier, but you're not folding kings there
Not
folding kings to the small bet like that.
I didn't think he would.
Big game. Brian, you're the 50 if you'd like.
Cheers to that, Kiro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kiero loves you. Where are you watching from, bud? Yeah, we agreed. Not a lot of fun, being at a table full of grinders. That's for sure. I've been on the grinder side before. Not a lot of fun to play with a whole table full of them, that's for sure. Nor is it fun to watch,
Right.
on stream. We're all sadists here. We like a little bit of blood. We like seeing some torturous moments for these players to be put into some tough spots and have to call off their whole stacks.
Harvey will have that nib button until there's none left, so we don't have to really worry about it.
Got a 10-7-10 flop. Nobody holding a 10.
There's a tough community of PLO players in Oklahoma City, and I played for a couple years up there, messing around, and I said I wouldn't play with those guys, right? I was like, man, there's a reason why these dudes haven't had jobs in 30 years and stuff. And sure enough, I ended up jumping in there with those guys, and after a few months, it was just tough. They eventually send you back to work. They're not necessarily paying their rent, but they're paying their houses and boats at that point. Is that an LA or an IA? Iowa? I'm guessing Iowa.
It's pretty. I think it's LA. Well, come on back.
I played there in the Council Bluffs room before. Fun times up there.
Alright, we just need you guys to be heads up with it for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I'm enjoying a lot of these guys that are doing the poker content now. Some I like to watch, some I don't like to watch, but either way, it's cool to watch people from all age groups playing poker, seeing their take on how they play different situations.
Sure, right. And these new school guys that have been playing, all the young guys, they're just used to that, right? I mean, that's what they know. Checking out the blogs and the blogs and.
Who's the other one left?
Some of the players from older generations are still like, what? Why are you videoing? Why is your phone out?
The nib button game is on, but I'm curious if Poker's
that it was understood.
Hands are being read correctly because he's raising this one up.
He was over
Jack
there doing
3.
stuff, so
He was full tilt.
yeah, I went up to him on behalf of the table, and I was like, "You owe," and
It's heads up.
he
So
told me to go F myself.
Oh yeah.
So I'm a little traumatized.
he's lucky they didn't get a scruff outside. So
Yeah, Poker just called the
I let it go
150
quick, but I'm
with
like,
what appears to
okay,
be
if
Jack
that's
3.
how you're gonna be about it. That's it says a lot about you. But
Harvey's leading out with his
I had no
gut
vested
shot and
interest.
ace
I
high
was
here.
out of the game. I was like, it's only right, man. We clarified in the beginning. He's like, they want me to come back and pay. I'm like, yeah, they do. And he's like, go fuck yourself. I'm like, fuck.
Like if you get and you don't buy back in.
Nice, Kira. We'll definitely check that out.
You don't have to pay. I'm kind of in for that because I feel really bad when somebody just gets built up and they have to.
Speaking of entertaining, Eric Person is very entertaining,
Yeah, it's just like
to say the least.
Carol says LA, not IA.
What if two
So you
people
won
heads
the
up,
won the
like,
side
one
bet
busts
on
and he
that.
loses, like, does the other person auto lose? Like,
Yeah, they get an 800 knock off the top of their chip. He got. I mean, they were busting him out. So.
Like
I know, but what if the other
bust
person
out right now.
By somebody who doesn't have it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Interesting dynamic in this hand here. I don't trust either of these hands that are being displayed on the screen, but
Like we didn't clarify that one before, so it's obviously it's
they
cool.
both have their knit buttons, so whoever wins is definitely going to show.
Implied.
No, it's
1,300 from Harvey now.
Nice chunky bet.
Use this platform.
So gross, man.
There's 300 people watching.
Show it so I can see it.
Influence them.
Make sure.
I've jack high.
Okay, he did have jack high, he
okay.
said.
So yeah, they were battling it out there for the last position of the knit game.
And there are those hot legs, my boy Chris Cashman, coming in hot. That is his real name, Cashman, the Cash Man, the young buck.
What if he wanted to go by a cool screen name? Let's see, he broke one out not long ago. I was trying to, if I can remember what it was.
Technically, he would go like $120, right? Like, late in the
Sancho
game,
or
your
something,
heads
I
up,
don't
you
know.
owe like half, right? So you owe,
Really? Sancho?
No, I don't think it was Sancho.
If you get knocked out first.
But he did break a unique name out that,
Chris would have a hard time
that was a little
pulling off
fun, and I
Sancho.
don't remember what it was.
First one knocked out.
I'll have to tell him to bring it back. I mean, right now he's just the Cash Man.
well, then he owes like the whatever, 100. Yeah. Is that what you were trying to collect? And he said,
No, the only problem with that was we clarified in the beginning. If you bust, you owe the whole thing.
You owe the whole thing?
Yeah.
What? Okay.
I was like an incident a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, this is like a month or a month and a half. Might have been.
No, like you have
Okay, bit him with a fun little suited canuter hand
like an
and
equity payout. Like, if you
raised
bust
it up
first,
with the
then
10 of
no, but
clubs,
you-
9 of
if
clubs.
you're at the very end, you could
Porker
bust
on the
and lose all
button.
of it.
That's how we play it. If you bust, you lose. You
With
pay the whole
aces.
thing.
What?
That's like the opposite of what you want.
It's like
What if,
buy uptown, like 500.
so what if you rebuy?
Aces versus the ace
You lose
crackers.
the game and then you forfeit. You lose the game.
I rebuy for 100.
I mean, okay. You should pay something. for the
Oh,
whole thing.
gross.
Little bink for Benham.
They have an 8-10
10-10 floor flop.
Here's one way to turn your night around. Just go ahead and flop trips against the pocket aces.
I don't know.
With this kind of game, you always have cash with
I didn't see what that bet was. 320 what?
325.
325. So a small controlling continuation there from the bet, from the button.
The player that just lost the knit game.
Indeed.
Really lucky.
Could we see the case ace?
Yeah, definitely not your favorite flop when you have aces, but still some value there, especially with the other cards being a deuce and a four. You're going to be tempted to continue here on the turn.
It's a sick vlog, and like the comments are so funny.
Venom is just licking his chops here,
So many people like in person ask.
knowing he's getting paid here.
I want to go to that game. Yeah, like a lot of people.
I bet you play Randy's all the time.
Curious to see what he does here.
I haven't got the ring.
He checks again.
Last time you came to one of the games we put together, it was a weird situation.
Goes ahead and fills up now with a full house.
Double pairing the board on the river. Goose runners.
Yeah, don't. If he's there, I'm out.
He's not. He's definitely not.
Okay.
I do not know
That's
that guy.
the worst poker game I've ever
Yeah, he's
played.
going to lead out here, and it is not going to make Porker happy.
I left in the first 30 minutes. It's
Wait,
like, I'm out.
you like, if he would stop with you, cash me, give me $2,000. Give me $2,000.
Bizarre, dude.
At this point, you know he's got either a pocket pair or the 10.
I don't think Harvey's
Most likely.
drunk at TCH Social. That's not my brother.
Don't see him finding a fold here. Probably just a call, though, right?
No, it was some golf commentator's PJ, right?
Yeah, 1.3 into 2,900. This is pretty much value town for Benham. He's trying to get over pairs to call and does.
And he kept winning.
Where was this?
He says,
A couple nights later.
And Benham said aces. You know, he knew what he had.
Right.
The way the hand was played.
It was a serious.
Good hand for Benham. You know, just outflop the guy. That's part of the game.
He may have figured it out.
Porker got off, you know, pretty cheap.
Yeah, Porker controlled it pretty well through the turn. Just had to pay that big bet on the river, and it's not fun.
He's an amazing poker player.
A lot of guys just lose every single penny they have right there with pocket aces. So well played by Porker there. Crazy A is asking, what do the positions mean, like button, etc. I'm going to let RJ, Mr. Dealer, tell us about positions if you're learning.
Sure. Well, the button goes around. That's kind of what starts the action, right? So to the left, you're going to have the small blind and the big blind, or some sort of blind that creates the starters for the action. So you have to match the big blind, or you can raise if you want to come in. So the big blinds are treated, the blinds are treated as taxes, if you will, for the button to move around. And the person on the button is considered to be in position because they get to go last and they get to watch what everyone else does. So they have to take turns paying their blinds, being the button, so the button moves around to the left individually, one spot, one hand at a time. So the closer, after you pay your taxes, you get the button, you're rewarded by being in position, and then a lot of times, oftentimes you'll see some action back there
It sounds like a fun game.
in what is called good position, because that's where they try to make their money. Hopefully, I explained that good enough a little bit.
The game is on.
I feel like I could have done better.
Definitely hard to just get it out. If you'll watch the dealer and how she deals the cards and how she looks at the players, everything goes in order. It's clockwise.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the people that go first next to the blinds, they're considered out of position. So oftentimes, if they're raising, they get to control pots. They're trying to control pots, or they have good hands, or both. Sometimes you'll see players just fold ace-10 or ace-jack up there at the front of action just because they don't want to mess with it.
Yeah, for like this situation here, we would say that Benham has position over Wolfgang. Wolfgang, after each card is put out, has to act first, and that kind of puts you out of position.
He gets back on the 4th, and we're going to play that week.
Okay, the week after.
So yeah, we're going to play. I usually play on Sunday or Monday.
Monday's great.
I will text you right now.
Sunday's not bad either, to be honest.
Wolfgang folds.
Benham 2 in a row.
What? Oh yeah, I'm in. Next time I'm here, you're out? The line shifted?
We'll have open seats next week. If you want to come spice it up.
I could watch you play Wednesday. That would be fun. What time's your game?
It's at 7 p.m.
Burbank, California saying hello.
Okay.
So here you go. You see the quick little description of position. You'll see that the button is in the 1 seat. The straddle is in the 5 seats. So 6, 7, and 8 will go first. They're kind of out of position here.
Wait, when is this?
We'll be able to drive anyway. I'm
7 p.m.
Wait, when?
7 p.m.
Willow Tree Gazette.
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday?
Never been to Burbank, but I'm sure I've been close.
Field trip?
So the low jack position out in middle. King jack raises. Brass monkey will make the call with the same hand.
It's the day after Halloween, right? I've been hungover shit. That's right. They serve alcohol at these games.
They do.
It's always fun when you get to see players battle with the same holdings.
Sure.
I mean, at some college games they don't. So.
Wolfgang is going to come along as well, though.
Champagne fountain.
10-9 of hearts.
10-9 of hearts.
AJ's going to say, why not?
Suit of Canuter's in the small blind.
There we go.
A7, not a great hand, but getting a great price.
That'd be fun. Come watch Harry kick.
We're going to go 4 ways to this flop.
Average game. So you can score 2 or 3 easy by yourself. No promises on that.
Let's go to Harvey's next game.
It looked like Cashman was the screen name that popped up there in the 5 seat. So not going by Sancho today. Very disappointed.
Right. Wolfgang and AJ both connecting on this flop.
You have to buy tickets ahead of time, or is it?
In the NCAA, it's free.
But like, it doesn't fill up or anything?
No, I mean,
All right, Wolfgang will probably lead out here, picking up open-ended on the turn with top pair. On his best behavior.
Biggest game of the year. It was gnarly.
Oh, next Wednesday?
2 goals in
So who are you up against next week?
Jack, I think you were maybe asking what the buy-in would be for something like this. If that's what you're asking, the buy-ins typically for a game like this, everybody started with around 5,000, and then from that point on, after that, it was match the stack. So these guys can add on, make their stack as big as they so choose. Most of the guys bought in for 4 or 5.
But it was a beautiful goal actually.
It was beautiful.
Yeah. It was
How about another 7 for AJ?
It'd be fun. I mean, if Harvey goes, how crazy can we go if Harvey goes scores a goal?
Wolfgang wants to keep this spot kind of controlled and small. He still has what he thinks is, just top pair. But he's going to let AJ do the betting.
We'll bring one. You know what?
So fun. I'm just kidding. Oh, let's get the little faces, Harvey's face on there. Take pictures of it.
Doesn't seem like a big bet.
Looks like 350.
You get like a fake Corey, which is like a guy with long hair.
Checks around on the flop.
That's
AJ let out on the turn.
Wolfgang wanted to see it, pays him off there. Don't blame him, he had top pair.
I was going to try to get myself
The diamonds missed, the straight draw missed, but unfortunately, the 7 did not.
Plenty of hands that beat him, but he gave him a pretty fair price. If you're always folding those hands, it's going to be tough to win in this game. So here we have everybody at the table, except for Slick Rick, is in the green right now. We did have a player leave the game, so obviously some of that money's been spread around a little bit. This is not normal to see all players in a 9-handed game be in the profit, but everybody sitting here right now, except for Slick Rick in seat 9, is in the green. We do still have another hour left, so things can change quickly with these big stacks.
We gotta start like working out together. We gotta get you healthy. There's only one way how you stay.
Brass Monkey just folding the ace-4 clubs there.
Well, JD raised an early position with the pocket 9s, and Poker has re-raised from the low jack to 550.
A lot of fun hands were dealt here. The ace-4 clubs, 7-6 of diamonds, 7-8 of hearts, pocket 9s.
So the
On the couch out front?
The big 3-bet from the low jack gets rid of some of the ace holdings, the weaker aces. Don't want to mess with this hand.
Well, I mean, I don't think the couch is up. It's not. I've only seen one person. I only witnessed one person napping on the couch, and it was. Was that a call? Yeah. That's 550. Understood.
I saw that as well, Rick. I believe that's what he was in for. He hasn't played yet, so I'm sure that's just going to be what he's in for.
That's why we got you here, Rick, checking on us. Good catch there, 'cause you're right. Cashman has not played any significant hands yet.
And I know sometimes when a player enters late like that, it can mess with the amounts a little bit.
For sure. Interesting flop here. AJ's got a gut shot. Porker's got a heart draw. And JD still got the overpair.
Interesting flop when there's a big 3-bet to get a 4-high flop with no ace. So you would expect a lot of pairs to continue here. Porker picking up the flush draw with his massive 3-bet pre-flop.
AJ with only the gut shot there, 7-high, wisely decides to just let that one go.
And JD will notice that he does indeed have the 9 of hearts in his holdings.
Not going to be folding over pairs too much to a single bet. Going to call him and see what transpires here on the later streets. Bink, bink. How about a heart?
The flush draw wasting no time to jack of hearts on the turn. Poker 3-betting pre-flop with 7-8 of hearts, picking up the flush.
And JD's hand has also been demoted to no longer an overpair. He does have a heart, but how confident are you if you do hit a 9-high flush? And that is a chunky, chunky bet there.
Poker comes out strong.
From Poker.
I do like the 6 hours because it feels like you're not as rushed. The 4 hours is kind of like, you gotta get some hands in the first.
And with the 3-bet pre-flop, he played this pot to where he could try to make some money with it and land something. And fortunately found the flush.
Yeah, and a big sizing bet like that, you know, kind of screams, I got a flush. May not be that good, you know.
Or at least have a big heart, right?
Yeah.
So the pocket nines lost a lot of value on that turn.
Yeah, and you don't want to make the bet small and let somebody with a big heart in their hand catch up on the river. Good bet there, takes it down.
Build it and get it. It's fun when it works that way.
That vlog is great. It's really great. Thank you. It's like really fun to watch.
Which, the Randy one?
Yeah,
That's like I don't watch it. I watch the Randy one.
It's great, right? It's
Yeah, I love it.
We have an official chip set for the next Randy.
Oh, because of the comments?
Yeah, and also I realized that I'm the bank.
All the comments were like,
Yeah.
about
What
the
idiot plastic
chips. Yeah, you guys are playing for like 10K stacks, and you have the cheap,
like Walmart chips. Like
Walmart
I think
JD with pocket nines again, back to back.
told me like a few weeks ago.
This time they're black, spades, and clubs.
Yeah, he needs a Randy's house.
Yeah, he wants a big custom one, but I have something for the interim because, like, I realize that I'm taking on some risk by just having a Walmart chip.
Yeah, I
set.
can come in there with a handful of black Walmart chips and just crush it.
Exactly. I mean, it's not an issue for the first couple games. Like, they have to bring Walmart chips with them. But
No flop this time. Nines are a lot funner when there's no flop, frankly.
Absolutely.
Custom chips.
Yeah. We have there are 2 sets. There's like
At least from the player standpoint. From our standpoint, let's go.
That's right. We want to see action. We want to see blood. We want to see chips flying back and forth. Stacks getting in.
Most everyone's been straddling here lately, so it's usually 50 to go.
I didn't even realize that.
Slick Rick gonna open it up with a king 10 off.
And then someone else was saying that I was peeling my cards way too high, and the person to my right could definitely see it. And I was literally like, who's to my right? I was like, it's Randy. I'm like, Randy's not gonna cheat. but they don't know that, you know.
Randy gave you a little mercy.
JD's gonna fold the ducks.
He just bet small. Yeah. I'm glad I got that bluff through against you.
Ben picked a great spot to put in a big bluff there.
Do you have like a pair or something?
Yeah, I had like kings with a heart.
I had an ace.
Ace got good. I had 8 high.
Yeah, I don't really bluff.
8-7?
8-7, yeah.
I have better hands.
Suited.
I had one of your outs.
It was a fun conversation there. You heard them talking about some of the vloggers' issues. And it has been always interesting to me that when they're vlogging with their screen right in front of them. So you don't necessarily see the cards that they're showing, but the camera will look at the cards, and it shows it on the screen pretty strong sometimes, right? So sometimes if you're sitting next to them, they have to worry about where their screen is pointed.
And they got to get that one of those screen things. Where
Yeah,
because what is it called? I have it on my phone. Where
Right.
The people next to me can't see what's on my phone.
Yeah, because not only do you have to hide your cards like a standard poker player, but you also have to make sure your screen isn't visible to the player next to you as well.
Yeah, I can't go to your
Cashman waking up with a big hand here. A couple of red ladies, pocket queens.
Queens on the button, just like the doctor ordered.
Brass Monkey going to look him up. And a swing and a miss.
For my Sunday league.
Good flop for Cashman.
We needed a win badly this past Sunday to avoid like being in contention for relegation.
There's relegation in your Sunday?
Yeah, because it's divisions. So we're like in the third or fourth.
Nice turn
division or
for
whatever,
Cashman.
we don't want to go down.
Could I ask for that king on the river?
Picking up top boat.
Could I ask for that king I wanted on the river? Even an ace.
Up in like north somewhere. And
Just a small button raise pre-flop, controlling continuation bet.
Right. And Brass Monkey now has a 9 or a king he could hit for a straight.
Little double gutter.
Double gutter plus the overcard if he thinks Cashman's up to something.
I'm sure Monkey noticed that the betting did get a little more serious there on the turn.
Going after it. He's like a center back, left back kind of guy.
Brass Monkey has not gotten out of line tonight. Could this be a time where he does?
We have a good keeper too.
He's reaching.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Reaches across the line.
Just picked the wrong time, the wrong opponent.
This guy just got here. Let's see what he's got. Messing around on the button over there. Reaches for 2,200. But the button will have top boat here.
They're looking for one more next year.
4,600 in the pot.
I think Harvey might not want to break after 4 years. If he doesn't.
All in and a fold. So now Chris Cashman is up quite a bit.
Now he is up.
After that hand. Very nice hand for him. And, yeah, big win. Willow Tree Gazette is asking the colors of the chips.
It's only once a week, though. And it's
So we've got a few different denominations here. Those red chips are $5. The green chips are $25. The black chips are $100. The pink or kind of purpley looking chips that a lot of players have up front there, those are $500 chips. And then they also have the little oversized blue chips that we call Frisbees here. Those are $1,000 chips. So right now there is a $1,000 chip is the biggest denomination that's currently on the table.
I don't think we're favored in any of those.
Oh, you'll take the question about color of chips, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Yeah. We'll let you handle that one.
Yeah, made you do the positions and whatnot.
Blind rotation, a button rotation.
I don't know if I even put that as. I mean, it's just hard to describe it while there's action still going on. And people new to poker, there's so much information online.
Right.
That's probably.
And but it is fun to learn about position as well. Even if it does sound like kind of a mess, once you get the hang of it, once you realize kind of what's going on, it's fun to learn.
Oh, for sure. I've been playing, God, 16 years before I even knew what cutoff was. You know, I just was a term I hadn't heard.
Right.
I knew it was a later position, but I just didn't know what the terminology was. You know, a lot of the.
Yeah, and I wonder when that term come into play, right? A lot of these, in the 80s, where, you know, when Texas Hold'em was the original old guys and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if they called it low jack, high jack, and under the gun. So all those terms are maybe as new to poker as Chris Moneymaker. I don't know. We'll have to study that up.
And then I later find out that they weren't play. I got like.
And poker's just like anything else. If you're not still learning, then you're not going to get any better. I feel like I learn sometimes on the unfortunate side. I learn a lesson every time I play cards.
Right.
You know, it's an expensive lesson. But yeah, or have to reteach myself. Oh yeah, duh. Why did you do that? You know, I mean, it's just like sports or anything else. You learn something new.
Sure, good social media friend of mine, Queen of Felt. She chewed me out one time when I said I just want to perfect my game. She says, no, you always have to be learning.
Yeah.
Always.
Always.
Perfect your game, execute what you want to execute. Yes, that's part of it, but you always have to be learning.
Huge flop for AJ here, hitting top 2 pair.
He's got the distribution.
Brass Monkey drawn super thin with just pocket 5s. 2 outs to the river.
I like how all the people you thought would just be like, silly enough to
I thought that was a 5 at first.
You're like, yeah. He's the guy that the commemorable coin market is based off of. 3 a.m. putting the things on the TV. This $50
Bet and a fold. AJ's going to take this one down. K. Dante says he's not going to lie. EV is a tough concept for him. Watched a video and got more confused. Yeah, EV is something that was newer to me within the last few years. The stack to pot ratio, looking at some of that stuff. That's just stuff I never learned on the tables. Those are concepts that pros and people that have putting out content over the last few years have really been focused on. So there's still a ton to learn. All the GTO stuff, stuff that guys like Doyle Brunson and all the greats that we all grew up watching.
Yeah, you can get lost into those EV and ratio of investments and all that good stuff. And yeah, you can get lost down any rabbit hole you want to every night for a long time.
One hits the straight, the other one hits the flush.
Ton of information out there.
Tried to bluff you.
The game is changing, it's growing. People are finding new ways to maximize their bets and win bigger profits, based on the way they play instead of just playing open face poker.
It is definitely a new age.
I mean, if he's gonna run with A7, you gotta give him.
Oh yeah, that was a little strange.
I would definitely think he bets 1,000.
Harvey gets one of the only flops that he can have to have an overpair.
That was my first thought.
Deuce 3 with pocket fives. Hammer it.
I was
well, maybe not.
Oh yeah. Anything I could get, I like bribes, I did everything I could to get the seat. That was interesting.
And then I blast off and
I would beat him in the muck if he had not for the A7 hand. I was like, all right, I even thought about it. I was like, well, if I lose, it's all right.
But wait, he could have got a free.
There we go. Harvey bets the turn. Pocket pair with a board that's not all that frightening and able to take it down.
Hey, and thank you guys for continuing to be active in the chat. That's what makes it fun for us. Instead of just sitting here and watching hands get dealt all night, we like to engage with you guys. If you're in the Dallas, Houston, or Austin area, all three cities do live streams. And if you're interested in playing on any of those live streams, Streamlabs here just put up the link for Austin, Texas's stream. We stream a 2-5 game on Mondays in Austin. Houston does a stream of their own. Here in Dallas, we do the stream on Tuesday nights. You can find links on how to get involved and play on those streams all throughout the chat and on the website.
I was all over the place. I realized the one hand when I bet it was like a 5-way pot, and I just accidentally bet pot. Thinking I was that tiny. I was like, oh, shit,
Flop for both here. JD only one with a pair. Benham with 2 overs and a flush draw.
5 ways. I just blasted. I was like, oh, whoops. I thought I was betting way smaller than that.
El Paso?
The check on the flop. Kind of a fun way to induce some action here on a turn that was really kind of meh.
Yeah, so I mean, the comment, the denominator here is Texas.
The river with the backdoor flush draw, which players do not have. Pairing the board.
This is not a normal game. There's no other kind of gamble.
Yeah, but just 1 or 2 games going.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Any other non-Texas places?
JD will feel like he has some equity in his hand once the turn and river goes check to him. See if he wants to put a little sugar in there, and he does.
Oh, wow. Should I pay you off for that? I have ace high, okay.
And ace high can sometimes be good here. That's what Benham's thinking about,
And he
does make the call.
So JD picks up some nice value there out of the Jack-8, landing the 8.
This place when it opened, I've never played. That first year.
We're getting closer to the 100 likes. We got 91 likes now on our stream.
91 likes.
We got 100,
we can do it.
168 of you still watching. So if you haven't gone below the stream there and clicked the like button, we'd love for you to subscribe and to continue watching to help us grow this thing. RJ and I would greatly appreciate that, and Aaron and the rest of the production team here at Texas Card House. We are one big family here, so we love seeing this company grow as we've continued to open up rooms in other cities.
I can turn this 10 into another 10.
But thank you guys again for joining and hanging out with us for the last 5.5 hours. We still got about 40 minutes to go.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Let's get that to 100 likes. And, of course, it's fun to watch TCH Live grow. You know, it's fun to watch these streams grow.
Heck yeah. And we welcome new faces on this stream. Yeah, Mallory, you better have liked it, young lady.
Liked it.
Yeah, we got it up to 92 now, baby. We're getting closer to 100.
I would like it, but evidently I don't know how to work the volume on my phone. We learned earlier.
Oh, was that you screaming at us earlier?
I thought everything was off on there earlier, and then it just fired right up.
I was thinking, I forgot which movie it was.
I guess I'm
Steve
old.
Carell.
I guess I'm old enough to not handle my phone.
Loud noises.
Well, I'm glad they told us. I didn't even recognize it being on.
Yeah, these are kind of noise canceling headphones we're wearing here, but.
Yeah, I mean that'll work. That'll work.
JD with a little raise and take it. These streams are great because you see a $215 pot, you know, be won, and it's just like, oh, that's tiny, but out in the 1-2 games, that's a nice pot. But you know, an hour and a half ago we saw a 16K pot. In the same game, you can see a guy win a $90 pot and a 16K pot.
I've seen some big pots lately. I've just been on a heater as far as just watching pots, not necessarily being involved in any monsters lately, but today they beat me up. I had to rebuy today. I haven't had to rebuy in a PLO game for over a month.
Really? That's a good thing.
So my streak has come to an end, but that's okay. It was a fun day.
God, in that game, in a month? God
Yeah.
bless. Good for you.
So it's a good run. We'll have to start another streak.
Not at this level, but at those levels, you get a lot of guys.
I watched the Rangers-Astros game last night and had TCH social. So I was like, hey, I'll go play a little cards while I watch baseball. And I was way more focused on the baseball than I was on the poker.
Right.
Didn't have a good session. I told everybody at the table that it was the most expensive baseball game I'd ever watched.
I made an appearance there, actually. I sat down next to you.
You did.
For a brief moment.
And then you were gone.
And then I went to the PLO games at Dallas.
Like the wind, you were gone.
Which was a good choice for me.
Brass Monkey waking up with a big hand here. Pocket pair.
Should have done 125.
He's already mad that everybody folded to him.
He knew it right away. He read it right away. He made it 150, and he said, oop, should have made it 125. He gets some action.
Jack Dewey.
That's a good thing about a $50 straddle. It's going to price a lot in on these.
If I see you making it 120.
On these 125, 150.
Is there a flop that you could hate more with pocket queens than that right there?
Ace, king. Gotta love it.
The other day I sat down in the big game. It was like 10, 25, 50, and I had like aces. I'm like, if you start with the 150, you're not
a little bounce on there. I can't get off.
Queens will c-bet and take it down.
I looked down at 2 aces. Okay, today
No resistance on the ace, king flop.
Stream's getting closer to 100. We got 97 likes here. Our goal was 150, but let's get us to 100. Thank y'all for continuing to.
If you look in that 9 seat, people were talking earlier about the difference between the red chips and the pink chips. There's 2 of them sitting right next to each other in the 9 seat, so you get a good look at the difference of the $5 red chip and the $500 pink chip.
Yeah, the player directly to the dealer's right. That's the 9 seat. That here in a second you'll have another overhead view of, and we'll point out the color of the chips again.
Because I think my driver's license might have been for like my last house.
AJ with AJ. Ace Jack for AJ.
Cashman with a tray.
Suited ace on the button.
Another ace. Just got to call another 100. Makes the call.
I don't have a lot.
Let's see if we can't get that case ace on the board. There it is, baby. Cha-ching. Case ace.
It's red, so it may not be as fun, but we'll take it. Case ace, nonetheless.
Isn't that like really hard to get to?
I got tickets this year for Saturday, Sunday. It's been on my bucket list, and I was at a charity thing about a month ago, and me and my buddy are like, this will go for.
And Rick's in a strange spot here with 2 people already putting money in the pot.
I'm like, this is gonna be nuts, and he's like.
And he has the ace of diamonds here, so that's what's enticed.
But he wants to find out, do you guys really have an ace? No reason to just call there.
And all the stuff. I mean, just the passes.
Yeah, so many times you want to just not play the weak ace aggressively, but in reality, you almost have to play it a little more aggressive in spots than some of your other ones, right?
100%. He got one of the other players to fold by making that bet.
It's all good.
He knew he had the ace of diamonds for backup, and he could find out a lot of information by making that raise on the flop.
Sure. And now he's improved to 2 pair with a queen kicker in a chop pot situation. So he's probably going to put some money out there, and AJ's going to have to just call.
Do you know how to buy and
I'll bring you a
sell
hat
some crypto?
I'm sure. You only get the merch there, right?
He's only losing to an ace king, pocket nines, random 4,
a 2-pair flop.
Ace 9, ace queen.
You set up a wallet that
The raise on the flop. He's got to consider a 2-pair flop.
Yeah, you're never folding this hand.
I wouldn't think so.
For that price.
There's also like online wallets and other things, mobile wallets.
I'm not a huge. I better get my dates right.
He's just like, what could he have that I lose to?
And this is a great example of Rick would not be able to play this pot, would not be able to make an attempt at winning it had he played his weak ace like a weak ace from the get-go, right?
And I think I heard him say, thinking that he was beat as he's making the call, your ace 4 is good. He didn't have the ace 4, made the good call there.
Let me know when you actually decide to buy.
And if he does have the ace 4, you paid him off cheap
top
compared to what it could have been.
Yeah, another excellent hand with good poker by both players.
Yep. And Cashman would have chopped his 3 ways with him if he had stuck around, but made a good fold at the time. And that's where position comes into play, Cashman had 2 people put money in.
Right.
A raise, a re-raise.
You get to see their actions first, then you get to decide if you want to mess with that or not.
Yep.
Easy for him to decide. I'm not going to mess with this one.
So our VPIP, Wolfgang, we're getting a lot of complaints that he wasn't playing enough. He's got his VPIP up to 21%. He's nowhere
picking on my man Wolfgang.
I know, nowhere near the bottom anymore.
He says, all right, we'll turn it up a little bit.
For him, it really has been the hand strength. He's just had a lot of unsuited trash, that he hasn't wanted to play.
A card debt is real sometimes, for sure. We all come in amped up, ready to roll, and then you stare at 10-3 for about an hour and puts a hurting on those amps a little bit.
Oh, then you get the 10-3 suited. Thank you. At least it's suited this time. I have to play it.
You pay fees. You pay $30 to withdraw.
I played with him. He's about halfway through. He goes.
Oh, you know what? I did think of you after you left. Seat to the right of me, right after you left, had pocket 2s.
I mean, I don't think the casino's
He wished he had more money because he would have got paid off. He hit quad 2s.
Yeah.
And just tripled or quadrupled up, but he only had like a $75 stack to start with. So, but
yeah, I saw one hand and I left, so I didn't even spend any money in that game.
Oh yeah, both players on either side of me were just crushing it, and I just got to watch.
They don't really want you to cash it out.
It was funny when I
had fun though.
When I left, I was like, man, that's the first time I think I just rolled out one hand and see you later. But the PLO streets were calling.
Yeah, I had too much excitement going on with the Rangers on TV. I was happy to lose $400 and get the hell out of there.
Have you not gone home? Oh yeah, I thought Frank would come to play PLO here.
Are you? You should sleep like a couple hours before you drive home in the car. How far away are you?
Don't worry, Brian. He'll sleep on the way.
I'll catch up on sleep on the way.
Okay.
We needed a diamond there, but instead, Slick Rick turns 2 pair with his ace-7.
Yeah, already ahead. King of diamonds would have been an interesting card there.
That's what I'm a little concerned
No
about.
pair, no draw. Bet takes it down.
I would not make a decision that would put me at risk of it. I'm conscious of it.
I feel like you do this a few times a month, right? Like a normal thing.
Comes a week, maybe.
Yeah. Like twice a week. Yeah. It's like, you're a professional.
Lee Botman in the chat says Wolfgang is a VIP. How old were you, RJ, when you learned that VIP meant very important person?
Oh, man. I was a VIP at like 7, so I learned it pretty quick. Yeah.
So you peaked early is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Living out the way he loves, do what he loves.
I think I learned it like way late in life. I just knew it meant you were cool, but I didn't know it actually had
Not a good showing.
words that went with it.
Yeah, I was much more VIP at junior high than I am now, for sure.
Change colors from Harvey scans card. You weren't scanning your cards all day, Harvey.
I just knew Vanilla Ice said it, you know. Yo, VIP, let's kick it.
Let's kick it.
Yeah.
It's okay. I was really just going to like wait and see if it picked him up.
Sorry if folks out there are young and don't know who Rob Van Winkle is, but
Now we got to play the 7 deuce.
Google it.
Maybe that's when I learned it too. It's
He's never going to.
from A1A.
The hardest rapper to come out of Carrollton, Texas.
I don't know if he would tell you.
That was almost killed by Suge Knight.
Carrollton. Right down the road.
Right down the road.
I like 7 deuce because the last stream I played, some guy
I think he was dangled by his feet, they said, off a balcony, threatened to be killed.
Yeah, I remember all those stories.
By Suge Knight.
Especially when I'm like filming.
That's when he knew he was out of his league. He wasn't so hard anymore.
Yeah.
He was like, let me go back to Carrollton. It's a
He's not gonna get it anymore. He's got
little easier living in Carrollton,
That's
Texas
the other thing is like the last time I didn't ever see it.
than it is trying to hang out with the boys at Death Row Records.
Yeah, get off the balcony, come back here, hey, root for the Rangers and chill a little bit.
There we go. We got some interaction. We got some Go Ninja, Go Ninja, Go. Got a couple suited combos here. Porker and AJ here.
Win Wednesday, is that going to be like y'all got the
Suited
championship,
ace
like you're going to the playoffs, or
in position, and the 8-6 suited in the straddle position, so we'll get to see a flop.
Okay.
King 3-9 rainbow flop.
Middle pair seems to be the cool thing to do tonight.
On Wednesday night you win.
Oh, club draw coming in for AJ now.
Talking me into it.
Now he's finally interested in this hand.
Then it depends on. Yeah.
You're not gonna lose. You're not losing Friday. Just call that. Say no way.
And AJ kept good posture that whole time. That's one thing players don't do a lot. So he called a raise from the straddle, picks up kind of air on the flop, but stays engaged in the hand, watches his opponent, and by golly picks up a turn here that he can draw at. And a lot of times that stuff matters when your opponents are paying attention.
I'm out.
How engaged you were on the flop is extremely useful information to players that are paying attention.
Right. AJ decides to shut it down here. Doesn't want to try to represent something like maybe the ace there on the river. And good decision because Porker now has the 2 pair. Touched his chips and gets the instant fold from AJ. I mentioned that earlier. You know, even when you're bluffing, you touch your chips and that opponent folds. That's such a good feeling because you don't have to now
absolutely. If you
sweat.
reach,
Yeah.
if you reach and you win with 8 high. Oh.
Adam Farrington is in the chat and says he was the 100th like, and he is special.
I agree. You're special, Adam. Thank you, buddy.
We're at 103 now. Adam, thank you.
Special shout out to Adam Farrington. Thank you for the chat. Thank you for the like. Indeed. The man of the night.
I told one of our favorite dealers, Mr. Curley, I'd give him a shout out tonight. I almost forgot. So shout out to.
He would have forgot us. It's all good. Okay, shout out Curly.
Man with the prettiest head of hair in the building. A beautiful blonde mullet.
Indeed.
No one else in the room could pull that off, but Curly pulls it off.
Yep, if you see the blonde mullet in the room running around atop a Saints jersey, you can always say hello to Curly.
Get him
We'd
to
kick him
leave.
off. We would like collectively kick him out, and then you move the field and like somehow wander back. He's back at the table like. It's a mess.
He was interesting.
I mean, if you're as beautiful of a man as Curly is, how do you even wear a costume on Halloween? How do you get better?
True.
How do you get better than that?
Curly's got a lot of character. It'll be fun to see what he can come up with.
It's like our boy Randy, 3-coin, that plays on the screen. You
At
know?
least a dozen times in 10
Oh my God, there he is.
Look at that.
Look at that boy. Curly in the chat. How about a like, huh?
You guys are just salty.
We're just
Oh man.
Right on cue in the chat watching us.
And he's more delusional than I am as a Cowboy fan. He says black and gold to the Super Bowl.
There we go.
We're both going to be in the same toilet at the end of the year, brother. But God bless you for having some faith.
Went to the Masters.
Got a little work to do.
Back to some poker, or we should say porker.
I don't think he knows what really happened.
That's He knows one thing. He stepped foot on a PJ at some point that morning.
We have a raise from the pocket sixes and a re-raise from Ace King.
And look at the face that Wolfgang is making. Does that look like a man that wants to fold his hand? I don't think so.
Wolfgang now on the button with pocket jacks, facing a 3-bet.
Oh, what is going on here? The jack's in the muck. Well, I guess he wasn't going to improve because 2 jacks were folded, but he didn't know that.
Once you really want to know, you can back and find out.
Interesting. Surprised to see the jacks go in the muck there. That was pretty tight fold there.
You have sixes?
I had 6.
So yeah, Cashman's not quite up 7.9K here. He is up for the evening, but he joined us very late.
Ace 4 is the worst. Especially if you need glasses like that. You look at it, wow, and then you see all the little dots, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah, maybe he's got his chips locked up a little bit.
Dean, as you can see, that's a very special table with the RFID technology, and yeah, those trays come in handy for the dealer as well as the house, so they kind of share spots there for this particular table. It's not your standard casino table where the dealer will have a box or anything like that.
Yeah, she's putting her tips in the tray where they go. This table's a little different than our normal setup with the trays for the dealers where they have their full bank. On this table, the players basically are the bank. They have their own chips. She'll just have a small amount, and then a space for her to put her tips.
Yeah.
That would have
I wouldn't have just called though. I would have had to
Could be a fun flop here. JD, 2 overs and the nutter gutter. Where Porker has flopped top pair and open-ended.
That's right.
I wouldn't. I wish I wouldn't. I didn't. Yeah. And then flop flush. No, flop flush. Check. Spend the turn.
Ace king, huh?
2 overs and the nutter gutter. Always a tempting hand, but as you can see there, the percentages in the red bars of the graphics, 29% running a little lower than what you would like, but it is definitely always a tempting hand.
But JD doesn't want to put in a call. He says, son, wake up with it or go home.
God, are you serious? I didn't confirm it.
Well, yeah, we can see it in 10 more minutes.
But a really good flop for Porker as well. So
yeah, a lot of times you can raise that percentage by raising. If your opponent folds 10% of the time,
I say $1,500.
you just move that number up. Unfortunately, he's got a pretty good flop, and he's going to hang around here.
Why would you just raise to 15 if you bet to 7? Then you go to 2?
6-ball corner pocket.
Fun for the stream, though. We've got a pot cooked up. 5K pot now.
And there's no call on that. Just
Only one of the two having a pair.
got 6,000, 7,000, 8,000.
JD's hand did not improve. Still has just the 2 overs and a gutter ball.
Because he hasn't been playing.
Well, I did the same thing. I didn't do the same thing with Harvey.
Slows down here with a check wisely.
I didn't say what I had.
I guess Jackson. He's smiled.
And even if you are representing something big on that flop, this bottom pairing on the turn would often be checked by large holdings as well.
Right.
Straights and sets.
And he could obviously check, you know, boats there and trips there for deception. And see if he's decided to just completely shut this hand down or if he's going to go for it here. The only way for JD to win this hand is to put money in.
The diamond has missed, the straight draws have missed. So if he puts his opponent on any of those hands,
I feel so dumb. I mean, I didn't even show up twice. I was, when I snap 4K, I might take 10 seconds and call 6K. Yeah. On any other river, I would have folded, to be honest. But that deuce, I'm like, come on. If I call here with aces, I have to call with ace 3 here.
Here.
First. Showtime.
Nice. I would have tanked versus the block and then snapped the overboard. And then I was like, wait, 4 or 5 got there.
Good little win there for Porker. God, it still feels weird calling a man Porker, but hey.
Porker reminded me that a straight flush, a straight draw did get there. Has 4-5 connected there with that 3. So pardon me.
Got just a few more hands left. Again, if you're somebody who's maybe interested in playing on a big stream like this, this TCH Dallas stream on Tuesday nights, this is who you would contact. This is Mallory, the lovely Mallory. There is the phone number, the email, tchlivedtx@texascardhouse.com. And let us know if you want to play.
You know he's folding everything, but
There you go. We're asked all the time how to get on the stream. That is how. Get a hold of Mallory. You want to see your chip stacks and your pretty face right here on TCH Live.
But you were.
Raise and take it for AJ with the ace-7 suited. And I'm going to put up the tournament that's going on starting tomorrow. The first flight of the even bigger one, $250,000 guarantee. There are flights, 2 of them, every day, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, with day 2 coming in on October 29th, this Sunday. 30-minute levels, 12% make the money, 8% go to day 2. This thing is going to get juicy and well over that $250K guarantee.
Not the big one.
The even bigger one.
Even bigger one. $300 for a $250K. That's juicy. And that one is here at the Dallas location.
That's right.
I get that a
So you
lot.
crushed those 2-5 games for 6 months.
Yeah, there wasn't really a 5.
Wolfgang with a raise and take.
I mean, it ran, but not all the time.
While we're shuffling again, I'll put up the other tournament that's going on here coming up the start of November. This one's going on at TCH Card House Houston, one of the newest locations. 3 straight weeks they're doing 100K guarantees with bonus prizes that are $5,000 each for the best striker, which is the overall leader of all 3 events, the most spares, which is whoever has the most bags going into the day 2s of the events, the most gutters they're calling it, whoever has the most entries over all 3 events, you get $5,000. These buy-ins are only $200 and $300 for these tournaments. 3 straight weeks, again, 100,000 guarantee. One is a mystery bounty, and the other 2 have 25K guaranteed first place prizes. So come on out to TCH Dallas, TCH Houston, and even TCH Austin for cash games and tournaments if you're in the state of Texas.
On the new ones.
And even the Rio Grande Valley. Can't forget my Edinburgh boys and gals down there in the Rio Grande Valley.
Okay.
Love the Valley.
Yeah. Everybody's below like 200, maybe 250. Like, they like pre-register for those.
Yeah, that's it. 485.
So that means you were the 485th member?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
At this location.
Oh, this is the first one though.
No.
What? Was there another
No,
one?
this is like the fourth, fifth.
Couple more hands left here.
In Austin.
This is hand number 164. We'll have one hand after this, and then a PLO flip to end the night. So thank you guys again for joining us tonight. Obviously, we had Aaron McAvoy earlier chiming in from TCH Austin, as he always does.
I think I was here the first.
And now you've got Eric and RJ finishing up the show.
This one the last one?
You say this last time?
Yeah, RJ Dupree here. Happy to join you guys. Thanks for having me, and it's good to see a little fireworks here as we can smell the end zone of this game. Kings versus Ace Jack. Let's go.
Look at that.
A couple of fun hands, you know, having a fold here. The 6-7 and the 5-6 suiteds.
Yeah, I think in tournament we'll go hard before the.
They're going to let the Ace Jacks and the Kings battle it out.
Ooh. I was going to say that nearing the end of a stream like this, Ace Jacks may just get thrown into the muck when facing a massive 3-bet.
I always play the big hands.
They're going to check out a flop just to see. Ooh, Harvey would have hit trip jacks.
Is that you, Harvey?
With the king on the turn?
King
Was
on
that
the
him?
turn.
Oh,
that
yeah,
would have been blood. We're going to have to.
Harvey dodges
We're going to have
bullets,
to needle
baby.
Harvey a little bit. He does dodge bullets, baby. Can't believe we both just quoted the the brat, but hey. Looks like this is going to be our final hand PLO flip. Looks like they're doing a $100 flip here to end the night. Thank everybody again for joining us. RJ and Eric in the booth here. Next week will be a fun one. Not our normal big game. We'll have a 1-2-5 game. It's going to be an employee game. We're going to be wearing costumes. Who knows who could be on that stream and what they will be wearing. Hopefully something obnoxious. Make it fun for everybody. But thank you again.
It's going to be an obnoxious and exciting evening for sure.
Absolutely.
We're taking some piece of the final. No. Come on, 4 for 4 is legendary. Okay.
If I don't win, I would like you to win.
So we're going to get a little sweat. Players turn over all their cards. Some of them only turn over a couple. JD's going to start off with the aces.
Man, I'm going to have to show these guys how to get a little more sweat out of these flips.
Who's got a queen in their hand? Last time it was Wolfgang flopping quads. Got hearts.
Is there a queen
I
over
see
there?
Benham has a queen 6, queen 3, and queen deuce. He has a full house. Benham is going to end his night with a full house. Look at him showing the queen 3.
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching. Just an $1,800 pot.
Give me that flip.
With no sweat to finish the night. Well, that's going to do it again for us at TCH Live. RJ Dupree and Eric Van Loozen ending the stream here. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We will see you next week on Tuesday night for our special Halloween stream.